Arg! With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud crash. But this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wenqiu's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks previously all just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while after going back and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. One comes, I'll kill one. Two come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many Transformation realm martial artists Huang Wenqiu could prepare to send here to die. At this time, Huang Wenqiu said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. 4th level Transformation. A heavyweight class martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied. And 3rd level Transformation realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limits. 4th level Transformation realm. Regardless whether it was Essence Energy realm or Soul Force realm, it all went up an entire step. Nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limits. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, finally sent a decent one up. But, you're still too weak. The arrival said in a great rage, don't belittle others. Clear my round first before talking. This martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was Essence Energy realm or Divine Soul realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks and battle seriously daunted people even from a distance. This young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. Haha, clearing your round, is it? Then, you have to receive it well. Yi Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking. This martial artist fell backward looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes even till death. No way, right? Ji Qing, he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move. Really freaking seeing ghosts. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level Transformation realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any chinks in his armor. Unparalleled alchemy skills. Overwhelming divine soul attacks. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My God, how can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial techniques. With his present concept's comprehension, a streak of casually released swordlight was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the 1st level Crystal Formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late-stage Crystal Formation realm, casually finishing off an ordinary 4th level Transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful, so he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get to maul the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Cheng'an? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Chenggan's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concepts. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Chenggan's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Chenggan had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat, is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm. What can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Chenggan's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go and snatch whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Chenggan treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe. Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, "Huang Wenqiu, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together." The crowd was taken aback from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenqiu. But Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenqiu so cockily still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless enough. Now Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. This one had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, "Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "What doesn't adhere to the rules is there? Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight until coming up together, resolving it is faster too? This. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "As young Master Ji says then." Huang Wenqiu's face fell as he said, "Since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up." In a short while, over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms? Young Master Ji, finish them off. We support you. Yeah, utterly shameless. Come on, young Master Ji. We're all rooting for you. Young Master Ji, I want to marry you and become your concubine, yelled out a female martial artist. Ha ha ha. This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards Yi Yuan. For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these C transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." That apathetic attitude of Yi Yuan's thoroughly infuriated these people. They were all talented individuals among those of the same generation. Although they attached themselves to the Huang family, they had their own pride. But now they were looked down by a 7th level crystal formation realm. "You're too unbridled, boy. Do you really think that you're invincible? You're facing so many of us alone. Do you really take us to be made of paper?" He's so rampant now. In a while, there will be the time for you to cry. These people were currently cursing when all of a sudden, their faces changed. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy underwent some minute changes. Countless pink flower petals were currently forming together in midair. Not good. This boy can actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Quickly attack. These people were not rookies and discovered what was wrong very soon. Each of them unleashed their own ultimate moves. Except, how could Yi Yuan give them the opportunity? Breaking through to late-stage crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan was already not far away from Sea Transformation Realm. His affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy already had a qualitative increase. Him unleashing 1,000 flowing petals again at this time, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. It was only to see the pink flower petals which covered the skies surround the entire platform. The martial artists below could not even see clearly what was happening on the stage. This? What move is this? Too terrifying. Oh my god. He's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. His control over heaven and earth essence energy actually already reached such an outrageous degree. This move, even late-stage Sea Transformation realms probably can't execute it either, right? Yet, a group of female martial artists was dazzled by this scenery. Whoa! So gorgeous! Young Master Ji must be a very romantic person to actually be able to execute such a resplendently beautiful move. When Shangguan Lingxue saw this scene, her eyes likewise roamed around. I'm really somewhat envious of younger sister Ruyan now. To actually have such a phenomenal man battle all the heroes in the world for her. If there's a man who does this for me, I'd even die happy. Getting such a husband. What else is there to seek? When Zhao Cheng'an heard these words, his face instantly turned green. Shangguan Lingxue was a very proud girl. He courted Shangguan Lingxue for several years and did not get such a praise from her either. Those words earlier, Shangguan Lingxue had clearly moved on already. However, Ji Qing, that punk, was still fighting for Xiao Ruyan. Zhao Cheng'an's heart suddenly became abnormally irritable with an impulse to go down and kill Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Slaughter. For words were lightly uttered out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The flying petals which covered the skies were initially drifting about peacefully, but at this time it became wild, charging towards the dozen over martial artists without care. Ah! Arg! For some time, miserable cries lingered incessantly, making people's scalp tingled. They could not see clearly what was happening inside the sea of flower petals. But just hearing those miserable cries, they also knew that behind these dazzling flower petals, something not beautiful was currently happening. After a dozen over breaths, the flower petals dissipated, and only a lonely silhouette was left on the platform. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Those dozen over martial artists, including those few 5th-level Sea Transformation Realm martial artists, were already sprawled at random on the platform. This? What kind of joke is this? A dozen over middle-stage Sea Transformation Realm experts were actually annihilated instantly in one move like this. I can't stand it anymore. This Ji Qing is simply like a bottomless hole. You simply don't know where his limits lie. 9th-level Crystal Formation Realm he instantly defeats in one move. 1st-level Sea Transformation Realm he instantly defeats in one move. 3rd-level Sea Transformation Realm is still insta-kill with one move. Now, a bunch of 4th and 5th-level Sea Transformation Realm, he actually used just one move to insta-kill. But this move is really powerful until it makes people feel suffocated. Truly can't imagine how a Crystal Formation Realm like him can actually muster up so much heaven and earth essence energy. Exclamations sounded out all around. The shock that this scene brought everyone was too intense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wenqiu's face became ghastly pale. These martial artists were all the elites of the Huang family's young generation. They actually died tragically in Yi Yuan's hands just like this. When he returned, how should he give an account to father? This time, he really played big. Originally, he thought that with a dozen over people ganging up on Yi Yuan, they would not lose too badly no matter what. He did not think that Yi Yuan instantly killed everyone with one move. This Yi Yuan was truly too monstrous. Huang Wenqiu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. But at this time, Yi Yuan looked over. With a grin, he said, "Don't waste time anymore. The two of you can come up together." Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's expressions changed, but they involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. "You're sure that you want to challenge the two of us?" Huang Wenqiu said with a cold smile. "So much crap. Did I not say clearly enough?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Heh. Huang Wenqiu. Looks like the two of us are being looked down by people. Why don't we go up to write our names ourselves?" Xue Zaihe said with a light laugh. Huang Wenqiu nodded with a solemn look and said, "While I'm not quite willing to join hands with a fellow like you, but since he's seeking death himself, we have to team up no matter what. If I don't kill this punk today, it will be hard to sate the hatred in my heart. Haha. Even being rampant has to have a limit. Isn't it so? Although we're both 5th level C transformation realm too, he doesn't think that he can beat us for certain using just that one move, right? Xianxia's smile gradually became cold. Among the junior generation in the entire capital, he only dreaded Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan. Today, he was actually disparaged by a crystal formation realm boy. Truly displeased him greatly. Fine. Then the two of us sworn enemies will cooperate well today. Ruin's matter after settling this punk, we'll fight a match properly again. Huang Wenqiu said. Poking such a big hole, Huang Wenqiu must kill Yi Yuan today and marry Xiao Rian over. Or else, when he returned today, he would have no way of giving an account to his family. Young Master Ji actually wants to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia joining hands. This act is rather rash. I couldn't agree more. These two people are known as the capital's junior generation's number 2 experts. It's not an unearned reputation. Those people previously, even if their realms were on par with theirs, their strength was also at a different league. Although that move from young Master Ji earlier was powerful, it's only powerful in area of effect attacks. With Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia's strength, wanting to crack it shouldn't be tough. Young Master Ji fighting 2 alone. The difficulty is somewhat high. Both Huang Wenqiu's and Xianxia's strengths were already deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. These martial artists all knew the terror of their strength. As for the number 1 Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, they dared to imagine even less. However, Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm after all. Facing these two great experts, it was seriously at too much of a disadvantage. The two people stood up and jumped onto the platform. Huang Wenqiu grinned hideously and said, Ji Qing, this is you courting death yourself. I'm not to blame. Killing you on the stage. I believe that Sovereign Star Abyss has no reason to put the blame on me too, Yi Yuan said indifferently. As long as you have the capabilities, there will naturally not be anybody who comes to find trouble with you. Xianxia. Don't you turn up for work but not put in the effort, Huang Wenqiu said. Relax. This bit of gains and losses relation I can still differentiate it. Talk about other things after taking care of this punk first. Xianxia replied. Then that's good. Go. Once Huang Wenqiu's voice faded, the two people's figure instantly vanished from where they stood. The speed was swift beyond comprehension. Previously, Wang Jie's speed during the earlier battle was as slow as a snail in front of these two. However, at that moment, Yi Yuan's figure similarly vanished from its original spot. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal clashing sound echoed. The martial artists below the stage practically could not capture these three people's actions. Only from the afterimages left behind occasionally did they know that these three were in the midst of an intense confrontation. Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia being so fast were within everyone's expectations. But everyone did not think that Yi Yuan could actually keep up with the pair's speed. Fighting 2 alone, they actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. When did Crystal Formation Realm martial artists had such speed? Too fast. I completely can't make out their movements. Who holds the advantage right now? Don't know. I can't see clearly either. Is Ji Qing really a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist? Did he hide his strength? Impossible. From the start to the end, his essence energy undulations was 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. It's certain. If I were on the stage, I would have died a dozen times over long ago. Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia are indeed well deserving of being the number 2 experts. Their comprehension of concepts is simply not what rookies like us can compare to. In truth, Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia were both very wary of Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. The shock that the scene prior to this gave the two of them was too great. Therefore, these two acted in concert without prior consultation and chose to attack directly. They adopted the method of hand-to-hand combat to not give Yi Yuan the chance to execute 1,000 flowing petals. The two of them were at the 5th level C transformation realm. Their realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They decided to use realm to crush Yi Yuan to death. But the result of the matter did not develop as they imagined. The more Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia fought, the more alarmed they became. Yi Yuan's Tonghua sword danced impenetrably. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were exchanged, but the two of them actually did not occupy a gleam of advantage at all. How was this possible? How could they know that Yi Yuan comprehended the transmission concept and the wind flow concept? In terms of movement technique and in terms of offensive power, he was only stronger and not weaker. Apart from suffering some minor losses regarding essence energy, Yi Yuan tossed them several streets behind in other areas. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could just barely fight to a draw with them. Otherwise, their outcome would not be any better than those martial artists previously. Furthermore, Yi Yuan continuously condensed a small mass of 1,000 flowing petals in the process of fighting them to neutralize their all kinds of attack. With Yi Yuan's present strength, just condensing such a small bundle of petals was basically something as swift as thought and completely did not require large-scale mobilizing of heaven and earth essence energy. Ji Qing's execution of his move already reached the extent of releasing and withdrawing as he pleases. Moreover, this move of his is like the flower petals dances along with his entire being. Truly a feast for the eyes and mind, Shangguan Lingxue praised. Of course, not everybody was unable to capture these three people's speed. There were many experts present and also plenty of people stronger than them. There were obviously people who could see it. But precisely because they could see it, their understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess became even clearer instead. Having been through such a long period of fumbling and comprehension, Yi Yuan's execution of the 1,000 flowing petals already reached an extremely proficient degree. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of this supreme true intent took another large stride forward. Shangguan Lingyun nodded his head as well and said, to wield this move to such a transcendent degree, this Ji Qing's strength truly makes people sigh with admiration. Shangguan Lingxue asked rather puzzledly, Big Brother rarely commends people. You didn't give rise to the thought of fighting with him, right? Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, Younger sister understands me. That's right. An opponent like this is really hard to come by. Shangguan Lingxue said in derision. Then, did Big Brother take fancy on Ji Qing this rival or took fancy on young sister Ruyan? Haha. You and sister Ruyan are hailed collectively as the capital's dual absolutes. If I can marry her home, wouldn't that be beautiful? Shangguan Lingyun said with a loud laugh. If that's the case, then Big Brother will have to kill Ji Qing on the stage today. Or else, you'd establish a terrifying enemy for yourself, Shangguan Lingxue said with a smile. The smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face froze. Evidently, he had not considered this problem. And this problem was really a dreadful issue. If he really killed Yi Yuan, the Shangguan family would have thoroughly offended the Alchemist Association. As long as Star Abyss still sat on this position for a day, the Shangguan family could forget about ever finding the Alchemist Association to refine a medicinal pill. Such a loss was not what the Shangguan family could bear. And if he did not kill Yi Yuan, the grudge of snatching his wife was irreconcilable. How could Ji Qing be willing to drop the matter with him? Although Shangguan Lingyun had immense faith in himself, facing a monster like Yi Yuan, he still really did not wish to provoke. All right then. Take it as if I never said it, Shangguan Lingyun said helplessly. Hee. I have really never seen such a big brother. I'm getting more and more interested in this Ji Qing, Shangguan Lingxue said with a beam. By the side, Zhao Qinggan's complexion turned green once again. Yi Yuan already entered the heart like still water state currently. Each and every action of the two people were within grasp. Adding his subtle manipulation of the 1,000 flowing petals, the more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zai have fought, the more depressed they got. In a twinkle, several hundred moves passed. The two of them did not gain any advantage at all. The two number 2 experts in the capital's junior generation were actually helpless against a 7th-level crystal formation realm when partnering up. Saying this out was an utter joke. What made them even gloomier was that fighting until now, Yi Yuan's essence energy did not have the slightest hint of being drained. It was as if it totally could not be exhausted. Where did this fellow get so much essence energy? One had to know that Yi Yuan already fought with 20 to 30 C transformation realm martial artists prior to this. Could it be that he did not expend any essence energy at all? A massive area of effect move like the 1,000 flowing petals should be extremely draining on essence energy. Why was Yi Yuan's essence energy so abundant? These two people discovered to their sorrow that they could not gain any bit of advantage with such a fighting method. Xue Zaihe! Huang Wenqiu suddenly yelled out. N. Xue Zaihe understood tacitly. The two of them withdrew their moves at the same time, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not continue his victorious pursuit, but remained calm and composed as he stared at the two of them. With his essence energy thickness, plus extremely precise control over essence energy, he did not fear the two of them fighting a consumption battle with him. Ji Qing, I admit that you're very strong, but it ends here, Huang Wenqiu said with a cold snort. Clearly, he was very unsatisfied with this battle result. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, whatever moves you have, just use them. I'll receive it all. Huang Wenqiu sneered coldly and said, as you wish. Xue Zaihe, don't hide it anymore. Bring out your true abilities. Xue Zaihe nodded and said, okay. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. These first-rate families' top disciples naturally all had their own powerful trump cards. It was just that there were a scant few people who could force out their trump cards. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's trump cards were saved for each other. But now they had no choice but to use them at the same time to deal with Yi Yuan. Because from them observing the matches until now, ordinary measures completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm, his true combat power was already on the same level as the two of them. No, even so far as to say that it surpassed theirs. Because the two of them combining strength earlier only just barely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan too. A heaven-defying genius like this, how could they possibly defeat without going all out? Huang Wenqiu used a saber. He raised long saber in his hand and said solemnly, to be able to die under my wind rebelling 3 blades, it's also considered your fortune. But what Xue Zaihe relied on was a pair of naked palms. It was only to see him put his palms together. His aura increased explosively. His realm was actually rising continuously. Very soon, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 6th level C transformation realm. But it did not end. His aura was still rising unceasingly. Before long, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm in one stroke. Everyone's faces changed. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Xue Zaihe actually learned the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Shi Haoran's complexion turned pale from fear. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is a martial technique that uses the essence fire within the martial artist's body as the foundation to stimulate the martial artist's potential to let the martial artist temporarily break through realms. It's the Xue family's ultimate martial technique. To think that Xue Zaihe actually already successfully planted an essence fire inside his body and even successfully cultivated this martial technique. Truly surprising. Shangguan Lingyun gasped with admiration. Looking at Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, the essence fire in his body should be a quasi-tier 4 origin fire. Pretty decent already. Hehe, I really want to see how Ji Qing plans on dealing with these two people's ultimate martial techniques, Shangguan Lingyue said with a giggle. The effects of this Origin Spirit 9 transformations was actually similar to the 5-element Spirit Link pill that Yi Yuan took in the past. Could raise the martial artist's realm briefly. At this time, Xiaoruyan finally could not sit still anymore. She could not resist uncovering her head veil slightly and taking the scene on the stage all in. When she saw Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, she could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Ji Qing, nothing must happen to you. Or else, I won't be able to forgive myself for life either. Xiaoruyan said with tears in her eyes. Heh. To think that you really held a move in reserve. If you suddenly used this move when fighting me, I would really not know how to deal with it. Huang Wenqiu said with a snicker. He and Xue Zaihe had always been well matched. Their strength was almost on par. Once Xue Zaihe directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm and reached late-stage C transformation realm, even if Huang Wenqiu were more powerful, he would also not be his match. Xue Zaihe grinned and said, so what even if you know? I don't believe that you can leap across 2 minor realms to defeat me. There was already an exceedingly huge disparity between the 6th level C transformation realm and 7th level C transformation realm. let alone Huang Wenqiu was only at the 5th level C transformation realm. Hence, Xue Zaihe was brimming with confidence. But Huang Wenqiu was very composed as he said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Even you had such a huge improvement, how can I dare to ease up? Finished talking, Huang Wenqiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. But what he skyrocketed was not his realm. It was the sort of pressure pressing forward with indomitable will aura. Xue Zaihe's expression changed. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. You actually mastered the 3rd move. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. Huang Wenqiu grinned and said, I wonder how the outcome will be if I use this to deal with you? At this time, although Huang Wenqiu's realm was still at the 5th level C transformation realm, in terms of aura, he surpassed even Xue Zaihe's. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. Ha ha ha. This boy still has some capabilities. To actually master the wind rebelling frenzied blade. This time, I want to see how Ji Qing deals with the wind rebelling frenzied blade plus Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Zhao Cheng'an burst into laughter. Below the stage were also exclamations of shock. The reason why the two Huang and Xue families were called first-rate families was because apart from their family's foundation, these two martial techniques claimed enormous credit. These two people are indeed worthy of being experts tied at number 2. Such talent, how many people among the younger generation could measure up? Late-stage C transformation realm versus late-stage crystal formation realm. This difference is a bit too large. Let alone there's still a Huang Wenqiu who mastered the 3rd move of the wind rebelling 3 blades, reaching the realm of wind rebelling frenzied blade. This martial technique is already considered attaining a higher level of mastery. The power of the wind rebelling frenzied blade is enough to let Huang Wenqiu rival the Xue Zaihe after raising his realm. How should young Master Ji respond? Wind rebelling 3 blades. This martial technique only had a total of 3 stances. However, with the mastery of each move, the power would show exponential increase. The reason why Huang Wenqiu could be hailed as the number 2 expert was by relying on him mastering the 2nd move and far in the lead among those of the same generation. And now he actually even mastered the 3rd move. This indicated that he already cast those in the Huang family's same generation far behind. Of course, each move of the wind rebelling 3 blades had 3 levels. Huang Wenqiu had not even reached large success in the 1st level. Even so, he was already sufficiently powerful. Everyone all knew that these two had very formidable cards up their sleeves, but did not think that these 2 trump cards were actually so powerful. Ji Qing, to be able to force us to unleash our trump cards, you can already be sufficiently proud. But after today, the capital won't have Ji Qing, this person, existing anymore. Huang Wenqiu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan watched the two of them perform as a bystander the entire time. But he himself did not make the slightest movement. Hearing Huang Wenqiu's cold laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Looks like the two of you still have some capabilities to be hailed together as the number 2 experts in the capital. Haha. Pretending to be calm? However, it's futile, Xue Zaihe said with a light laugh. The two of them used their trump cards. Their confidence naturally shot through the roof. Now, even if they were asked to go and challenge Zhao Cheng'an, they would also not be the slightest bit fearful. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, no need to pretend. If you guys think that you can win me like this, I can only say, too naive. As he spoke, Yi Yuan gently released the Songhua sword in his hand. Songhua's sword plunged into the clouds and vanished from sight. In the past, my realm was insufficient and my essence energy was lacking, so I was incapable of unleashing the 1,000 flowing petals' greatest power. But now, my essence energy can already support the full-powered execution of this move. Thus, you guys enjoy it to your heart's content. It was like Yi Yuan's voice came from the netherworld, striking Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's hearts word for word. Such a large display earlier, killing over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realm experts in one move, was actually not going all out yet. Then, how horrifying would the full-powered release of this move be? Very soon, they came to know how harrowing it was, because flower petals which filled the entire sky already wafted up. This time, it was not just the entire platform. Petals after petals danced in the air as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. If they did not know beforehand that this was Yi Yuan's sword move, people would be exclaiming in surprise at this beautiful scenery. In a place like the fierce gale world, it was very rare to be able to see this kind of falling flowers flying all around wondrous sight. Yi Yuan brought it to them. It was just that anybody was aware that behind this beauty an immense danger was concealed. The flower petals which blotted out the skies and covered the earth gave people a hair-raising oppressive feeling instead. Oh my God! Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a 7th-level crystal formation realm? It's too preposterous, right? The quantity of these flower petals is probably several times of that move previously. He finished off over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realms in one move just now. How horrifying will the power of this move be? This move is too heaven-defying. I really can't imagine how a 7th-level crystal formation realm can manipulate so much heaven and earth essence energy. How exquisite does one's manipulation ability have to be? Indeed, Yi Yuan's control over essence energy had already completely surpassed their imaginations. In terms of control of essence energy, Yi Yuan was Divine King level, and his abilities in this area were completely attributed to alchemy skills. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was extremely meticulous in refining pills, and his requirement towards control of essence energy was harsh to the extreme. Only then did he have such exquisite control abilities. In the past, Yi Yuan was a housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Now that his strength increased dramatically and his essence energy was ample, he could unleash this aspect to its pinnacle. Controlling heaven and earth essence energy was not having it at one's beck and call, but to control the heaven and earth essence energy within a certain radius with the essence energy within the martial artist's own body as the foundation. Now that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms in succession, the essence energy in his body showed an exponential increase. The essence energy that he could control naturally also increased exponentially. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were still brimming with confidence earlier. But currently, their faces had a never-before-seen grimness. Such power was simply appalling. The pair exchanged glances and understood each other without words. Wind rebelling frenzied blade, advancing with indomitable will. Huang Wenqiu roared, charging at Yi Yuan with a lightning-like momentum. Starfire a blazing prairie. Xue Zaihe lightly flicked his finger. A small tuft of flames flew out swiftly, vanishing in a blink of an eye. The two people bore down menacingly. Yi Yuan mind stirred. 2 clumps of flower petals blocked their incoming path. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Faint explosion sounds echoed in the air, wanting to stop the two people's incoming path. However, the wind-rebelling frenzied blade and origin spirit 9 transformations were not some common wares. Only to see Huang Wenqiu pressing forward like a hot knife cutting through butter the entire way, splitting the clumps of flower petals, while Xue Zaihe formed a no-man's land for himself with formidable strength. At the same time, the small tuft of flames that he controlled suddenly appeared by Yi Yuan's side. Yet it did not have the starfire of blazing prairie's momentum as imagined, because the instant that it appeared there were already innumerable flower petals enveloping it. Inside that bundle of flames contained horrifying power. However, it was wrapped up by limitless flower petals. The petals exploded unceasingly, frittering away that massive flame's power. While on Huang Wenqiu's side, only to see him split the sea of petals into 2 halves with one blade. A horrifying streak of saber light passed through the flower petals sea, cleaving towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan unhurriedly controlled the boundless petals to continuously explode around the surroundings of the saber light. By the time the saber light arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it was already just an ordinary attack. Yi Yuan casually flicked with his hand. The saber light dissipated. Huang Wenqiu's expression changed drastically. This was his wind-rebelling frenzied blade's strongest attack. This streak of saber light was enough to freaking cleave ordinary late-stage C transformation realms into 2 halves. It was actually effortlessly resolved by Yi Yuan just like this. Huang Wenqiu gritted his teeth, mustered up all the momentum of his saber, and slashed towards Yi Yuan once again. However, there were petals exploding non-stop around him, hindering his advancement. There were too many flower petals. Clumps after clumps exploded ceaselessly, seemingly without end. Yi Yuan was clearly not far away. But Huang Wenqiu felt that this bit of distance was a short distance away but poles apart. Just like this, his speed became increasingly slower. This wind-rebelling frenzied blade moved stressed about accomplishing in one vigorous effort. But this one vigorous effort was forcefully worn down by Yi Yuan, depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Without that momentum of pressing forward with indomitable will, even if the saber technique was stronger, it would not be much stronger. The saber momentum that Huang Wenqiu accumulated for a long time dissipated to nothing like this. The saber momentum exhausted, Huang Wenqiu was instantaneously enveloped by infinite flower petals, going from offense to defense. While on this side, Xianxia already sunk into the boundless flower sea. Although the flower petals were unable to break through his defense for the time being with him relying on his powerful 7th level sea transformation realm cultivation, he could not do anything to those flower petals either. Just eradicated one batch and there would immediately be a vast quantity of flower petals replenishing over. This sort of fighting method really made people have an impulse to vomit blood. And that bundle of flames that he fired out was already like a candle flame in the wind currently, tottering on the edge of extinguishing. Seeing the great battle on the platform, everyone below the stage all held their breaths. They had never seen before that martial artists could still fight like this. Young Master Ji's martial technique is simply unheard of. These flower petals look very weak. So many countless flower petals together give people a feeling of being unmatched. Yeah. Moreover, young Master Ji's attention is divided into 3. He's controlling those flower petals to deal with the 2 people and a bundle of flames. This feeling of releasing and withdrawing it as he pleases really makes people revere. No matter how powerful the attack, going through those countless petals' self-detonation and erosion, it would rapidly become weak and feeble. This kind of feeling is like falling into a quagmire. The flower petals in the sky became increasingly sparse. Just as the petals were about to dissipate to nothing, Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia finally could not hold out anymore, and the flower petals breached their defenses. Ah! Arg! 2 miserable cries sounded out on the platform at the same time, making people's hearts tightened when heard. The 2 mighty number 2 experts were defeated like this? The audience below the stage still did not dare quite believe this until now. How many years had it been since anyone from the capital's junior generation dared to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xianxia? Apart from Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, these 2 people could virtually be said to be invincible existences. But today, under their teaming up, they actually lost in the hands of a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. The impact this conclusion gave people was seriously too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed so many sea transformation realm martial artists previously, the impact it brought was also not as great as now. Yi Yuan stood at a corner of the platform dressed in white. Clearly quite young, yet gave people a feeling of insurmountable. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a heavenly deity descending upon the world. Invincible. The shock that Yi Yuan gave everyone today could no longer be described using words. Crossing ranks to battle was every genius's inherent skill. But crossing ranks to battle like Yi Yuan, the people completely could not imagine it. One had to know that Yi Yuan's opponents could virtually be said to represent the highest standards of the entire Fierce Gale world's junior generation. Such a victory was too soul-stirring. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around to look at Zhao Chenggan, saying nonchalantly, "Your Highness, the 7th Prince, want to come down and play?" When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. "I'm a little hard of hearing. What did Ji Qing say just now?" He wants to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. I didn't hear it wrongly, right? I really don't know how to use words to describe my current emotion. In this world, apart from Shangguan Lingyun, there's actually somebody who dares to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. Yeah. 7th Prince is a genius martial artist who comprehended true intent. On a completely different level from Huang Wenqiu and the rest. Ji Qing actually dares to challenge even him. Why do I feel like something is not quite right? Isn't this a spouse-finding martial competition? Why did it suddenly become a martial arts tournament? The matter of His Highness, the 7th Prince, courting Shangguan Lingxue is publicly known. As long as Yi Yuan doesn't provoke him, it's impossible for him to come down. Yi Yuan's words instantly ignited the entire plaza, challenging the capital's #1, the candidate for Wind Emperor. How formidable the strength and how much courage did this need? Hey, you're sure that you want to challenge this, prince? Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold snicker. Towards Yi Yuan's courting death action, Zhao Cheng'an was naturally very welcoming. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan. Now, with this open and above-board chance to kill Yi Yuan, he obviously did not wish to let it slip by. Even with Yi Yuan using a powerful move such as the 1,000 flowing petals previously, Zhao Cheng'an still had full confidence in eliminating Yi Yuan. Little junior brother, don't be reckless. I know that your strength improved greatly, but Zhao Cheng'an's strength is absolutely not as simple as you imagine. Shaohuan's brows knitted and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Ruyan was so anxious that she almost wanted to jump down. She hurriedly transmitted her voice. Young Master Ji, the pair's strength earlier is much weaker compared to Zhao Cheng'an. You better not provoke him. But Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not say any more. However, his meaning was understood by all. He was not joking but really wanted to challenge 7th Prince. Zhao Cheng'an sneered and said, you aren't thinking that you have the qualifications to challenge me after winning the 2 of them, right? Since you're seeking death, then I'll help you. Finished talking, Zhao Cheng'an floated down. Arriving on top of the platform, Zhao Cheng'an's long spear jerked and was full of overbearingness from start to end. Haha, a vanquished opponent actually has the guts to challenge this prince. This prince admires your foolishness greatly. It's just that even I kill you today, I won't marry Xiao Ruyan either. Don't you worry. Once he stood on the stage, Zhao Cheng'an's tyrannical aura could not be concealed anymore. Especially with that long spear in his hands, it raised his aura to the peak even more so. Every action carried a breathtaking power. The #1 expert among the younger generation lived up to his reputation. Hearing Zhao Cheng'an's words, Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh of relief. But she was also secretly worried for Yi Yuan. Zhao Cheng'an already had not exhibited his strength in front of people for a long time. Most likely, even Shangguan Lingyun wasn't sure of his current strength. But nobody doubted Zhao Cheng'an's present strength. I will seek vengeance if there is a grudge. I entered a retreat for a month and broke through 5 realms consecutively. This was all for you. Hence, you should feel honored, Yi Yuan said coolly. Last time, Zhao Cheng'an not only nearly killed Yi Yuan, he even almost killed White Light too. This grudge was not what an apology could skate over. If Zhao Cheng'an sincerely apologized, then forget it. But the entire capital all knew that Zhao Cheng'an was only forced by the circumstances. If not for Star Abyss exerting pressure on the Wind Emperor, it was entirely impossible for him to come to apologize. Yi Yuan was about to leave the Fear-Scale world soon. With Yi Yuan's personality of not leaving revenge through the night, how could he possibly wait until the future? Therefore, today this fight was unavoidable. Ha. So what if you consecutively broke through 5 realms? You're not thinking that only you can break through, right? The reason why this prince was only at the 6th level C transformation realm was not because this prince couldn't break through, but it was because this prince was deliberately suppressing my realm. Hence, open your eyes. Zhao Cheng'an laughed wildly. All of a sudden, Zhao Cheng'an's long spear shook. An absolutely powerful aura undulated out. On the platform, an essence energy tempest actually formed. This, His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually breaking through. He's going to break through to the 7th level C transformation realm. If he breaks through successfully, then Ji Qing won't have any hope at all. What's Ji Qing doing? Isn't he going to go forward to interrupt 7th Prince's breakthrough? Watching him break through passively. Sigh. It's useless. Since 7th Prince dares to break through in front of him, he naturally isn't afraid of him interrupting. This is a powerhouse's absolute self-confidence. Furthermore, in that battle prior to this, Ji Qing's essence energy is also pretty much depleted, right? But speaking of which, 7th Prince actually broke through his bottleneck for Yi Yuan. This in itself should be an affirmation and placing importance on Ji Qing, right? For a time, storms raged on the platform. Zhao Cheng'an's aura was in the midst of continuously rising. For geniuses like Zhao Cheng'an, what was most important for them was not realm breakthrough, but it was comprehending concepts. When a martial artist was young, it was the most optimal time to comprehend concepts. Once their potential was exhausted, wanting to comprehend concepts again would be as hard as scaling to heaven. At that time, it also signified where the limits of a martial artist lay. Therefore, pinnacle geniuses never took breaking through realms to be of importance. Most of their time was used for comprehending concepts. Zhao Chengguan and Shangguan Lingyun, these people all did not deliberately cultivate essence energy but reached middle-stage C transformation realm at this age. It could be seen how great their talent was. Yi Yuan naturally also placed priority on comprehending concepts. Hence, his essence energy realm was not high all along. If he went all out to break through, he would be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm in less than half a year. To an alchemy emperor, using medicinal pills to pile on realms was seriously too easy. Zhao Qinggan did not meditate to absorb essence energy. He just held his spear and stood there, but his aura was still in the midst of rising nonstop. 6th level C transformation realm to 7th level was not a small threshold. But in front of Zhao Chengguan it was dismissed so easily. This was the number 1 person of the capital's junior generation. Shangguan Lingshua's face did not have any visible change in countenance. She looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said with a smile, "Big brother seems to be regretting a little." Shangguan Lingyun said with a regretful face, "Yeah. I thought of a really good idea just now to go down and fight with Ji Qin. But he actually challenged His Highness, the 7th Prince. It makes me feel really dejected." Shangguan Lingxue raised her eyebrows and asked, "What idea?" I just have to go down and defeat him, then fake defeat." "To think that you can think of that. But Ji Qing is already an arrow at the end of its flight, while His Highness is like the midday sun. Is there still anything worth competing in this match? You think this way? Too shallow. How can a shockingly brilliant character like Ji Qing challenge 7th Prince under the circumstances where he doesn't have room for maneuver? And? Could it be that move earlier was still not his limit? But his essence energy has already reached its limits as well. Furthermore, His Highness even broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm. I seriously can't think of how he should respond. Heh. I'm also very much looking forward to it, Shangguan Lingyun said with a laugh. Zhao Qinggan's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Qinggan's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. He looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "Now, do you feel regret for your foolishness? But it's already too late. Provoking this prince is your greatest sorrow in this lifetime." Crossing ranks to battle were as simple as eating and drinking to Zhao Qinggan. Ordinary late-stage C transformation realm martial artists completely did not have the strength to retaliate in front of him. Even peak C transformation realm martial artists, Zhao Qinggan could easily kill too. And today, this was his first time being crossed ranks to battle by somebody. Moreover, it was not 1 or 2 minor realms, but a full major realm. This was an immense humiliation to Zhao Qinggan. But Zhao Chengguan had to admit that Yi Yuan being able to beat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's team up showed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to make him genuinely attach importance to him. Hence, he chose to break through without any hesitation. The Yi Yuan, after breaking through 5 realms in succession, was no longer the rookie that he could freely bully and humiliate on that day. Shangguan Lingyun was able to guess that Yi Yuan had a card up his sleeves. Zhao Qinggan could naturally guess that too. Yi Yuan still dared to issue a challenge to him under such a condition. It was impossible for him to be without preparations at all. Except that he was the same as Shangguan Lingyun, being unaware of what Yi Yuan's card was. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm very impressive?" Haha, the 7th level C transformation realm is naturally nothing impressive. But to deal with you, it's sufficient, Zhao Chengguan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're full of confidence. I really can't bear to smash your confidence. But it's such a shame, this sort of thing like breaking through realms, I've always been more adept. 1 realm is too little." Zhao Qinggan's face changed, and he asked, "What do you mean? You just broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you can still continue breaking through now?" "Stop joking. Cultivating essence energy was a process that requires accumulation, especially after crystal formation realm. For each breakthrough in a minor realm, the required essence energy was exceedingly horrifying. Yi Yuan entered seclusion for a month, consumed so many jade spirit pills, and only broke through 5 realms. Making a last-ditch attempt at this juncture wanting to break through, that was virtually something impossible. The reason why Zhao Cheng'an could break through was because he had already arrived at the bottleneck of the 7th level C transformation realm before and did not go and break through all along. It was why the breakthrough went so smoothly. But Yu Yuan's present condition? He just had a breakthrough all the way to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Breaking through again was easier said than done. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood for joking. Didn't that Xianxia use an origin spirit 9 transformations just now? How unfortunate, I know it too." Zhao Qinggan was stunned and had yet to react to what was going on, when Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, unwittingly making people feel asphyxiated. Then, Yi Yuan's aura rose rapidly under everyone's perception, directly breaking through the bottleneck for the 8th level crystal formation realm. Shangguan Lingyun stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Isn't this Origin Spirit's 9 transformation? Why does Ji Qing know this move too? This is the Shui family's highly guarded secret. Where did he learn it from? Why do I feel like Yi Yuan's attainments in this move are even above Shui Zaihe? Look, he is already broken through past the 7th level crystal formation realm. This speed. Today's surprises are really round after round, making it too much for the eyes to take in. This time, there's another good show to watch." Although Yi Yuan's realm could not compare to Shui Zaihe, the upheaval from the breakthrough right now was only more and not less than his. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame was a top tier among tier 4 essence fires. Letting Yi Yuan use Origin Spirit 9 transformation was overly putting fine timber to petty use. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to peak 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising. Half-step C transformation. Yi Yuan's realm finally stopped at the level of half-step C transformation. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have an essence energy C within his body. Otherwise, his realm could still rise more. Half-step C transformation was already the limits of his advancement. At this moment, how did Yi Yuan still had the appearance of essence energy being exhausted at all? Only to see him full of vigor and energy. He actually recovered to his peak condition again. Hiss! Everybody sucked in a cold breath. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is clearly the Shui family's ultimate trump card. But why do I feel that at this moment, the one Yi Yuan executed is the orthodox one? Could it be a misconception? Shangguan Lingxue said with a frown. Not a misconception. Ji Qing's Origin Spirit 9 transformation is indeed much stronger than Shui Zaihe's. If not that his Dantian is already unable to contain even more essence energy, he might really be able to rise a few more realms. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a never-before solemnness. He previously even casually made the remark to go down and defeat Yi Yuan. Then he would deliberately concede. Looking at it now, he was still too naive. Half-step C transformation Yi Yuan and the current him, who was weak and who was strong, was really hard to say. Zhao Qinggan's expression was ugly to the max. He rose 1 realm and Yi Yuan rose 3 realms. So freaking exasperating. However, Zhao Qinggan did not think that Yi Yuan could beat him like this. After all, he was still a major realm higher than him. Between half-step C transformation and C transformation realm lied a heaven and earth difference. Humph! Only a temporary increase in realm. I want to see how long you can last. Eat a spear from me first. A black-colored long spear in Zhao Qinggan's hands was extremely fierce. It was actually a 128 restriction spirit artifact. In the past, when Yi Yuan fought with his opponents, he always held the advantage in weapons. But today, this was his first time losing out in weapons. However, this was not strange either. Zhao Qinggan was the son of the Wind Emperor. Forget about spirit artifacts, even profound artifacts would not be lacking. It was just that Zhao Qinggan's present strength was still unable to unleash the might of profound artifacts. That was why he would use a spirit artifact rank weapon. Zhao Qinggan's long spear danced. The tip of the spear actually swung out a crescent of light. The next instant, Zhao Qinggan's figure vanished from sight without the slightest sign. Qi! When it appeared again, a spear already passed through Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan stood on the spot and actually did not react at all. It's over like this? Isn't it too quick? Yeah. Ji Qing is so strong. Can't be that he can't even block one attack. Right? No, wait. That was just an afterimage. What? Afterimage? Why would it exist for such a long time? Too fast. Because it was too fast. So in our eyes, he simply did not move at all. But the platform is only this big. Where did he go? Zhao Qinggan's brow furrowed, and he turned around suddenly, swinging the long spear around, only to hear a clank. The long spear directly smashed the ambushing sword light into dust. Yi Yuan's figure finally appeared before everyone's sight again. In an instant, everyone felt a very oppressive atmosphere undulating out. Although it was only a probing exchange, the two peoples might already made everyone have a clear understanding. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. Such speed was simply unheard of. Indeed, you have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to provoke me. With this exchange, Zhao Qinggan's expression also became grave. Very clearly, the half-step C transformation Yi Yuan already had sufficient capital to pick a fight with him. You want to drag the time? Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qinggan with a half-smile. Although the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations was powerful, it was clearly just a temporary increase in realm. When the time limit hit, one would recover to their initial realm and also have a series of sequela. Of course, even so, this martial technique was powerful all the same. Back then, there were countless records in the Medicine King Hall. Ji Qingyun also felt that this martial technique was rather interesting, and it needed to use essence fires too, which was why he took notice of it. To think that today in the lower realms, he would see other people use this martial technique. But Zhao Qinggan was not the slightest bit embarrassed having his thoughts seen through. So what if yes? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I can last for 2 hours at half-step C transformation realm. So, stop scheming in vain, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This time, Zhao Qinggan's expression finally changed. 2 hours? Are you joking? The Shui family's family head using the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations can last for at most an hour's time. You can actually last twice as time. The Origin Spirit 9 transformation, this technique, was actually rather heaven-defying. Even Shui Zaihe, this dabbler, could break through 2 minor realms consecutively, let alone the Shui family's family head. However, Shui Zaihe's realm could only last for 15 minutes at most. Yi Yuan's lasting duration was actually twice of the Shui family's family head. How could Zhao Qinggan not be astonished? If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly. Humph. Try then try. Can you soar to the heaven? Zhao Qinggan said with a cold snort. Zhao Qinggan kept his spear and stood there, putting on a ready-to-attack starting stance. An aura which made people feel stifled crept out in all directions. Clearly just a simple posture. People who used the spear would all display this pose. Yet, when Zhao Qinggan assumed it, it gave people a feeling of having no weakness to exploit. At this instant, Zhao Qinggan and the long spear fused into one. The next attack was an earth-shattering attack. It's Spear Shadow Carnage. My god. I heard that 7th Prince has already not used this move in front of outsiders for many years. This was the self-created ultimate skill that 7th Prince became famed for. I heard that back then he merely relied on this one move to consecutively defeat over a dozen first-rate family's pinnacle geniuses, and finally he fought to a draw with Shangguan Lingyun. Ever since then, the number 1 position of Shangguan Lingyun and him became established. Heh. Today is really an eye-opener. This is the pinnacle battle of the fierce Gale world's junior generation. Missing out on today, one would have to wait until who knows when. At this time, everyone seemed to have already forgotten what the original objective of this spouse-finding martial competition was, and everyone was lost in this pinnacle battle. Facing someone such as Zhao Qinggan, Yi Yuan's expression was also a never-before as grave. Yi Yuan was self-confident but not conceited. Zhao Qinggan was indeed the most powerful foe that he had encountered up to this date. The current Zhao Qinggan was akin to a fiend god descending. A simple starting stance was actually utilized to such a miraculous realm by him. One could see that Zhao Qinggan's comprehension towards the path of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. If his conjectures were correct, the true intent that Zhao Qinggan comprehended was precisely related to the spear. Yi Yuan knew the terror of this spear and would obviously not slight it. Only to see him pointing to the skies with his sword, his figure transforming into 9 figures. It was precisely the Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan had already not used the 9 sword stance for a long time. Compared to the 1,000 flowing petals, its power was indeed slightly weaker. But the 9 sword stance also had merits that the 1,000 flowing petals could not match up to, and that was hard to capture movement technique as well as powerful singular offensive might. The 1,000 flowing petals was the sort of sneaking in during the nighttime without making any sound, while the 9 sword stance was that sort of explosive style powerful. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's comprehension of the supreme true intent growing deeper by the day, his application of the 9 sword stance had a new addition. Not only was the 9 swords stance not eliminated, but it also became another one of Yi Yuan's killing move instead. And today, the 9 swords stance saw the light of day yet again. Tyrant Martial Howling Cloud Spear, Shadow, Carnage. Zhao Qinggan enunciated each word. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 swords stance. At practically the same instant, Yi Yuan's also uttered nonchalantly. The next moment, a shocking scene which left everyone staring with their mouths agape happened. On the stage, there were spear shadows and sword lights everywhere, leaving everyone unable to feast their eyes fully on it. Zhao Qinggan's spear shadows were grand and boundless, overwhelming power and might. Yi Yuan's sword lights dotted the skies like stars, being all-pervasive. Spear shadows and sword lights continuously clashed in the air, dissipating. They were colliding and dispersing continuously. The spear shadows and sword lights each occupied half of the platform. For a time, it was actually evenly matched. So strong. Is this the strength of pinnacle geniuses? Seriously too strong. In one breath, how many swords and spears do they want to unleash? 7th Prince's spear shadows, if anybody else were standing on the stage, they would probably have countless holes pierced through already, right? Also, Ji Qing's sword lights, what kind of martial technique is this? To actually release sword lights with 9 phantom images at the same time. Could it be that these 9 phantasms are all real bodies? Actually, from a certain degree, Ji Qing has already won. He's a full major realm lower than His Highness, the 7th Prince, and he actually fought to a draw with His Highness, the 7th Prince. This shows that, in terms of concepts comprehension, Ji Qing surpassed His Highness far too much. However, His Highness, the 7th Prince, already comprehended true intent. What on earth did he, Ji Qing, comprehend? Yi Yuan's performance already completely surpassed everyone's understanding. Martial artists who comprehended true intent were invincible existences among those of the same generation. Unless the opponent likewise comprehended true intent, otherwise one would only get mauled. All along, it had only been Zhao Qinggan leaping ranks to challenge others. But today he was forced to such an extent by Yi Yuan with half-step C transformation realm strength. Indeed, from a certain degree he was already utterly defeated, except that the result from a fight was never something that can be determined with certainty. The strong would not possibly pity the weak either. Once they stepped onto the stage, one would only see the outcome and not look at the process. The advantage of Zhao Qinggan's realm was reflected very quickly. He launched spear after spear wildly, squandering his essence energy. The balance on the stage was broken, only to see those power spear shadows gradually overshadow the sword lights. Zhao Qinggan actually became more valiant as he fought. The unleashing of spears became increasingly faster too. The spear shadows continuously engulfed the sword lights, gradually reducing Yi Yuan's boundary. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruyan was practically on the verge of suffocating. Her fingernails already sunk deep into the flesh, cutting into her palm. But she was oblivious. Very soon, spear shadows occupied the greater half of the platform. Yi Yuan's defense radius only had an extremely small piece left. Everyone held their breaths. Once the spear shadows breached the sword lights, Yi Yuan's outcome would be being impaled by spear shadows. Mustn't have anything happen. Muse. Xiao Ruyan's tears failed to live up to her expectations and flowed down once more. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, two slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. One person was poised and elegant, possessing a remarkable aura of kings. It was actually a peak divine traversing realm martial artist. The other person's strength was slightly inferior, but he also had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. Such characters naturally had exceedingly high statuses in the capital. If a character like Xiao Changfeng were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these two people were precisely two characters who could summon wind and call rain in the capital. Shangguan family's family head, Shangguan Wenrui, and the Xue family's family head, Xue Hongfei. Hongfei, what are your thoughts? Shangguan Wenrui opened his mouth to ask as his gaze was staring intently at the spear shadows and sword lights in the distance. Zhao Qinggan's strength grows with each passing day. He's already much stronger compared to the last time he publicly made a move. Xue Hongfei said. I'm not asking about that. Ji Qing possesses the origin spirit 9 transformations. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. Xue Hongfei sighed lightly and said, I was also taken aback from shock when I saw earlier. But this shouldn't have been stolen from the Xue family. Ji Qing's attainments in the origin spirit 9 transformations are even greater than mine. This disciple that Star Abyss took in is simply powerful until it makes people despair. Shangguan Wenrui shot a nonchalant glance at Xue Hanfei and said, I heard that a young man from the Endless World infiltrated into the capital. And this young man once killed the Lan family tribe's middle-stage C transformation realm martial artist in the level 5 Gale region with first-level crystal formation realm strength. Xue Hongfei's expression froze briefly. You mean that? Ji Qing is that youth? Impossible. I also suspected this matter before. But the news from the Xiao family says that Xiao Changfeng tested Ji Qing's divine soul before. He's indeed somebody from the fierce Gale world. I naturally know that. But don't you feel that this young man is very fishy? In our fierce Gale world, other than the Wind Emperor, who else can groom such a monstrous genius? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. This? Xue Hongfei thought carefully. There really was something not quite right. Xue Hongfei pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He startled awake abruptly and looked at Shangguan Wenrui in disbelief. Shangguan Wenrui gave a faint smile and knew that Xue Hongfei understood his meaning. Brother Wenrui is farsighted, not what Hongfei can match up to. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile. Zhao Tianyin has reigned for many years and is no longer far from ascending to the divine realm. The battle for the next Wind Emperor has already gradually surfaced. There is bound to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger between Yuner and Zhao Chenggan. However, this suddenly emerged Ji Qing thoroughly upset the initially stalemated situation. If today Xue Hongfei took a look at the intense fighting in the distance. Yi Yuan's situation was already in imminent danger. However, this situation currently it's probably very hard for Ji Qing to be ascertained a victory, right? Maybe not. Spear shadows which blotted out the sky and earth repressed Yi Yuan's 9 figures into a very tiny radius area. Currently, Yi Yuan was akin to a small boat hanging by a thread in the ocean, possibly overturned by the tides and winds at any moment. But Yi Yuan's sword lights were still not the slightest bit slow. Sword light versus spear shadow was at a disadvantage initially. The sword emphasized grace and agility, while the spear stressed on momentum akin to 30,000 caddies. Plus, Yi Yuan's realm was not the same with Zhao Chenggan's. Him being suppressed was also something very normal. Haha! I'll see how you will hide. Go and die. Zhao Chenggan was unbelievably excited right now. As long as he broke Yi Yuan's sword lights, he was dead for sure. While talking, Zhao Chenggan mustered essence energy even more feverishly. The spear shadows became even more frenzied. Just a little bit more and Yi Yuan's sword lights were about to be broken. However, Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if he was oblivious to the danger. The defense circle became increasingly smaller, tinier and tinier. Finally, those countless spear shadows finally broke the limits, stabbing ruthlessly towards Yi Yuan's 9 figures. Ah! Many people gave a shocked exclamation as if seeing the outcome of Yi Yuan staining the stage in blood. Right at the critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly blasted out from the spear shadows. 9 swords returned to 1 half-moon slash. Yi Yuan's voice rang out faintly as if giving that streak of light an enormous power. The spear shadows which filled the skies actually could not inch forward anymore. Those overwhelmingly powerful spear shadows actually gradually subsided under this streak of light. Chi. A half-moon-shaped sword light sweeping along with tremendous amounts of energy dispersed those innumerable spear shadows. And not only did the charging momentum of the sword light not diminish, but it also became increasingly faster instead. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan's expression changed dramatically. How could he still live if he was slashed by this gigantic half-moon-shaped sword light? In a panic, how could Zhao Qinggan still be bothered with displaying spear shadow carnage? He hurriedly pulled back his spear and moved sideways. The sword light swept past his body with a whoosh. That threatening sword chi shredded Zhao Qinggan's protective essence energy into tattered bits. It was also that Zhao Qinggan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would be split into 2 parts right now already. Looking at the ground again, the platform already had a deep ravine slashed into it by this colossal half-moon-shaped sword light with scattered pieces of rock everywhere, looking very horrific. Below the platform, it was dead quiet, as if they were hit by an immobility talisman. Zhao Qinggan's body was stinging with fiery pain. Although that sword chi was unable to harm his foundation, it gave him considerable wounds. Each injury was reminding him that he had just brushed past the god of death. Zhao Qinggan was looking at Yi Yuan rather blankly, somewhat befuddled by the current situation. He clearly had victory in grasp already. Why did this situation suddenly had a 180-degree turnabout, hitting him from heaven to hell all at once? Hey! Did you see what happened just now clearly? Didn't see clearly. My eyes were freaking blinded. Was this a freaking skill released by a crystal formation realm martial artist? I think that the skill, even if Soul Sea realm powerhouses were standing opposite, the person would also be cleaved into 2 halves, right? After a long time, waves of commotions and exclamations sounded from below the platform. The shock that this attack dealt him was too intense. Ha! Leaving no route for escape so that one would fight desperately to win. This absolute strike back is too beautiful. Shangguan Wenrui praised. Accumulating momentum with the sword, flourishing with extreme decline. This boy is truly monstrous. This path of amassing momentum is patented by spear users. But it was unleashed by Yi Yuan. This slap is really resounding. Shui Hongfei sighed with admiration. If this child is really an endless world native, he would truly be our fierce Gale world's calamitous disaster. No matter what, this child can't be kept, Shangguan Wenrui suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked at the Zhao Qinggan who was still suffering from shock, and said with a faint smile, "Ran pretty quick? Eh? This move today, consider it as teaching you for free of charge. When you go back, you got to comprehend it well." Even if Zhao Qinggan's face was thick, he was flushing with shame currently. He naturally understood what Yi Yuan was talking about. This slap was really resounding in his ears. Yi Yuan's half-moon slash was actually born from that final attack when facing off against Tianyu. Yi Yuan fused it into the 9-sword stance. But if he unleashed this attack right from the start, its power would be far from as powerful as right now. The process of sword light clashing against spear shadows was actually the process of Yi Yuan accumulating momentum all along. Only after waiting until the sword light was broken and Yi Yuan released all of the amassed sword intent was there such a matchlessly powerful attack. Zhao Qinggan's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. The most important thing about using a spear was accumulating momentum. How could he possibly not know? Spear Shadow Carnage, the power of this move was extremely great. His starting stance was actually accumulating momentum. Yet it was precisely because this move was extremely powerful that when Zhao Qinggan wanted to merge these innumerable spear momentums into the final spear, he could not do it no matter what. But something that he, this spear-playing user, could not do, Yi Yuan who used a sword did it. This could not be said to not be a kind of irony. This match today undoubtedly gave Zhao Qinggan a genuine battle with immense referencing value. As long as he went back to study it in detail, perhaps he might really be able to fuse the accumulated momentum into spear shadow carnage one day. Ji Qing, don't you get cocky. Our fight has only just begun. Just now. Was only merely a warm-up, Zhao Qinggan said with a black face. Clearly, he was truly enraged this time. Haha, of course I know that it's only starting now. Earlier, I let you dodge that move. Next time. There won't be such good luck, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Humph. That's also what I want to say to you, Zhao Qinggan said with a cold snort. This exchange made everyone become speechless. That was just a warm-up? If they really fought, wouldn't it tear down this entire plaza? The might of geniuses is indeed not what the likes of us can make wild guesses about. Similarly, a sea transformation realm martial artist, 100 of me added together is not 7th Prince's match either. Most importantly, 100 of you added up is not even as powerful as that one 7th level crystal formation realm. He's a monster. I really want to see where his limits lie. Yi Yuan's potential was seemingly limitless. Each time you thought that this was his limit, he would break through his limits again the next fight, reaching a brand new height. Now, the surrounding spectators were long unconcerned about who would win and who would lose, and was also indifferent to who Xiao Ruyan would marry in the end. What they were most concerned with was just what extent Yi Yuan could perform to. Could Yi Yuan defeat the number 1 expert, Zhao Qinggang, and replace him to become the Fierce Gale world's rookie king? In the foreseeable future, as long as Yi Yuan did not die today, the future position of Wind Emperor was his for sure. Under everyone's eyes, Zhao Qinggan pointed his spear at Yi Yuan again. This time, he actually raised his spear with one hand over his head, while the other hand with his fingers as swords, pointing them at Yi Yuan. Very soon an abnormal atmosphere started to undulate out. Everybody had yet to recover from Yi Yuan's attack earlier, but at this time was forcefully pulled back to reality by this sort of peculiar atmosphere. Zhao Qinggan stood there like a statue without moving a hint for a long time. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Regarding Zhao Qinggan's next attack, he instinctively felt out of the ordinary. Not just Yi Yuan, practically all the martial artists at the plaza could feel it. What martial technique is this? Why does it make me feel like the air is about to solidify? Wasn't His Highness, the 7th Prince's strongest move spear shadow carnage? What martial technique is this? Are you a pig? How long has it already been since 7th Prince used martial techniques in front of everyone? Such a long time. Did you think that His Highness, the 7th Prince, would remain marching on the spot? Yeah. Most likely, between Shangguan Lingyun and 7th Prince, they are unaware of each other's depths now. But without question, these two persons' strength is unfathomable right now. In the plaza, martial artists with slightly weaker strength all felt that breathing was rather difficult. But that terror in their hearts could not be repressed no matter what. Swoosh! Yi Yuan suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhao Qinggan's body, which had not moved for a long while, finally moved slightly, only to see his upper body rotate slightly, but his sword finger turned to another position. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared again, and Zhao Qinggan's spear and sword finger were still pointing at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together once more. This probing action earlier finally let Yi Yuan confirm that he was totally locked on by Zhao Qinggan. Big brother, what is this move of His Highness's? Why does it give people such a repressing feeling? Shangguan Lingshua's brows were also tightly locked. Evidently, she felt rather uncomfortable too. Shangguan Lingyun's expression was solemn as he said, "The last time I fought with him was already a matter of 3 years ago. Looks like these 3 years he wasn't idling either. Ji Qing is in danger." What? Shangguan Lingxue exclaimed in shock. How can you be so certain? Ji Qing, he is so strong. He can't possibly be in trouble, right? Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said if Ji Qing had Sea Transformation Realm strength, even if it was only first level Sea Transformation Realm, breaking this move isn't hard. But sadly, even after using Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he only has a strength at the half-step Sea Transformation Realm. Why is this so? I feel that realm doesn't seem to be that important to Ji Qing. Half-step Sea Transformation and Sea Transformation Realm might perhaps be a huge difference to others, but to Ji Qing it doesn't seem to make any difference, right? Shangguan Lingxue asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Linyun shook his head again. The more so for showdowns between experts, the more important realm is. Zhao Qinggan and my realm have always been more or less the same. Neither shook the other off. Don't you find that strange? Only with Shangguan Lingyun saying that did Shangguan Lingxue felt rather odd. Although these two people's strength were well matched, it could not be that they were also walking together in terms of cultivation in essence energy, right? These few years, the two of them virtually always broke through realms at the same time. Recalling now, it was really quite strange. Shangguan Lingyun continued talking. Martial artist's realm is external. Everyone can see at a glance, and it simply can't be concealed. But comprehension towards concepts is internal. Each day that we don't face off, I'll not know how much he comprehended. But I can confirm that even if there a gap between the two of us, it's only just between millimeters too. Hence, the two of us would have a mutual understanding to maintain a similar realm. We all know that once one side's breakthrough speeds up, the other side will also risk his life to break through. Because as long as one side breaks through first, the other wouldn't be a match at all. But even though Ji Qing's realm isn't high, he still hold the advantage earlier. Shangguan Lingxue said uncertainly. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh. Between Ji Qing and Zhao Qinggan, it is not as balanced as between Zhao Qinggan and me. The reason why Ji Qing can persist until now is by relying entirely on his concept's comprehension, which is a cut above the rest. And his greatest shortfall is his realm. Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Lingyun continued again. Just now, Ji Qing already probed Zhao Qinggan. He's unable to shake off Zhao Qinggan's vital energy lock-on. With Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension, as long as he has a C transformation realm strength, he can absolutely get rid of Zhao Qinggan's lock-on. But now, he must forcefully resist this blow from Zhao Qinggan head-on, and forcefully withstanding this attack face-on. Even I will die for sure. What? Even you'll die for sure too? How is this possible? Shangguan Lingxue turned pale with fright. Even the Shangguan Lingyun who was ranked equally with Zhao Qinggan said that it was a certain death. Just how horrifying was the power of this attack. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. Then do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow? Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. I don't know. I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Qinggan, this is a more terrifying adversary, because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face. Although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan had already not had a frontal battle for a long time, everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream. Divine Soul Attack, Absolute Defense, Thousand Flowing Petals, and Half-Moon Slash. Even the Xue family's ultimate technique, Origin Spirit 9 Transformations, Yi Yuan used it even better than the Xue family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting. Maybe he's preparing some move. Prepare what move? Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly attack. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Qinggan was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. But this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Qinggan was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's accumulated momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Qinggan was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of Spear Shadow Carnage was too hard to amass. Heh, you know that you can't avoid this hit, so you gave up on resisting? But I won't show mercy, Zhao Qinggan said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you wish. Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is heart like still water. That's right. This is absolutely heart like still water. The heart realm that even Zhao Cheng'an is unable to comprehend. This boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wenrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable. He's only 16. Heart like still water, there might not even be 1 in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Shui Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under anticipating eyes, Yi Yuan's 2 palms was gradually brought up from the sides. 2 distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his 2 palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small cluster of pale yellow flames was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly right now. Half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart like still water state in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Cheng'an's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Cheng'an's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant martial howling cloud spear. Glimpse of heaven. Zhao Cheng'an gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven va earth essence energy. Violent to the extreme. Where it passed by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. 2 small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Windfire violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the 2 small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Cheng'an. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Chongfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, "Quick! Quickly dodge!" Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These 2 people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seats. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the 2 people's attacks collided together. Rumble. An explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run. Ah! A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance. But he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Arg! Ar! Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What on earth happened? What the hell did those 2 people do? Ouch! So painful. Is this freaking hell the battle of C Transformation Realm martial artists? When were C Transformation Realm martial artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those 2 people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see it all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light. But they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths passed. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Cheng'an stood with his spear. That appearance was very intimidating. And opposite him, Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away. His clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiaoruyan saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. "Young Master Ji, are you all right?" Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiaoruyan's words. Xiaoruyan was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly. "Little junior brother." Xiaoruyan also panicked when he saw the situation and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. Xiaoruyan hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse. Only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. "Rest assured. Little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted unconscious," Xiaoruyan said with Xiaoruyan. Concern led to panic. Xiaoruyan herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. "All right? That's really great," Xiaoruyan cried from joy. But Xiaoruyan frowned and said, "All right? Does he look all right to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time." Present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing, a single mishap and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? Xiaoruyan's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Cheng'an hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Cheng'an was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently. His expression was without a modicum of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the #1 throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually powerful to such an extent already? Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end. But for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years, and he'll surpass His Highness, the 7th Prince, in all aspects. This battle, Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from 7th Prince, even Soul Sea Realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist, but he fought to such an extent with 7th Prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level C transformation Zhao Cheng'an with strength a major realm lower, he did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Changfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan, and looked at Zhao Cheng'an again. For a time, he did not know how he should announce the results. This match, 7th Prince. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Changfeng said halfway but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiaoruyan was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, "Ji Qing, you finally woke up. Why, you scared me to death." As she said, Xiaoruyan cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, "Ji good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What Master promised you is all accomplished." Xiaoruyan had a doubtful face as she said, "Ji Qing, you clearly already lost." Haha. I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yi Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Cheng'an opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the 7th Prince, won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the #1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth. My God! With his present realm, who can surpass him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the seventh prince could not make it anymore. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. In this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's #1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan. But to the fierce Gale world martial artists, it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, the two of them. But now, Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Ruyan's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao announced the results. Yi Yuan urged, "This." Xiao Chongfeng looked at the Zhao Chenggan lying on the ground and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, "His dantian is already damaged by me. It will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now." "What? Dantian damaged?" Xiao Chongfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt out of the blue. The insufferably arrogant seventh prince actually became a cripple? Once His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you're framing me up? Digging a pit for the Xiao family? Xiao Chongfeng stomped in a rage. But Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, "With my Qixia mountain backing you up? What are you scared of? Oh right, there's still something I forgot to tell you." As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan and said with a faint smile, "Good disciple, come, Ji Qing, in front of the many heroes in the capital today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now." "What? Acknowledge you as her master?" Xiao Chongfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse finding martial competition suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Chongfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Xiao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Xiao family would have to depend on the Qixia mountain lineage. Or else, they would die without a burial ground. "What? Does family head Xiao think that Ji Qing can't teach your daughter?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Chongfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long while did he wave his hand and said, "Forget it. Forget it. My Xiao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation. Who knew that when it reached my, Xiao Chongfeng's, hands, it actually fell to such a plight? The story is played out and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Rian, acknowledge him as your master then." Xiao Chongfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse-finding martial competition would actually develop into such a conclusion. Obtaining her father's permission, the final trace of kink in Xiao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. "Master is high above. Receive disciple Xiao Ruyan's bow." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Ha ha, good disciple. To think that my Ji Qing's first disciple is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it." As he said, Yi Yuan passed Xiao Ruyan a jade slip. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. "Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Xiao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Xiao Ruyan's, both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now, Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys? Yi Yuan is playing it here. Xiao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Xiao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He actually only took her in to be a disciple. Aggravating me to death. Xiao Ruyan is my goddess. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my goddess's dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself. Even though he's Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Xiao Ruyan, who is his peer, he probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious, though, about what are the things inside his jade slip. Heh, what can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining methods. Just that these things, his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Xiao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation, especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy. But regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, how much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Ji. Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan master. Call master, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master. This master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. Haha, you're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within master's duty. What precious. From today onwards you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, master, will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation as well as the yin-yang separation flow technique and the Tri-Origins samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. Enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1,000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was, cultivating to alchemy king Reem was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and pass down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglin was a near-certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce-scale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he passed these 3 things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too, and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too. Sweeping the contents of the jade slip over, she knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiaoruyan nodded solemnly and said, Rest assured, master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light and still need to head back and recuperate about. You follow me back to Qixia Mountain then. Xiaoruyan nodded slightly and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at Shihauren. The party was just about to leave when all of a sudden, a dozen over figures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses. And looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine traversing realm martial artist. Ding Liang, what are you here for? When Shihauren saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to Shihauren and said indifferently, The Dark Shadow Guards are handling affairs. Unrelated personnel quickly leave. Otherwise, kill without amnesty. Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark Shadow Guards. It's actually the most mysterious Dark Shadow Guards under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? So powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the Dark Shadow Guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza, but currently they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. Ding Liang, what the hell are you doing? Shihauren asked again unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang, in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. Shihauren was the number one person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Chenggan not far away and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan, His Highness, the seventh prince, was defeated by you? Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him? Haha, taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me, Ding Liang said with a light laugh. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed, but he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name? Ding Liang said expressionlessly, I didn't call the wrong name. You're well aware in your heart. However, you actually defeated His Highness, the seventh prince, to this extent. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, most likely won't let you return. Shihauren's face fell as he said, Ding Liang, you don't say some things here that make neither head nor tails to confuse the public. Just spit out what you have to say. But if you want to touch little junior brother, go past me first. Ding Liang looked at Shihauren and said with a smile, You call him as your little junior brother repeatedly. Do you know his true identity? Shihauren said with a cold smile. Your meaning is that Master Star Abyss is blind to take little junior brother in as a disciple? Ding Liang's expression faltered slightly. Shihauren bringing out Star Abyss, this great Buddha, involuntarily made him have to reply carefully. Although Star Abyss's realm was similar to his, he was a character that even the Wind Emperor dreaded. Moreover, Star Abyss being protective of his people was known to all. If one really infuriated him, he would do anything. Of course, I don't have this meaning, but maybe Lord Star Abyss is also kept in the dark. Ding Liang obviously would not fall for it. Humph. If little junior brother really deceived Master Star Abyss, there will naturally be his elderly self to punish. When did it come to your Dark Shadow Guards to carry out a superfluous action? Little junior brother. Let's go, Shihauren said with a cold snort. As he said, Shihauren brought his fellow apprentices and prepared to circle around Ding Liang to leave. How could Ding Liang let them go? With a slight shift in footsteps, he blocked in front of them again. Shi Haoran's brows furrowed and his tone gradually chilled. Ding Liang, are you bent on instigating antagonism between the royal family and the Alchemist Association? Ding Liang shook his head and said, Alchemy King Shi doesn't need to be like this. Ding Liang is also here on orders. Your little junior brother is a spy who had infiltrated from the endless world. This point is already conclusive beyond all doubt. If Alchemy King Shi doesn't believe, you can ask him yourself. Shi Haoran's heart plummeted and was invariably caught in a dilemma. In truth, through Ding Liang's words earlier, Shi Haoran already had some suspicions, but he was still not willing to believe that this was true from the bottom of his heart. After musing for a moment, Shi Haoran forcefully pressed down the doubts in his heart and said to Ding Liang, This matter is much too important. Want to ask, it's also not my turn to ask. I'll bring little junior brother back right now. Master Star Abyss, he will handle it impartially. Ding Liang's face fell and wished that he could kill Shi Haoran with one palm. Handle my ass impartially. If you bring this boy back, you all will close your doors to handle impartially. At that time, do I have to go before Star Abyss to ask for him? No way. This matter is already investigated clearly. Alchemy King Shi has no need to go back and ask Lord Star Abyss. I'm bringing away Yi Yuan right now. When the time comes, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, will explain to Lord Star Abyss personally. Ding Liang said immediately. I said earlier, wanna touch little junior brother. Pass me first. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. Shi Haoran said angrily. You. Ding Liang was so angered that he was spouting smoke from 7 orifices. As they spoke, both parties' gunpowder smell gradually thickened, with the manner of a single word of disagreement, and they would fight. But, if they really fought, Yi Yuan's side would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. The other party not only had Ding Liang, this divine traversing realm powerhouse, but the others were also mostly Soul Sea realm experts too. Yi Yuan's side were all a bunch of alchemists. How could they be the Dark Shadow Guard's match? Fine. I'll expose his identity in front of everybody. See how you still defend him. Lan Hu, come out for me. Ding Liang howled. A figure appeared in front of everyone. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his face could not help changing too. That last trace of a fluke was also all gone. Long time no see, Yi Yuan. In order to find you, I flipped the entire capital over these past few months. I didn't think that you'd actually be right under my eyelids, and even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple. If not for today, I was seized with a sudden impulse to come here and take a look at the spouse-finding martial competition. I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know when you escape back to the endless world. Although Lan Hu said it smilingly, anyone could tell the fury in his words. These words said by Lan Hu was not in any way exaggerated. These few months he would go to the city gates and keep watch there, hoping to discover Yi Yuan. Yet, several months went by, and he did not even have any hint of information. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan not only entered the capital long ago, but Yi Yuan also even became Sovereign Star Abyss's 8th disciple. This discovery made him depressed until he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Lan Hu, Yi Yuan knew that his tracks were ultimately still exposed. Knowing that he could not conceal it, Yi Yuan gave a faint sigh and said, So, it's Lan Hu, huh? It's really been a long time since we've met. I didn't think that you'd actually pay such close attention to my affairs. When Yi Yuan's words came out, the facial expressions of Shi Haoran and the others changed drastically. This was equivalent to him acknowledging the matter of being a spy. How is this possible? I clearly investigated your divine soul before. All of the characteristics were exactly identical with us fierce Gale World martial artists. By the side, Xiao Chongfeng's face already turned deathly pale, and still did not dare to quite believe it until now. Hearing these words, Ding Liang had a doubtful look too. His realm was much higher than Xiao Chongfeng's, and could sense that Yi Yuan's divine soul was no different from fierce Gale World martial artists. If not for Lan Hu seeing Yi Yuan before with his own eyes, it was utterly impossible for him to suspect Yi Yuan. In truth, if not for this point, perhaps Yi Yuan would have been exposed long ago. It was impossible to be arrogant under their eyelids until now. Among the people that Yi Yuan came into contact with, many were high-tier martial artists and could very easily detect the abnormality of his divine soul. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Haha. That's very simple. As he said, Yi Yuan's divine soul underwent a minute transformation. But everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Everybody's eyes went wide and stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even the sovereign-level powerhouse, Ding Liang's pupils constricted. He was evidently abnormally shocked. Haha, nothing is impossible. It's just slightly altering the characteristics of the divine soul, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Only after a long while did everyone recover from the shock. Ding Liang said with a solemn voice, Sure Haoran, you saw it too. What else is there to say? This child's talent is even more monstrous than Shangguan Lingyun and His Highness, the Seventh Prince. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to leave. Or else, he's bound to be my fierce-scale world's mortal malady in the future. Sure Haoran's expression flickered ceaselessly. Clearly, his heart was endlessly conflicted. Yi Yuan suddenly said, Many thanks for eldest senior brothers and seniors' care these few days. Little brother is also helpless. That's why I hid my identity. Today's matter will be shouldered by little brother alone. Eldest senior brother, please return. At this juncture, Sure Haoran falling out and becoming enemies with him was an extremely normal thing. Yi Yuan obviously would not bear enmity against him. On the contrary, he was very grateful for Sure Haoran's care this period of time. Sure Haoran's the sort of shielding one's shortcomings very much matched Yi Yuan's appetite. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that Sure Haoran suddenly blocked in front of him and said to Ding Liang, No matter who he is, he's my little junior brother. You want to bring him away, sure. But I have to bring him back to Xianxia Mountain first and let Master Star Abyss deal with him first. Before anything else, he's my little junior brother. Nobody can think about touching a hair of his. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from Sure Haoran angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. Sure Haoran already thought it through currently and was no longer conflicted. He immediately said coolly, I'm only saying to wait until he returns to Xianxia Mountain. I didn't say to let him back to the fierce-scale world either. What are you kicking up a fuss for? You're aware of Master Star Abyss's character. If I hand Yi Yuan to you today, I'll die very horribly when I return, while you likewise won't feel nice. Ding Liang could not help choking up. Star Abyss's sanctions were still fresh in everyone's minds. Humph! Let's go! Seeing Ding Liang waver, Sure Haoran gave a cold snort and was about to bring them away. Wait a minute. Ding Liang suddenly woke up and gave a loud cry. Sure Haoran? Don't you compel me to use force. As he said, the aura of divine traversing realm released. Everyone's faces changed. The oppression of a divine traversing realm was not a joke. Ding Liang did not even make a move yet, and everyone already had a feeling like the heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Even breathing was very laborious, as if somebody was clutching their throats. What was the notion of divine traversing realm? This was basically the pinnacle existence for lower realm martial artists. A character that stood at the very peak of the food chain. An existence like the spire of a pyramid. Once such a character made a move, ordinary people utterly did not have the chance to resist. Even Soul Sea realm martial artists were also ant-like existences in front of divine traversing realms. When Ding Liang demonstrated his power, Sure Haoran's face changed too. He was not an arrogant and conceited person. In front of Ding Liang, he did not have the leeway to retaliate at all. But in order to bring little junior brother back to Xianxia Mountain today, he was ready to risk it all. This was something that must be done by someone of the Star Abyss tutelage. Want to punish, it was also punishment by their own people. When was it other people's turn to punish? Everyone had their own insistence, and Sure Haoran's insistence was the pride of Star Abyss's line as well as protection towards their own people. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. Sure Haoran's words revealed an icy-cold intent. Ding Liang suddenly let out a sigh and said, Sure Haoran, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has already issued the order to be sure to bring Yi Yuan away. Apologies, I can only offend. Only to see him wave his sleeves grandly. An enormous force sent Sure Haoran flying out. Pooh work. Sure Haoran crashed heavily onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Eldest senior brother. Seeing Sure Haoran sustain injuries, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Ding Liang did not hesitate in the slightest and took this chance to directly reach his hand out and grab at Yi Yuan. A horrifying oppressive power directly shackled Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually could not move at all and could only let Ding Liang capture at his discretion. But at this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback from shock and yelled out, "Ruyan, get away from me!" Xiao Rian's hands stretched out and turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words, but she shut her eyes, a manner of waiting for death. "Regardless of who you are, you're my Xiao Ruyan's master. I can't watch you die." Ding Liang. "Wanna kill, you kill me together too," Xiao Rian reproached daintily. "Humph, ignorant child. To actually help an enemy from another world. I still have some trepidation towards Shirhaoren, but just with a little baby girl who's still wet behind her ears like yourself. Do you really take me to not dare to kill you? Since you wish to die, I'll help you achieve your aim," Ding Liang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was so anxious that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed, "You dumbass. Quickly get lost for me. Do you hear?" Yi Yuan was suppressed dead by Ding Liang's aura and completely could not move at all. And that battle with Zhao Qinggan prior to this, his wounds were extremely severe. Now, he completely did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ding Liang wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan was simply as easy as blowing away dust. Could it be that he had to watch Xiao Ruyan die before him helplessly? Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Ding Liang's figure was suddenly totally blocked. A large fatty suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Ruyan. It was precisely second senior brother, Tang Xi. Tang Xi looked at Ding Liang calmly as he said coolly, "Ding Liang, kill me together too. I want to see how many people can you kill today." As he said, the other 5 seniors blocked in front of Yi Yuan too, covering him solidly. At this instant, Yi Yuan's eyes unwittingly became somewhat wet. These seniors clearly knew that he was someone from another world, yet they actually barricaded in front of him without any hesitation. This gratitude, Yi Yuan probably could not cut it off in this lifetime no matter what. "Humph. Who says that I must kill you guys? Just the likes of the few of you also wish to get in the way of me capturing this boy." Ding Liang gave a cold snort and lightly slapped out a palm. Immediately, violent winds howled, sending everyone flying. The strength of a divine traversing realm martial artist was simply inexorable. Poo work. Yi Yuan was originally already heavily injured. At this time, injuries piled on top of injuries and he could not hold back the sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spewed out. A blur before his eyes. A silhouette appeared before him. "Really can't tell that you, boy, actually have such charm to make so many people willingly die for you. However, I want to see who else can stop me from capturing you now," Ding Liang said lightly with his hands behind his back. Yi Yuan's complexion was as pale as paper and was already very frail. He looked at Ding Liang cold and detachedly and said coolly, "Ding Liang, right? If I don't die today, there will definitely come the day where you'll regret it." Ding Liang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Yi Yuan spoke very calmly. But the calmer he was, the more enraged it meant he currently was. If not for Tang Xi earlier, Xiao Ruyan would already be a dead person. Ding Liang was wary of the identities of Shirhaoren and the others, but he completely thought nothing of Xiao Ruyan. What capitals dual absolutes? In the eyes of a character like Ding Liang, it was a joke. When needed, he did not mind ruthlessly destroying a flower at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ding Liang's brows involuntarily knitted. He said with a cold smile, "Young man, you're thinking too much. Don't forget where you are right now. This place is the fierce Gale world, not the endless world. Even if I let you leave today, do you think that you can escape from the capital? In here, everyone is your enemy. You alone are facing an entire small world. Hence, don't hold any chances in your heart. You won't have the opportunity to take revenge." Ding Liang did not suspect Yi Yuan's words and also did not feel that Yi Yuan's words had any laughable areas. Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Qinggan, who was a full major realm higher than him with 7th level crystal formation realm cultivation. Such monstrous talent surpassing him in the future was practically set in stone. Yet, the Wind Emperor would not give him the opportunity. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Yi Yuan was extremely feeble right now and already could not be bothered to carry out meaningless arguments with Ding Liang. He shut his eyes and slowly revolved his skill to refine the medicinal strength. All right, it's late. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is most likely already anxious from waiting. Take a trip with me, Ding Lian said. His hand reached towards Yi Yuan once more. Ding Lian, you treated my disciples in such a manner. Have you made the preparations to receive my wrath? Right then, a cold voice suddenly sounded out and transmitted into everyone's ears. When Shirhauren and the others heard this voice, they could not help becoming overjoyed. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. Master! Shirhauren and the others called out in one voice. A figure stood in the air, facing Ding Liang across a distance. Who could it be but Star Abyss? Lord Star Abyss. Seeing Star Abyss, Ding Liang also involuntarily lowered his proud head. Regardless where, the status of alchemists was exceptionally venerated. Even in the fierce-scale world where alchemy skills had declined, an alchemy sovereign powerhouse like Star Abyss still had a lofty status. The reason was none other than because the medicinal pills required by divine traversing realm experts, only Star Abyss could refine them. This was the reason behind the pride of Shirhauren and the others. What kind of existence alchemy sovereign powerhouses were? One just had to look at the medicinal theory class Yi Yuan studied back then at the Dan Wu Academy to understand this point. A theory foundation left behind by an alchemy sovereign became the holy scripture that the entire continent pursued. This was a character that could leave behind a legend on a plane. An era might have many, many divine traversing realm powerhouses. But the number of alchemy sovereign powerhouses were scanty few. Star Abyss's status in the entire fierce-scale world could be seen at a glance. Ding Liang, you beat up all of my 8 disciples until heavy injuries today. This account, do I find you to settle it? Or should I go and claim from Zhao Tunin? Star Abyss said coolly. Ding Liang sweated heavily. He did not think that Star Abyss would actually arrive so quickly. This time it was not easy to wind this matter up. Ding Liang was a little too rash. But Lord Star Abyss, this new disciple of yours is the Endless World spy. Lord Wind Emperor gave a death order to definitely bring him back to interrogate. Ding Liang was helpless and could only bring out Wind Emperor. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Yi Yuan's matter? I'll go explain to Zhao Tianyin myself. Now you can leave. I'm afraid that this is inappropriate, right? Ding Liang did not think that Star Abyss was actually so unyielding. For a spy from another world, he actually did not even give face to the Wind Emperor. Star Abyss shot him an indifferent glance and said, Then, are you prepared to take care of me together too? Ding Liang was shocked and hurriedly said, Dare not, dare not. Even if Ding Liang's guts were any greater, I wouldn't dare to make a move against Lord Star Abyss either. But Star Abyss no longer bothered with him and said to his disciples directly, Support your little junior brother and follow me. Ding Liang's heart was gloomy. Indeed, like master, like disciple. This master and disciple's way of handling things was simply carved from the same mold. They were directly treating him like heir. But Ding Liang daring to make a move against Shirhauren and the rest did not mean that he dared to attack Star Abyss. Making a move against Shirhauren and the rest still had room for maneuver. But making a move against Star Abyss's actual person was equivalent to the royal family and the Alchemist Association breaking away completely. With the Alchemist Association's rallying power, forget about them, these divine traversing realm experts, having to chance to have any medicinal pill to use in the future. Most likely, in the entire fierce-scale world, no martial artists could get medicinal pills. Even the Xiao family and Tong family, these alchemy families who depended on the royal family, they would probably close down their stores very soon as well. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss would actually shield him so domineeringly, making him feel a warmth in his heart. Although the current Yi Yuan was just a small character in the war between two worlds, his monstrous talent had already been revealed. The Wind Emperor would not let him leave easily. Star Abyss saying this was tantamount to falling out with the Wind Emperor. Such resolve. How could Yi Yuan not appreciate the kindness? You caused an uproar in the capital actually just to take in a disciple? Star Abyss transmitted his voice. Thick displeasure was revealed in his words. Very clearly, stirring up this situation was not what he wished to see. To be able to send Yi Yuan away noiselessly, that was the best outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan was simply not a law-abiding person and actually caused storms to rage throughout the entire capital for a girl. Even more damnable was that Yi Yuan defeated everyone, but the final outcome was not to hug a beauty back but just to accept a disciple. This sort of powerful and unconstrained style of doing things also made Star Abyss this titan thunderstruck until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "For real men, some things are necessary while other things absolutely mustn't be done. Since we're friends, how can I watch her jump into a fire pit helplessly? It's just that I never thought that thorough considerations would have an oversight. There was actually still somebody who recognizes me in the capital." Forget it, forget it. Don't know what kind of fortune this little girl garnered in her previous life to actually be able to encounter a person like you. Follow me back first. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. You actually wasted Zhao Chengon. The Wind Emperor most likely won't leave the matter at that. Star Abyss heaved a sigh. Great grace can't be thanked with words. Today's matter, Yi Yuan remembered it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's there to thank? If you were really a spy, I wouldn't care less about you. It's just, who asked you to be somebody that Master, his elderly self, holds in high esteem?" Star Abyss said with a sigh. Haha. Didn't think that one day Yi Yuan would actually receive Li Daohong's grace, Yi Yuan said with a self-ridiculing laugh. Star Abyss had just brought everyone and walked not far out when he discovered a silhouette blocking their path. This scene happened too unreal, making everyone unwittingly feel their eyes blurring. Because just earlier there was clearly nobody there. But the next instant, a person suddenly popped up there, as if he appeared out of thin air. Such a bizarre thing involuntarily made people feel a chill down their spine. Looking at the arrival, Star Abyss's expression had an indescribable graveness. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and already had some guesses about this person's identity. Star Abyss, although your alchemist association isn't under my rule, harboring people from another world like this truly make us bitterly disappointed. The person opened his mouth and said apathetically. This person that showed up bizarrely was actually the absolute sovereign of the Fierce Gale world, the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianin. And he was also the Fierce Gale world's one and only boundless realm martial artist. An existence that looked down upon myriad worlds, Zhao Tianin's age did not look old. Still maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged person. Seemed like in his younger days he was already an extremely powerful existence. Of course, if he was not a peerlessly talented person, how could he possibly break through to the boundless realm in the lower realms and attain the position of the Wind Emperor? Zhao Tianin wore a casual dragon robe. Apart from this, there were not too many ornaments, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. It actually gave people a feeling of returning to one's original simplicity. Star Abyss sucked in a deep breath and said in a slightly low voice, "Since you know that the Alchemist Association isn't under your jurisdiction, why did you dare to touch my disciples?" Even an existence like Star Abyss, when facing a boundless realm powerhouse, felt immense pressure too. One had to know that under such an environment like the lower realms, boundless realm represented invincibility. Even peak divine traversing realm martial artists were only just slightly stronger ants in front of the boundless realm Wind Emperor. If not for this, why would the Grand Yen True Sect need to sacrifice countless divine traversing realm martial artists to cast the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array back then? Zhao Tianin ruminated for a moment and said coolly, "Looks like you knew his identity long ago." "My own disciple, of course I know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now?" Star Abyss said. "Although you're the Alchemist Association's chairman, you're also born and bred in the Fierce Gale world. Is what you're doing here treating this land that raised you fairly? 1. I didn't do anything that let down the Fierce Gale world. 2nd, my disciple also didn't do anything to let down the Fierce Gale world. The so-called conspiracy theories are completely conceived out of your own imagination. My disciple only came to save his seniors. Being serious, my disciple came to the Fierce Gale world still because the Swift Wind Guards captured his seniors. Isn't it so? But you also saw this child's strength. If we let him leave unchecked, he'll be my Fierce Gale world's mortal malady. Once he leaves, there will be many, many Fierce Gale world brave warriors that will die in his hands next time. You're also a titan of a world. Don't you consider for your people? The two people had a lively conversation and were actually like old friends of many years chatting. These two people did not belong to the same group. Although they knew each other for many years, they were not some old friends. Star Abyss even once caused mayhem in the capital for his disciples' matter and forced the third prince to death. But at their realm and status, every action had the demeanor of an expert and would naturally not look like lower-level martial artists squabbling. Yet, from the contents of their conversation, their opinions clearly could not reach a consensus. The smell of gunpowder gradually thickened as well. This was absolutely not some good news to Yi Yuan's side, and the Wind Emperor's words clearly struck Star Abyss's Achilles' heel. If Yi Yuan returned to the Endless World, there would bound to be many fierce-scale world martial artists who would die in his hands in the future. In such a war between two worlds, nobody could detach themselves from it. Yi Yuan could enter deep into the fierce-scale world today for his seniors. He would surely have to kill people for his close ones in the future. And Yi Yuan's potential was seriously too scary. This point no one could refute. These words that the Wind Emperor said was actually equivalent to admitting that he dreaded Yi Yuan very much. Humph! Posing as someone with high morals, Yi Yuan suddenly said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. In this world, there was actually somebody who dared to provoke the Wind Emperor. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, this goal was also too fat. Even if Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Qinggan before the Wind Emperor, he was still nothing at all. As long as the Wind Emperor was willing, he could kill Yi Yuan without even needing a finger. Soulsea Realm. The divine soul communicating with one's essence energy. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy. Divine Traversing Realm. The divine soul and essence energy merge into one, roaming the world freely. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy in a large scope. Boundless Realm. The divine soul gains a preliminary glimpse into the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. One could take control of heaven and earth essence energy within a fixed boundary. Saying that they were controllers was not over the top. Hence, the Wind Emperor wanting to kill Yi Yuan now was practically just a matter of a thought. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Tianyin glanced sideways slightly and looked at Yi Yuan. Everyone's hearts were thumping and had no clue how the Wind Emperor would punish Yi Yuan. Is there wait for you to speak here? Puny little crystal formation martial artist. Saw us and actually dare to not kneel. Zhao Tianyin's dignified voice sounded. Zhao Tianyin was not seen taking any action either. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became berserk and actually squeezed towards Yi Yuan like a cage. This was too sudden. Everyone did not react in time. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt a weight of 30,000 caddies on his shoulders, as if a pair of large hands was forcefully pressing him down to make him kneel. Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and his knees gradually bending. All the bones in his body gave off creaking sounds as he used all the strength in his body to resist. Who the hell are you to also fit to make me kneel down? Yi Yuan's face turned red and he said this sentence word by word. Zhao Tianyin said emotionlessly, We are the ruler of a world. Could it be that we cannot bear a kneel of yours? I, Yi Yuan? Only kneel to parents and don't kneel to the heaven. Compared to the heaven, what do you even count as? As he said, Yi Yuan's jaws were chattering. Each word needed to use his entire body's strength. Yi Yuan's back was already bent, both legs slightly curved, but he stubbornly refused to kneel down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces, including Zhao Tianyin's, all changed. What martial artists practiced was heavenly Tao. What they feared most and held in reverence most was also heavenly Tao. The might of heavenly Tao was what humans simply could not surmise. Yi Yuan actually uttered words like this, simply too unbridled, speaking recklessly of heaven. Truly don't know life from death. With your strength, how do you know the terror of heaven? Zhao Tianyin said. Zhao Tianyin, you're still not staying your hand yet. Humiliating my disciple like today. You have to make preparations to receive my wrath. Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan's agonizing state, and his heart pounded. Speaking recklessly about heaven? Among the people present here, there was probably nobody who understood heaven better than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was burdened with a deeply seated blood feud and had already long lost awe and veneration towards heaven. Alive again, he was going against heaven. The heaven wanted to exterminate him, Yi Yuan. Then he, Yi Yuan, was going to ask the heaven why it was so unjust. Although it was uncertain who Yi Yuan's enemy was, a person that could kill a peak alchemy emperor was definitely among the peak existences in the divine realm. Compared to them, Zhao Tianyin truly did not count as anything. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's former identity, how could he willingly kneel down towards a puny little boundless realm? If it were before, boundless realm was not even fit to lick Yi Yuan's shoes. Star Abyss could understand Yi Yuan's words. He did not feel surprised. But Zhao Tianyin humiliating Yi Yuan like this was what he could not accept. Who knew that this time Zhao Tianyin was a never-before unyielding. Star Abyss, although I dread your identity, it's not without a bottom line. Furthermore, not everyone by your side can scorn our prestige. Even if he's your disciple, making him kneel down to greet us the first time meeting us is not considered overboard, right? Moreover, he crippled Goner. This kneel serves as making an apology. With Zhao Tianyin saying it like this, Star Abyss really had nothing to say. If Yi Yuan was his 8th disciple, even if Yi Yuan was somebody from the endless world, kneeling down to greet the Wind Emperor was nothing inappropriate. But the problem was that making an alchemy emperor kneel to the Wind Emperor was an unprecedented humiliation. Although Star Abyss did not interact much with Yi Yuan, regarding his temperament, he still had some understanding. Even if Yi Yuan were to die, it was also not possible to kneel towards the Wind Emperor. For a moment, Star Abyss fell into a dilemma and did not know what words he should use to rebut Zhao Tianyin. Right then, Xiao Ruyan suddenly scurried out from the crowd and kneeled to the Wind Emperor with a slam. Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor, I beg you, let Master go. He only did it for the sake of saving his seniors and is really not a spy. If your Majesty wishes to punish, Ruyan is willing to die in his place. Xiao Ruyan's face was smeared in tears, but her face had indescribable stubbornness. Ruyan, you mustn't be rude. Get back for me. Xiao Chongfeng hastily reproached in alarm when he saw the situation. Offending the Wind Emperor was not a burden that his Xiao family could bear. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. He had long seen through that this Wind Emperor was not some good-natured person. To be able to kick off a war between two worlds for his own personal interests, such a person was a fierce and ambitious person no matter how one looked at him. How could such a character take pity on a frail little girl? You, this baby girl, don't know what's good for you either. To actually help an aberrant person from another world plead for leniency. The Xiao family received our grace for generations. And this is how you repay us? All right then, since you want to die, then we will send you off. The Wind Emperor's words did not carry the slightest hint of emotion, making people feel a chill in their hearts when they heard them. Don't! Yi Yuan shouted. But it was as if Zhao Tianyin did not hear it at all. Only to see him raise his hand slightly, his index finger lightly flicked. A starlight flew towards Xiao Ruyan's heart like a comet. Nobody had any suspicion that as long as this bit of starlight touched Xiao Ruyan, she would be dead for sure. But at this time, who could save her? The starlight arrived in front of Xiao Ruyan in the blink of an eye. But it was like Xiao Ruyan did not see it at all. She currently had her back turned to look at Yi Yuan, giving him a gentle smile. Swoosh! Bang! The starlight did not strike Xiao Ruyan, but flew towards the far end, smashing onto the ground. An enormous rumble sounded. Rock fragments were smashed flying all around. Xiao Ruyan disappeared. Regarding this surprise, the Wind Emperor was calm like before. He then turned to Yi Yuan. Spatial spirit artifact? Looks like I still underestimated you. Turned out that in that critical juncture just now, Yi Yuan unleashed the spatial spirit artifact and transported Xiao Ruyan inside. This scene naturally could not escape the Wind Emperor's eyes. However, you can't even protect yourself right now. You actually still have the thought to bother with others. I want to see to what extent you can hold out. Zhao Tianyin's voice had just faded when Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure around him immediately increased multiple folds. That horrifying pressure even squeezed the space until it morphed. giving people a very unreal feeling when looked at. And Yi Yuan's body sunk down more than half under this kind of pressure. One knee was practically on the verge of touching the ground. Poo work! Yi Yuan spurred the essence energy in his body frenziedly, trying to straighten up his back desperately. Under the enormous pressure, Yi Yuan finally could not resist vomiting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only so, under the compression of space, the skin on Yi Yuan's entire body also cracked, oozing out blood, looking very wretched. Zhao Tianyin, if you have the capabilities, kill me, even if I'm beaten until my bones are ground to dust. I also won't kneel down. Yi Yuan practically snarled it out. Kill you? Killing you is too easy. As long as I'm willing, what's hard about grinding your bones to dust? But I only want your kneel, Zhao Tianyin said coolly. Zhao Tianyin waved his hand once more. The pressure around Yi Yuan skyrocketed once more. Very clearly, as long as he was willing, he could crush Yi Yuan's body into pieces with just this move. And the pressure that he was applying right now was just a drop in the bucket of his strength. The goal was to make Yi Yuan kneel down. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. His body dropped bit by bit too. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, Star Abyss's fury finally ignited too. However, he had yet to take action when he heard Zhao Tianyin say indifferently, Star Abyss, I advise that you better not make a move. You're aware, on the martial path, you're too weak. As he said, Zhao Tianyin casually pointed with a finger again. Heaven and earth essence energy immediately formed a thin membrane, wrapping Star Abyss inside. Star Abyss's face changed and smacked out a palm at the thin membrane. Bang! The thin membrane did not move a hint and Star Abyss was actually bounced back. This was the strength of a boundless realm martial artist. Even the sovereign-level Star Abyss was so incapable of withstanding a single blow in front of Zhao Tianyin. All right, wait there obediently. After I take care of this brat, we'll slowly chat, Zhao Tianyin said faintly. Star Abyss gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. But Zhao Tianyin did not pay attention to Star Abyss anymore. He increased essence energy for Yi Yuan once more. Arg! Suddenly Yi Yuan's aura rose frenziedly. His eyes were blood-red as he stared at Zhao Tianyin icily. Zhao Tianyin said lightly, Burning blood essence, huh? Burning 50% of blood essence in one go, you virtually already ruined your own foundation. Doing this, just in order to not kneel down before me? Truly an obstinate youth. But the more this is the case, the more I want to make you kneel. Haha. Yi Yuan was heavily injured originally. Under Zhao Tianyin's pressure, he had reached his limits long ago already. He could persist until now by relying entirely on a single conviction to hang in there. Yi Yuan was self-aware that he was certain to be killed and simply burnt 50% blood essence in one shot, instantly filling the essence energy in his body to the brim. Under such a condition, he actually slowly stood up a little. However, all of this was futile. Yi Yuan compared to boundless realm martial artists, the gap was too great. Just pushed back some and Zhao Tianyin slightly exerted pressure again, immediately pushing Yi Yuan down. Boom! Yi Yuan's feet actually trod the ground until it caved in. And at this time, Yi Yuan's knee was only a mere couple of inches distance away from the ground. Burning 50% blood essence was also unable to resist even a tiny bit of time. Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. Yet, there was a voice in his heart telling him nonstop, don't kneel. Don't kneel. The current Yi Yuan was already dyed by his blood until he became a blood person, looking terrifyingly ghastly. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help showing a visible change in countenance. A crystal formation realm youth actually displayed such a stubborn side in front of a boundless realm martial artist. Although these people were all Zhao Tianyin's subjects, at this very instant they unwittingly felt pity for Yi Yuan in his hearts. Why geniuses were called geniuses was not only because they needed to have outstanding talent, but they also needed unyielding belief and a tenacious personality even more. Yi Yuan possessed all the qualities that a genius should have and originally should soar to the skies in one move. But today he was cruelly humiliated by Zhao Tianyin and ultimately could not escape death. Such a violent method rather made people hold in contempt. Killing people was merely the head hitting the ground. But shaming like this hurt morals and conscience. Yi Yuan felt the strength in his body waning bit by bit. Resisting the spatial compression was progressively more abilities falling short of one's will. Up to here, huh? This was Yi Yuan's final thought. Finally, he could not endure anymore, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wind Emperor Zhao Tianin's mouth revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yet, Yi Yuan's body did not collapse. A beautiful figure walked out of the void and caught the Yi Yuan who was about to kneel down. The woman gave a melancholic sigh and said, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Lier came a step late and made you suffer." This woman was precisely Lier. Her appearance was as if a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. There weren't any signs in advance at all. Seeing Lier, Zhao Tianin's expression underwent a change for the first time. A solemn expression actually appeared. With his strength, he actually did not discover that a person was hidden in the void. "Who are you? To actually dare barge into the capital?" Zhao Tianin said grimly. Lier completely did not bother with Zhao Tianin at all. Only to see her slowly extend an exquisite arm, gently pressing her palm on Yi Yuan's chest. A light halo spread out on Yi Yuan's chest, and it actually gave people a peaceful feeling. Seeing that Lier did not pay attention to him at all, the Wind Emperor's face fell slightly, humph. "Ignorant of what you're saying. To actually dare offend us. Deserve to die." Zhao Tianin flicked a finger with one hand. A stream of light instantly arrived before Lier. Yet, right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared. That stream of light actually vanished from sight inexplicably before Lier. But no one saw Lier make a move. Her hand was still pressing on Yi Yuan's chest as if she was utterly oblivious to the matter of Zhao Tianin attacking her. Zhao Tianin's expression had yet to change in time when all of a sudden, he felt all the hair on his body stand on its ends. An intense feeling of danger assaulted from behind. He turned around swiftly. A stream of light transported out from the void. In haste, Zhao Tianin quickly unleashed another finger. Bang! Two streams of light collided together, giving off a violent explosion. Zhao Tianin actually fell back several steps in a row. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. The Wind Emperor was a boundless realm powerhouse. He actually could not deal with a girl? Zhao Tianin sucked in a cold breath instead. Concept of space. You? Who on earth are you? The concept of space was an exceedingly profound concept, extremely difficult to comprehend. The Wind Emperor was also considered someone with many experiences. But he had never heard of anybody who had comprehended the concept of space in the lower realms. Furthermore, looking at this girl's move earlier, it was clearly comprehended to an extremely profound realm already. The Wind Emperor's face was very ugly. After becoming the Wind Emperor, this was the first time he felt an immense threat. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan. He was clearly in great anguish. But when Lier saw this scene, the expression on her face eased up considerably. Only at this time did she slowly raise her head. Looking at Zhao Tianin indifferently, she said, "Your dog head will be left on your neck for the time being. Before long, Mr. Yi will personally come to retrieve it. As for who I am, you don't have the qualifications to know yet." Zhao Tianin's face fell, and he said with a frown, "Humph. Just know some concept of space, that's all. You don't really think that you've subdued us, right?" But Lier no longer bothered with him. Gently carrying Yi Yuan up, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'll bring you home right away." Seeing Lier completely disregard him, Zhao Tianyu flew into a great rage. With a flash, he blocked in front of Lier and said, "Pretending to be mysterious. You can leave, but this boy must stay." Lier's eyelid raised slightly, and she said coolly, "With just you?" Zhao Tianin said with a cold snort. "So what if just us? If we let you bring him and swagger your way out of here, then how will we rule the fierce Gale world's citizens in the future? This is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. Can't blame me." As she said, Lier's eyes suddenly released two beams of light. The light flashed and passed right away. Zhao Tianin was just brewing up a big move when all of a sudden he shuddered. His pair of eyes actually gradually became vacant. Lier's brows furrowed, but her divine soul was in pain. That sort of ripping pain transmitted over. Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Ding Liang instinctively felt something off and could not help yelling out. Yet, Zhao Tianyin seemed to not have heard it. He still stood there without moving a muscle as if he was a wooden puppet. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Ding Liang hurriedly came to Zhao Tianyin's side and shook his body. But Zhao Tianyin did not have any reaction. Demoness! What did you do to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of the entire fierce scale world. Ding Liang admonished furiously. Although Ding Liang's words were fierce, he did not dare to make a move against Lier. This demoness actually cast a spell and froze the Wind Emperor in place. How could he possibly be her match? Is that so? So what if I'm making an enemy out of the entire fierce scale world? Lier said indifferently. Having Zhao Tianyin kicking up a ruckus like this, Lier was not in a hurry to leave. She slowly put Yi Yuan down and leaned him against her shoulder. Seeing this action of Lier, not knowing why, Ding Liang's heart pounded, and he had a foreboding feeling, only to hear Lier chide lightly, "Come over and kneel down for Mr. Yi." Everyone's faces changed. Was this woman crazy? To actually make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, kneel down to Yi Yuan. But at this time right now, there was no longer anybody who took Lier to be an ordinary person. This woman was too bizarre. She actually just gave Wind Emperor a look and inundated him completely. Boundless Realm was the strongest existence in the lower realms. He actually did not even have the chance to attack? Also, the Wind Emperor, he wouldn't really kneel to Yi Yuan, right? Under everyone's stares, the Wind Emperor actually really moved 2 steps in front and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Ding Liang was taken aback from fright. He hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyin's arm and yelled, "Your Majesty, don't!" But the Wind Emperor paid no heed at all. Instead, he waved a hand and sent Ding Liang flying out far away. Zhao Tianyin moved several more steps over and actually really kneeled down with a slam. This time, it really made the atmosphere blow up. Everyone watched this scene blankly with a look of incredulity. What kind of magic did this woman cast on His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to actually be able to make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, so obedient? Hey, this also counts as instant karma. Just earlier, Zhao Tianyin wanted to make Yi Yuan kneel down. In the end, Yi Yuan did not kneel, but he himself kneeled to Yi Yuan instead. This is the situation where those who like to disgrace others will frequently be humiliated by others, Star Abyss said with a cold smile. Through today's events, he had already completely fallen out with Zhao Tianyin. Now, seeing Zhao Tianyin actually kneel to Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. The only pitiable thing was that Yi Yuan was currently still in an unconscious state and was unable to feel the delight of revenge. Today's matter. It is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. I'll claim a bit of interest on Mr. Ye's behalf first. Now kowtow to him. I don't say stop. You're not allowed to get up, Lier admonished. Just like that, Zhao Tianyin really kowtowed to Yi Yuan non-stop and was incomparably obedient. Lier's finger moved slightly. Xiao Ruyan was actually released from the spatial spirit artifact. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was actually prostrating to Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan could not help jumping in fright. What is going on here? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he. No need to make such a big fuss. It's just carrying a slight punishment out on him. Just based on his actions today, it's enough to kill him. But for the sake of Mr. Yi to be able to personally take revenge in the future, temporarily let him off today, Lier said coolly. Only then was Xiao Ruyan awakened abruptly. There was still a peerless beauty standing before her. Xiao Ruyan emboldened her courage to look Lier up and down a couple of times. There was actually a feeling of being ashamed of one's unseemliness. Could it be that this woman is Yi Yuan's beloved? No wonder. He turns his nose up at me. Turns out that the difficulty he talked about was this. Xiao Ruyan could not help bemoaning her fate inwardly. All right, I'm about to bring Yi Yuan back to the endless world at once. Everything that he did today was for you, so I let you out to ask you something. Are you staying here? Or are you following Yi Yuan back? Lier asked emotionlessly. Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. 2 small worlds. This was a distance the same as the 2 endpoints of the Earth. Going to the endless world, she might never be able to return here again in this lifetime. and at this place was her elder brother, her parents. The Wind Emperor was still groveling there non-stop, while Ding Liang was desperately trying to pull him up. But he refused to get up no matter what. Over on this side, Xiao Ruyan fell into a dilemma and had a conflicted face. Ruyan, you mustn't go with him, or else I, Xiao Chongfeng, will break off all ties with you, Xiao Chongfeng said coldly. Xiao Ruyan's entire body shuddered and her gaze involuntarily turning to Xiao Chongfeng. It was only to see Xiao Chongfeng staring with furious eyes he had a look of firm resolution. For a moment countless memories welled up from the bottom of her heart. These years of diligent studies and bitter training, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. When the elders unanimously said to push her out as a bargaining chip, Xiao Chongfeng kept silent and said nothing by the side. She was heartbroken and swallowed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder, her consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually became resolute. Father, these past 20 years, daughter has been living for the Xiao family. And today, daughter is already somebody who has died once. Daughter wishes to live for herself for once. Therefore, I want to follow master. Finished saying this sentence, Xiao Ruyan felt like all the strength in her body was drained. This was absolutely an earth-shaking move for her. Xiao Ruyan had been instilled with the idea of existing for her family clan since young, and she herself was also a very filial girl. But today she cut off everything from her past. This demanded immense courage. For a person to sever off all fetters and integrate into a new world anew, how powerful a conviction was needed to support this. You! Good, good, good! Xiao Chongfeng was so enraged that he was shaking. He did not think that his all-along obedient daughter would actually do something so decisive. From today onwards, I, Xiao Chongfeng, will take it as if I never had you, this daughter. We break off all ties, Xiao Chongfeng said while trembling. Xiao Ruyan's whole body quivered, and she nearly fell to the ground. A strand of gentle essence energy instantly enveloped her. It was only then did she stabilize. Lear said coolly, I more or less understand your affairs and also understand you very much. Actually, in all honesty, I even envy you very much. You can dump everything to pursue your happiness. This is sufficient. Mr. Yi is kind and just daring and resolute. He's absolutely worth it for you doing all these. Lear's words were akin to injecting Xiao Ruyan with a cardiac tonic. Xiao Ruyan nodded and said, Many thanks to Senior for advising. Lear nodded slightly and said to Star Abyss, Your kindness, Mr. Yi will surely repay it personally in the future. He's currently heavily injured, so he won't bid farewell to you all. Star Abyss said, Star Abyss's strength is meager. That's why Yi Yuan received such severe wounds. I am seriously ashamed. Senior, please take good care of Yi Yuan. Star Abyss is endlessly grateful. That's of course. Finished talking. Lear swirled her long sleeves, bringing Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan and vanishing from sight. It was as if they had never appeared. The plaza was dead silent. Only Zhao Tianin's thumping kowtowing sounds echoed. It was also uncertain how long had passed. Zhao Tianin suddenly trembled and some light finally returned to his eyes. Zhao Tianin's heart plunged, and his brows could not help furrowing. At this instant, the entire plaza seemed to have fallen in temperature drastically, unwittingly making people shudder. He was still maintaining a kneeling posture right now. Very clearly, something very nasty happened earlier. Just now. What happened? Zhao Tianin asked Ding Liang. Even though Ding Liang was a divine traversing realm powerhouse, hearing this sentence, he also felt a chill come on. This? Ding Liang revealed a difficult look. Speak, Zhao Tianin said somberly. Ding Liang was powerless, and could only recount the events earlier. Each word that he said, Zhao Tianin's face would darken a degree. By the time he finished talking, Zhao Tianin's face was not much different from black charcoal. Apart from the Qixia mountain lineage and the Xiao family's Xiao Chongfeng, the people who are aware of this incident are already all dead. Before leaving, Lord Star Abyss said to me that he'll keep his group of disciples and Xiao Chongfeng in check, and they will absolutely not speak of today's incident. Furthermore, he even said that the Alchemist Association will collaborate wholeheartedly with the royal family and provide all assistance with regard to medicinal pills. Ding Liang added. Not far in the distance lied corpses all over the place. Among them was even 2 Soul Sea realm martial artists. Zhao Tianin's complexion eased up a little, but he still said with a solemn face, "This matter you did very well. Looks like Xiao Changfeng has already thrown himself under Star Abyss's sect. This is a troublesome matter." To Zhao Tianin, Star Abyss was indeed a porcupine that was not easy to touch. As the ruler of a world, Zhao Tianin was deeply aware of the Alchemist Association's formidability. Regardless of which plane, the Alchemist Association's chairman would always be an existence that was exceptionally revered. Although the Fierce Gale world was a place where even birds would not shit, if he really killed Star Abyss, the Divine Realm would surely pursue it. Boundless Realm martial artists were indeed pretty good in the Fierce Gale world, but placed in the Divine Realm it was too ordinary. The Divine Realm's Alchemist Association's punishment was not what he, a puny little Boundless Realm martial artist, could withstand. Ding Liang said, "Since Star Abyss wants to cooperate sincerely with us, it shows that he doesn't wish to cause the relationship to be too stiff. Furthermore, making today's matter known to everyone has no benefits to him either." So, the words behind, Ding Liang did not say. Deciding this sort of thing naturally had to be left to Wind Emperor himself. Zhao Tianyi nodded his head and said, "Today's matter will end at this. If there are any rumors at all, kill regardless of who it is." Yes. Fierce Gale World, Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Several figures quietly walked out of the void. "Senior, we are..." Towards this place that was covered in a dense fog, Ruyan was very perplexed. Leah nodded and said, "This place is already the Endless World." "This place is the Endless World? Looks like it's indeed much richer in resources than the Fierce Gale World." Xiao Ruyan sensed the thick spirit qi and said comfortably. But Lear shook her head and said, "Although the Fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the gale winds tempering to martial artists is what the Endless World martial artists can't enjoy." From the start of birth, Fierce Gale World martial artists would train in an arduous environment at all times, and their accomplishments would also be much greater compared to the Endless World martial artists. To really talk about who's better and who's worse off, it's really hard to evaluate. Xiao Rian said in surprise, "Then His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he..." Lear said coolly, "Just foolish concerns. The things that the Wind Emperor knows are much more than you people. The Divine Realm isn't some nice place. He can call wind and summon rain in the Fierce Gale World. Arriving at the Divine Realm, he'll truly be a bottom-tier martial artist. Invading the Endless World, giving it a nice-sounding name of thinking for the Fierce Gale World martial artists. Actually, isn't it for his own personal gains?" Xiao Rian widened her mouth and said, It's actually like this. Of course. Ugh." Just as Lier was talking, her brows suddenly knitted together, showing a very anguished look. Xiao Rian asked in alarm, "Senior, are you all right?" Leah's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. This scene made Xiao Rian turn pale with fright. In her eyes, Lier was practically an invincible existence. Even the Wind Emperor was played around in the palm of her hands. How could she have a headache? Ugh! Right then, Yi Yuan at the side muttered in his sleep and similarly had his brows tightly locked, appearing very anguished. "Yi, Master, are you all right?" These two individuals were like this at the same time. Xiao Ruyan was at a complete loss and did not know what she should do. Yi Yuan opened both eyes with some difficulty and noticed that the surrounding environment was somewhat strange and familiar. I'm not dead yet," Yi Yuan said feebly. This time should be the time where he was the most severely injured since Rebirth so far. In the past, no matter how severely he was wounded, as long as he consumed medicinal pills, he would recover back to usual in less than 2 days. But this time, if not for Lear helping him to protect his heart pulse, Yi Yuan would probably have croaked already. "Dee didn't die." "Master, you're so amazing. Why would you die?" Xiao Rian sobbed softly. It's Ruyan Ha. Who is she?" Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a pained look Lear and asked weakly. Master, you actually don't recognize this senior." Xiao Rian even thought that these two people were surely on intimate terms. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not know her at all? This threw her into utter confusion. Ugh! At this time, Lear suddenly gave off an agonized groan and actually collapsed. Ah! Senior! Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright and hurriedly support Lear, lying her flat on the ground. Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan was in a state of utter confusion and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said feebly, and no choice. All the essence energy in my body had fully dissipated. I completely can't muster any strength at all. Why? Why does this girl's silhouette look somewhat familiar? Master, you really don't recognize Senior? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Don't recognize means. Don't recognize. Why would I lie to you? Yi Yuan was speechless. From Yi Yuan's angle, he could just see Lear's appearance. This flawless face would absolutely make every male have a feeling of not bearing to defile. Even if Yi Yuan was currently severely wounded, he also had a feeling of palpitating with excitement. But Yi Yuan dared to confirm that this was absolutely his first time seeing this face. But Senior, she rescued you from the Wind Emperor's hands. How is it possible that you don't know her? Xiao Ruyan said in puzzlement. This time it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. So, it was her who saved me. Yeah, Senior is incredible. Even the Wind Emperor isn't her match. Xiao Ruyan recounted the events after Yi Yuan fainted for Yi Yuan to listen, making Yi Yuan extremely surprised after hearing too. Ocular art? Could it be? Yi Yuan said with a frown. What ocular art? Xiao Ruyan said blankly. Nothing. I just thought of somebody. But Yi Yuan precisely thought of Lear. But the difference between the two persons' looks was also too great. Yi Yuan did not have any trace of essence energy in his body right now at all and was utterly unable to perceive Lear's condition. So he dare not confirm either. But looking from Xiao Ruyan's description, this was absolutely ocular arts without any doubt. And among the people that Yi Yuan knew, only this Lear possessed the moonlight heavenly eye physique. But the problem was that Lear only had crystal formation realm strength. Could it be that Lear deliberately hid her strength? If Lear could really play around with even Zhao Tianyi, then concealing her strength in front of him was not anything impressive as well. Furthermore, the profile of this girl before his eyes was very similar to Lear's. Was it possible for the two of them to be the same person? Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan felt that she should do something. There are recovery medicinal pills in my storage ring, but I can't use any essence energy at all right now. You help me take out. Yi Yuan said. Okay. Xiao Ruyan agreed. Every martial artist had their own unique way of opening their storage rings. As long as Yi Yuan told Xiao Ruyan the way to open, she could open it very quickly. Xiao Ruyan followed Yi Yuan's instructions and finally found the Azure Profound Heart-Nourishing Pill and let Yi Yuan swallow one. This time, Yi Yuan's injuries were seriously too severe. Even after he consumed the Azure Profound Heart-Nourishing Pill, Yi Yuan's recovery speed was still very slow. After half a day, Yi Yuan finally recovered some strength and could barely manage to stand up. He struggled to come before Lear and reached for her pulse. Towards his savior, Yi Yuan naturally could not let her be in a coma unchecked. But with this reading of the pulse, Yi Yuan could not help being greatly alarmed. This gorgeous to the extreme girl was actually really that ugly girl, Lear, whom he saved previously. With this, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat baffled. Looking at this, him saving her back then was purely a superfluous action. With the strength that Lear showed, annihilating that group of people was truly too easy. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled the instances in the Eternal Splendor Palace. Thinking about it now, it was actually Lear protecting him in the dark. Yi Yuan suddenly felt that he was so silly. Wasn't diverting attacks, this sort of concept of space, precisely one of the abilities of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye? It was just that the situation back then was too complicated and Yi Yuan did not think too deeply as well. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan's gratitude towards Lear truly could not be any greater. These many months, Lear was actually lurking by his side the entire time and moved to assist when he was in peril. And this time, Leah used the Moonlight Heavenly Eye once more, causing the two kinds of spirit physiques tearing at her divine soul to be even greater, resulting to her ailment to finally erupt. Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely the most painful time for Lier's divine soul. Zhao Tianyin was not some garbage opponent. Lier inevitably exhausted considerable soul force to use the moonlight heavenly eye to cast it on Zhao Tianyin. This was undoubtedly heaping one disaster on top of another to Lier's present medical condition. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan involuntarily blamed himself immensely and was touched. Looking at it now, Lier most likely followed him and protected him because he saved her and helped her diagnose her medical condition. How could this not move Yi Yuan? Master Senior, is she all right? Xiao Ruyan asked worriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, won't have any major issues for the time being. But what? Xiao Ruyan asked puzzledly. Nothing. I indeed know her. But her current appearance is radically different from the first time I met her. So I didn't recognize. Yi Yuan said. Like I said, how can Master possibly not know Senior? Haha. She won't have any major problem for the time being, but I still have to recover my strength as soon as possible to help her refine some things. Ruyan, I burned 50% blood essence at one go. My body is too weak right now and simply can't refine medicinal pills. These 2 days, I'll guide you by the side. You'll be helping Master in recovering strength as soon as possible, Yi Yuan said. After half a day, Xiao Ruyan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. Master. Disciple was fortunate to not have failed the assignment and finally refined the Essence Vigor pill. Although dead tired, Xiao Ruyan appeared rather excited. The use of the Essence Vigor pill was to help martial artists recover blood essence. It was very hard to refine high-level Tier 3 medicinal pill. To Xiao Ruyan, the Essence Vigor pill was exceptionally difficult to refine. With her past standards, it was simply impossible to refine. Yet, during this half-a-day period under Yi Yuan's guidance, she actually refined successfully like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan had quite a number of medicinal herbs left on hand. Scraping it all together, he pooled 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine the Essence Vigor pill. In order not to waste the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan made Xiao Ruyan simulate many times before agreeing to her getting to work on refining. Not surprising, the first portion was refined into a wasted dreg by her. Later on, she simulated many more times. On the second refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually directly refined a middle-grade Essence Vigor pill. Xiao Ruyan was still drenched in sweat and actually had an aberrant style charm, making Yi Yuan's head swim. Cough, cough. You've worked hard, Yi Yuan said rather embarrassedly. But Xiao Ruyan was in a state of exhilaration right now and did not notice Yi Yuan's embarrassment. Wiping the sweat on her forehead, she said, not hard, not hard. Through this half a day of refining, Disciple completely has a feeling of being suddenly enlightened all at once. The things that Disciple learned in this half a day is simply even more than the things I've learned in the past few years. Xiao Ruyan was not praising Yi Yuan because she had affections for him, but because she really had this sort of feeling. With Yi Yuan's horizons, he had long had a well-thought-out plan on Xiao Ruyan's merits and shortcomings. Guiding Xiao Ruyan was naturally highly tailored to her needs. Quietly, Xiao Ruyan unconsciously took the place of the disciple character and really learned alchemy skills from Yi Yuan. Alchemists all had this neurotic trait. Once they immerse into alchemy skills, they would completely be unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, what Yi Yuan brought to Xiao Ruyan was a brand new world. It was a world that she had never imagined before in the past. Haha, this isn't considered much. You have to study the jade slip I gave you well. It will be of great assistance to you. But presently, we don't have the time. After I alleviate Miss Lier's symptoms in a little while, we'll immediately head back to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan said. Ugh! Muttering and muffled groans sounded. Leah finally slowly woke up. Senior. When Xiao Ruyan saw the situation, she immediately went to support her. Although she woke up, Leah was still feeling groggy. A piercing pain would occasionally transmit from her brain. How long was I unconscious? Leah supported her forehead with her hand and asked rather painfully. Senior, you've already fainted for the greater part of a day already. Master and I were very worried about your safety. Are you better now? Xiao Ruyan said. Master. Lier did not quite react yet. Involuntarily lifting her head, she just happened to meet with Yi Yuan's gaze. So, you're already awake. Leah suddenly did not quite know how to face Yi Yuan. After all, her appearance was rather unexpected. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "N. Fortunately, there was Miss Lear helping to guard my heart meridian. Otherwise, I would probably have croaked long ago already. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. Miss Lear's sickness. Leave it to Yi Yuan." Leah's eyelids drooped slightly as she said, "So, you already know it's me." But Lear didn't help Mr. Yi for the sake of carrying out this transaction with you. Although Lear's words were quite calm, Yi Yuan still detected a hint of her sullen anger. "This he isn't making a deal with Miss Lear either. This is a promise. I'm true to my words. No matter how arduous this promise is, this he will definitely accomplish it," Yi Yuan said composedly. Lear trembled slightly. She could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity and resolution. Accompanying along the way, she had a great understanding of what kind of person Yi Yuan was as well. Yi Yuan saying such words, even if he were to die, he would also fulfill his promise. This man was absolutely true to his words. "Thank you." Leah did not decline and just lightly said these two words. Miss Yu accompanied all the way and moved to help out many times. This grace, Yi Yuan engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, if not for Miss Yu making a move this time, this Yi would surely be disgraced to death. Want to thank, it's also me thanking Mississippi. Moreover, in order to save me, Miss did not stint on drawing on the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, resulting in your health condition deteriorating. If this Yi doesn't cure Miss, even I myself won't forgive myself, Yi Yuan said. This shock that Lear received was not small. She said in astonishment, You actually know my surname." Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, "I should have guessed it long ago. The last time I met Miss Yu, you were just a crystal formation realm martial artist." This Yi even thought that the lower realms gave birth to such a monstrous spirit physique again. Thinking about it now, a natural-born moonlight heavenly eye physique, apart from the bright moon cities Yu family, who else could have such an innate spirit physique? With Yi Yuan said this, Lear was even more shocked beyond belief. "You actually even know about Bright Moon City. You? Just who are you?" Yi Yuan said helplessly. "This Yi has my own difficulties. This point isn't convenient to disclose." Lear was unbelievably amazed and actually forgot about her headache for a moment. How did a lower realm's puny little martial artist know about the divine realm's Bright Moon City? The Bright Moon City's Yu family was renowned throughout the divine realm for their ocular arts. And the person who possesses the moonlight heavenly eye physique, casting ocular arts would even be several times more powerful than ordinary people. And even for the Yu family, those who possessed the moonlight heavenly eye was extremely few too. These were all not secrets in the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was just a lower realm martial artist with an ordinary background. Just how in the world did he know this information? Lear had a belly full of doubts and suspicions, but she also knew Yi Yuan's character. Since he said that it was inconvenient to disclose, he clearly had things that he found hard to say. She naturally would not press on either. "All right then. Since Mr. Yi even knows about Bright Moon City, then I'll reintroduce myself. I'm called Yu Mengli. I'm precisely a member of the Bright Moon City's Yu family." Yu Mengli sucked in a deep breath and said, "Yu Mengli. It is as the name suggests. It's a fine name." Yi Yuan reminisced this name. At this instant, Yi Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the one and only time he went to Bright Moon City in his previous life. At that time, he answered Bright Moon City's invitation and went to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill for the Bright Moon City Lord. During this trip, he happened to see a girl akin to Rouge and Jade once in Bright Moon City. And that girl's name seemed to be called Yu Mengli. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan finally superimposed that girl's looks and the Yu Mengli before his eyes together. Were the transitions in life actually so coincidental? Sigh. What's the point of a good name either? Everyone says that beautiful girls often have tragic lives. To think that I can't escape being strung along by fate either, Yu Mengli said with a dimmed expression. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and said, "Miss Yu doesn't need to be like this. The word crisis conceals profound secrets. As long as you can resolve the conflict between these two kinds of spirit physiques, not only will Miss Yu be no different from ordinary people, you'll even break out from the cocoon to become a butterfly and become a peerlessly powerful existence." Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much. looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Sigh. So what if invincible under the heaven? Forget it, don't talk about this anymore. Didn't you say that only by refining a tier 8 medicinal pill can you let my divine soul divide? But you Mengli said. Yi Yuan nodded and said indeed so. Furthermore, you using the power of the moonlight heavenly eye this time already hurt the divine soul further. This caused your conditions flare up to move forward some time. Right now you most likely only have 2 years left. Yu Mengli muttered under her breath. Only 2 years, huh? Yi Yuan said. Miss, you don't need to be disheartened. Although I'm unable to refine tier 8 medicinal pills within 2 years, I have ways to delay the flare-up of the condition. Oh? What ways? I wonder if Miss Yu has heard of the Azure Spirit Tree before? Yu Mengli nodded and said, It's said that there's a type of tree with a soul that can absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth. It can even produce intelligence and cultivate like humans. That's right. The Azure Spirit Tree's tree trunk can secrete a kind of liquid named Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid. This kind of fluid can nourish and repair the divine soul. Although it can't eradicate your illness thoroughly, it can delay the time of flare-up for your divine soul being torn apart and lessen your pain. These 2 years' time, I'll think of ways to find the Azure Spirit Tree. If Miss Yu can mobilize the Yu family's forces to search for this tree, that would be for the best, Yi Yuan said. Mobilize the Yu family's strength, is it? Yu Mengli seemed to be rather unwilling. Yi Yuan did not know what happened with Yu Mengli and the Yu family. Presumably, there was some problems going around, so he advised doesn't matter. There are still 2 years. I'll definitely find the Azure Spirit Tree for you. Yu Mengli nodded and said, Then, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan said, Miss Yu, wait for me for half a day first. I just happen to still have some medicinal herbs on hand that can help you make some medicinal soup. Although it's not very effective against your condition, it can alleviate the agony of your divine soul ripping. Yi Yuan swallowed the essence vigor pill that Xiao Ruyan refined and spent several hours on refining the medicinal strength. His injuries finally improved a little and he could use some essence energy too. Yi Yuan came in front of the square cauldron and injected some essence energy inside. The square cauldron's radiance showed slightly. Next, Yi Yuan retrieved several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them into the square cauldron according to a fixed ratio. Very soon, those medicinal herbs turned into a pool of juice water. Yi Yuan used utensils to ladle the juice water and passed it to Yu Mengli. This? Yu Mengli said hesitantly. Martial artists were not foreign to alchemy, but this sort of mixed medicinal soup was not often seen. Yi Yuan said with a smile, This is 5-flower heart calming soup. It's refined using 5 types of tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals. It has the effects of calming one's nerves. While it's not some miracle panacea, it can alleviate your headache symptom. You try it. Yu Mengli did not doubt Yi Yuan's words and directly tilted her head back and drank it. Very soon, Yu Mengli felt like a gust of cool breeze blew past her divine soul, comfortable to the max. Her initially somewhat agitated emotions calmed down too at this time. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed in shock. A few stalks of tier 4 medicinal herbs can actually formulate out such a miraculous medicinal soup. To think that tier 4 medicinal herbs could actually have an effect on me. Truly inconceivable. With Yu Mengli's realm, tier 4 medicinal pills were simply of not much effect at all. But Yi Yuan used 5 types of tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals and could actually formulate out a medicinal soup that was effective on her. How could she not be astounded? It just has the effect of calming one's mind. It has no effect on your ailment at all, Yi Yuan said helplessly. His present realm was too low. At the very best, he could only refine quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. It did not have any effect on Yu Mengli at all. This is already very impressive. Yu Mengli sighed in admiration. Yeah, master? This is simply too miraculous. How did you do it? You must teach me later. Xiao Ruyan also gasped with admiration. She was long stupefied from watching by the side. In this short while, Yu Mengli's complexion was already much better compared to before. One had to know that Yu Mengli was a character who was even more powerful than the Wind Emperor. A couple of tier 4 medicinal herb mixed together actually had an effect on her. You want to learn, so I'll just teach you later on. But you'd best not reach for what's beyond your grasp. One step at a time. And here requires the use of the formations path. With your present standards, you're unable to concoct it, Yi Yuan said. Fine. I'll just slowly learn. Stingy. Xiaorian pursed her lips and actually acted like a spoiled little girl. Facing two beauties, Yi Yuan also involuntarily had a feeling of being very fortunate in love affairs. But Yi Yuan did not have the energy to be immersed in love right now. He was rather worried about the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yi Yuan released Mo Yuntian and the rest from the spatial spirit artifact. They still had vacant looks. During this period of time, Yi Yuan did not undo their divine soul inhibitions all along. This sort of divine soul inhibitions was different from slave seals. It could be broken to restore one's freedom. After planting a slave seal, the slave would not recognize other people as their master. Furthermore, there would also frequently be transactions and transfers between slaves. Placing slave seals clearly would not do. Hence, when selling slaves, most would set inhibitions on their divine souls to make it convenient for the owners to control. Yi Yuan reached his divine soul into Mo Yuntian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruyan was taken aback from fright. She hurriedly said, "What are you doing, master?" Their divine souls had inhibitions placed by an extremely powerful figure. A moment of carelessness will damage their divine souls. Yi Yuan cautiously helped Mo Yuntian remove the inhibitions while having enough strength to spare to say to Xiao Ruyan, just some trifling tricks. Indeed, in an instant, Mo Yuntian's gaze gradually recovered its clarity. When he saw Yi Yuan in front of him, hot tears immediately flowed as he said, "Ju Junior brother, I didn't think that I could still see you one day." Seeing Mo Yuntian like this, Yi Yuan did not feel good in his heart either. This trip deep into the fierce scale world, Yi Yuan could be said to have 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and nearly lost his life several times. In the end, if not for Yu Mengli making a move, he would even be humiliated by Zhao Tianin to death. Thinking now, it was still riddled with tribulations. Everything is over, all over. Yi Yuan comforted. The two people made some small talk and Yi Yuan started to remove the divine soul restrictions for the others. When the group of seniors saw Yi Yuan once again, they were all filled with a multitude of feelings and immediately gave rise to the feeling of life after surviving a disaster. The few people made some small talk for a while when Yi Yuan suddenly said with a sigh, "Sadly, Elder Mei was imprisoned in the depths of the royal palace back then. I didn't save him in time before my identity was discovered." Sigh. Yu Mengli, who had been silently watching these seniors thank Yi Yuan for the entire time by the side, opened her mouth when she heard Yi Yuan mentioned Mei Zhan at this time. "I forgot to tell you, Elder Mei has already been rescued." As she said, Yu Mengli's finger twitched. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Very clearly, Yu Mengli also had an item similar to a spatial spirit artifact. One of them was precisely Mei Zhan, who had not been seen for a long time, while the other person was naturally Yu Mengli's maid, Yen'er. "Miss, why did you only let me out now?" "I was almost stifled to death," Yen'er said unhappily. "Elder Mei." When everyone saw Mei Zhan, they were all overjoyed. Even Yi Yuan also looked at Yu Mengli with an astounded look, wanting to know what was going here. But he jumped in fright with this look. Yu Mengli changed into that sallow-faced ugly girl again. Furthermore, her realm became Crystal Formation Realm too. Yi Yuan had just reunited with his seniors and actually did not when Yu Mengli became like this. But Yi Yuan was well aware in his heart that Yu Mengli did not wish to expose her identity. And these seniors of Yi Yuan been through life and death several times and even had divine soul inhibitions placed by others. How would they still remember this ugly girl whom they had a chance encounter before? Yu Mengli said when Mr. Yi was facing off with the Wind Emperor that mysterious expert sneaked into the royal palace and rescued Elder Mei and handed him to me. Yu Mengli turned herself into a mysterious expert, while she was just an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even perceived the meaning behind these words. The reason why Yu Mengli arrived late was precisely in order to save Mei Zhan. It was just that she misgauged the situation and thought that Star Abyss could help Yi Yuan withstand for a while. Who knew that the Wind Emperor completely did not care about Star Abyss's face and directly laid vicious hands on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately understood and he followed up and said, "So that's how it is. Really too grateful to that mysterious expert. Or else, none of us would be able to return this time. Towards this woman whose looks were not in any way attractive, the group of seniors all did not pay much attention. Rather, it was Xiao Ruyan that made several people involuntarily look a couple more times. But their focus right now was still on Mei Jin. Yi Yuan did not dawdle and very quickly helped Mei Jin remove the divine soul inhibitions too. I actually still have a day where I can see the light of day once more. When Mei Jin saw everyone, he was also overcome with emotions, and his entire being seemingly aged considerably. After a round of small talk, Mei Jin suddenly said to Mo Yutian and the rest, Yi Yuan sneaked into the fierce scale world all alone. It was definitely near certain death. The ordeals experienced in between this isn't what we can imagine. And today he actually rescued all of us. Within favor and reason, we should thank him. As he said, Mei Jin took the lead and gave a solemn bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had yet to support Mei Jin up in time when the others followed with a solemn bow as well. Elder Mei, senior brothers. Rescuing you guys is something within my duty. We have to hurry back to Tranquil Cloud Sect and inform the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Lord Sect Master, Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have reason to disagree. They packed up and headed towards Cloud Dream Mountain Range. A full day later, Yi Yuan's group finally appeared outside the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, everyone gave rise to a sigh in their hearts. This entire way we've already encountered quite a few waves of fierce Gale world martial artists. Looks like the Cloud Dream Mountain Range has already become their base camp, Mei Jin said with a frown. There has already been several months' time since the passageway was linked. Fierce Gale world martial artists turning this place into the headquarters isn't something strange. Also don't know what Tranquil Cloud Sect is like now. I'm very worried about Lord Sect Master and Master, Mo Yuntian said. There is still several months' time on foot needed from here to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Such a long time, I don't know what kind of unforeseen event will happen either, Mei Jin said worriedly. The spirit boats on their bodies were long swiped clean by people. Now they were virtually all on their own. Forget about spirit boats, even a single piece of essence crystal was a no. At this time, Xiaorian, who did not speak the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth to say, if it's spirit boat, I still have one here. But it's just a low-grade spirit boat. Everybody was overjoyed hearing this. That's really great. Wonder if Miss Zhao's spirit boat can be lent to us for use? Rest assured, Miss Xiao, as long as we return to the sect, we'll definitely give you sufficient recompense, Mei Jin said. Along the way, everyone also came to know Xiao Ruyan's origins and identity. As Yi Yuan's presiding chief disciple, everyone would naturally give her sufficient respect. Furthermore, on the way, the blabbermouth Yener already uttered out the various kinds of things Yi Yuan did in the fierce Gale world. It naturally shocked everyone until they were speechless for a long time. Yi Yuan was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm now. Just in terms of realm, he already caught up to Mo Yuntian, while his combat power even ditched everyone several streets behind. Even Mei Jin, the sect elder, was far from being Yi Yuan's match anymore. Just based on the match between Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan, apart from the sect master Luo Qingfeng, most likely, nobody in the entire Tranquil Cloud Sect would dare to say that they could definitely win him. If they returned to the Tranquil Cloud Sect, Yi Yuan's position would naturally rise like how the boat rises when the water rise, and become the sect's upper echelon. Everyone also knew that this meant that the day Yi Yuan left the Tranquil Cloud Sect was ever closer. Mei Jin opened his mouth. It was naturally not nice for Xiao Ruyan to reject. The group rode the flying spirit boat and flew in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Xiao Ruyan's flying spirit boat's quality was very high. The party only used 7 to 8 days' time to arrive beyond Spirit Blessing Mountain. Through these few days of recuperation and assistance from medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed 70% to 80%. This remaining 20% to 30% was primarily making up for the deficit blood essence. This was awful for other martial artists. But Yi Yuan had his means to make up for these blood essence. It was just that he did not have the necessary medicinal herbs anymore, so he temporarily did not move to refine medicinal pills. Disembarking the spirit boat, everyone arrived outside the sect gates, but discovered that there was nobody guarding outside the gates. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he immediately had a bad premonition. Doesn't seem right. Why would there be no disciples guarding the sect gates? Can't be that something happened, right? Mei Zhen's heart fluttered. The sect-protecting Grand Array is already broken. Looks like an accident really happened to the sect. Go, let's hurry over to take a look, Yi Yuan said somberly. Seeing this sort of situation, everyone's joy from surviving the disaster immediately evaporated into nothing. The group rushed over to the top of the mountain. Traveling to halfway up the mountain, everyone's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Within sight were corpses wearing Tranquil Cloud sect disciple outfits all around. The fresh blood already pooled to form small rivers, flowing quietly down the mountain, looking utterly ghastly. These disciples were all the sect's outer sect disciples. Their strength was not great, but massacring on a large scale like this made Yi Yuan and company's fury ignite all at once. Who did this? Is this wanting to exterminate my Tranquil Cloud sect to the last one? Mo Yuntian's entire body was trembling. This scene made his fury peak. Blood debts to be paid in blood. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely hack him into pieces. Tianyu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. The most composed Wuxia was also livid at this time, tightly clenching both fists. Clearly, he was trying his best to curb his rage. There seemed to be essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain. There might be a fierce battle happening. Let's hurry over, Yi Yuan suddenly said. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Yuan's perception towards heaven and earth essence energy already reached such a level. Even Mei Zhen could not sense essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain too. But they did not have time to be astonished anymore. Since they returned at such an opportune moment, they naturally had to join the battle and protect the sect. Go! Kill this pack of bastards and avenge these dead disciples. Mei Zhen flashed his long sword and roared. How can my Tranquil Cloud sect's thousands of years of inheritance be eradicated willy-nilly? Those who violate my sect, kill without pardon, Tianyu yelled. Yi Yuan did not speak and just quietly followed the group of seniors up the mountain. Miss Yu, this matter, leave it to this Yi and my seniors to resolve ourselves. In the future, unless there are no other alternatives, Miss must not draw on soul force. If this continues, even immortals will find it hard to save as well. Yi Yuan transmitted his words. Lier knows. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's concern, Yu Mengli replied. Further up the mountain there were increasingly more corpses. But among them also had enemy forces' dead bodies mixed inside. Looking closely, everyone was even more taken aback with shock. On the bodies of these enemy forces' disciples were actually wearing the Purple Mansion sect's attire. What's going on here? Could it be that the ones who invaded our Tranquil Cloud sect are actually the Purple Mansion sect? Mei Zhen said in surprise. If one were to say who has the greatest likelihood of invading our Tranquil Cloud sect, it's none other than the Heavenly Sky sect. While the Purple Mansion sect is strong, they actually dare to invade other sects under the Heavenly Sky sect's eyelids. Mo Yuntian was also unbelievably shocked. The Heavenly Sky sect's might was indisputable. Only by combining the other 7 sects' strength could they maintain a delicate balance with the Heavenly Sky sect. If the other 7 sects had infighting, how could the Heavenly Sky sect let go of such a good opportunity? Could the brains of the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons all be damaged? Did you all forget about Lin Feng? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Everyone was abruptly startled. How could they possibly forget Lin Feng? It was precisely Lin Feng's masterpiece that threw them behind bars and even becoming slaves. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for many years. Their strength is most likely far from as simple as the surface. That Lin Feng's age isn't considered old and he actually has 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. Not saying that they have large numbers of experts, but concealing a couple of Soul C realm martial artists, it probably isn't that easy for the Heavenly Sky sect to want to discover, Yi Yuan said. With Yi Yuan saying this, everyone's heart plummeted to rock bottom. The Purple Mansion sect was a chess piece buried in the endless world by the Wind Emperor. After so many years of secret development, their strength was most likely already unfathomable. Everyone had a feeling in their hearts that the Southern Domain's situation right now most likely already underwent an earth-shaking change. But these were all for later. Mei Zhen and the others did not dare to dawdle and sped along the way and arrived at the mountain peak very soon. Within sight, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was already in an upheaval. There were fighting and battle cries all around. Everywhere were dead bodies. The originally quiet and serene spirit Blessing Mountain was already in an abyss of suffering right now. Purple Mansion sect bastards. You will all die a horrible death. Arg! Cried a Crystal Formation Realm disciple, giving a miserable cry and perished together with a Purple Mansion sect disciple. Yet this was just a minority situation. Regardless whether it was in numbers or strength, the Purple Mansion sect disciples far surpassed the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just the Purple Mansion sect's Sea Transformation Realm martial artists were as many as over a dozen. Although they were only low-stage Sea Transformation Realm, to deal with some Crystal Formation Realm disciples it was ample. While on the Tranquil Cloud sect side, they actually did not see a single Sea Transformation Realm elder. The battle was simply a one-sided situation. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were facing many people from the other side alone. How could they be these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' match? When Mei Zhen and the others saw such a tragic state, how could they hold back? They wielded their swords and were about to charge forward. But before his figure had yet to move, he was held back by someone from behind. Turning around to take a look, it was actually Yi Yuan. Only to hear Yi Yuan lightly leave behind two words as he walked past Mei Zhen. Allow me. Yi Yuan's figure drifted and arrived at the center of the battlefront. Immediately, there was a Purple Mansion sect disciple who charged up without fear of death. An azure sword light instantly appeared. That Purple Mansion sect disciple had yet to even react, and his head and body were separated. Looks like this Purple Mansion sect's attack has already thoroughly infuriated Mr. Yi, Yu Mengli said calmly. Truly a bunch of fellows who don't know life from death. They probably don't even know how terrifying Mr. Yi will be once he becomes enraged. Yenner also had a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. Towards the Purple Mansion sect's annihilating conduct, Yenner was very disdainful in her heart. What's Junior Apprentice Brother Yi going to do? Tian Yu asked puzzledly. Mo Yun Tian seemed to have guessed a little and said in shock. He didn't let us attack. Could it be that he wants to deal with all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples alone? What kind of joke is this? There are several hundred Purple Mansion sect disciples here. Furthermore, the vast majority of them are Crystal Formation Realm martial artists. Among them, there are even over a dozen Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi he wants to deal with it alone. Tian Yu almost jumped up, but Xiao Ruyan's curled her mouth and said with a proud look, You guys watch well. Master alone is enough. The group of seniors all exchanged glances and looked at Yi Yuan with disbelief. And at this time, Yi Yuan pointed Songhua's sword at the sky. Countless flower petals started condensing in the air. Is this Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's 1,000 flowing petals? Is there a mistake? How could he condense so much flower petals? Tian Yu had seen Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals once. But back then Yi Yuan was still just a spirit condensation realm martial artist. At that time, although the power of this move was great, it was not formidable to the sort of extent. There were increasingly more and more flower petals condensing in the air. It finally alarmed all of the martial artists present. What's going on here? Why would it rain flower petals from the sky? You dumbass. This is formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Somebody is casting a skill. Who actually has such formidable strength? Even First Elder probably can't mobilize such horrifying heaven and earth essence energy either. Right? Quick, look. It's that boy casting it. At this time, there were finally several Sea Transformation Realm martial artists who felt that something was wrong. Somebody shouted out, Quickly! The few of you go together and finish off that punk. This move of that punk is somewhat sinister. When these words were finished saying, over a dozen late-stage Crystal Formation Realm martial artists and several Sea Transformation Realm martial artists abandoned their original opponents and all converged towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, and from his mouth he said coolly, "All of you dregs can go and die already." The flower petals which covered the entire sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment, churning towards the Purple Mansion sect martial artists in clusters. The hundreds of Purple Mansion sect experts present all suffered the assault of the flower petals. And those transformation realm martial artists were heavily focused targets. The flower petals gathered on their side were multiple times of crystal formation realm martial artists. After 2 breaths, there were Purple Mansion sect disciples starting to give off miserable cries. After 5 breaths, more and more Purple Mansion sect disciple were giving off miserable cries. For a moment, innumerable tragic cries linked up, reverberating through the skies. Those tranquil cloud sect disciples who stopped could not resist shuddering when they heard their opponents' wretched screams. Under the soaring flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. After 100 breaths, the entire mountain peak was already deathly silent. Apart from Yumengli and a small minority, everyone was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. All the tranquil cloud sect disciples were staring fixedly at that young man's figure in the center of the battlefield, speechless from shock. At this very moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god. Even the tranquil cloud sect disciples were not able to easily recognize him. Is it Yi Yuan? After a long time, someone suddenly asked weakly, finally breaking the battlefield's serenity. Yi Yuan turned around to look. It was actually someone familiar. Senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing. Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Jing's entire body trembled. Why Yi Yuan? It's really you. So you're all right? That's really great. As he was talking, Zhang Jing's eyes actually welled up a little with hot tears. Zhang Jing was the person who led Yi Yuan in the sect. Although the 2 people did not have any deep friendship afterward, time passed and circumstances have changed. Everyone's feelings were seemingly sublimated. Moreover, Zhang Jing had considerable comprehensions after the fight with Yi Yuan. At this time, he had long become a crystal formation realm martial artist. Hence, in his heart, Zhang Jing was still fairly grateful towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan and the others entered deep into the mystic realm and not a single one actually returned. Everybody no longer held hopes towards their survival. Now, when they met, the agitation in Zhang Jing's heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not just me alone. You look." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Mo Yuntian and the rest also moved closer at this time and gathered together with everyone. When Zhang Jing saw Mei Jin, Mo Yuntian, and the rest, tears could not resist flowing again. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, everybody came back. Truly excellent. We even thought. Zhang Jing choked and did not even finish saying his words. Seeing Zhang Jing so agitated, Mo Yutian and the rest had a multitude of feelings surge up too. They choked and said the mystic realm trip this time was indeed near certain death. It was all thanks to junior apprentice brother Yi that we could return safely. Zhang Jing was surprised and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan again, his face showing disbelief. Junior apprentice brother Yi Yu. You're actually already at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Yi Yuan's extreme massacring move previously made everyone's mind sustain a tremendous impact, and they forgot about his realm for a moment. Only at this time did Zhang Jing suddenly notice that several months of not meeting, and Yi Yuan was actually at the 7th level crystal formation realm already, increased a full major realm higher than before he left. Such an improvement speed was seriously too outrageous. Furthermore, that move earlier, was that really released by a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist? Zhang Jing's eye was filled with doubt and felt tremendous curiosity towards Mo Yutian and the others' trip to the mystic realm. Yi Yuan saw through Zhang Jing's uncertainty and said smilingly, "This matter is hard to say in a single sentence. I'll tell in detail again later on with seniors." Senior apprentice brother Zhang's improvement these few months isn't small either. Zhang Jing gave an odd expression and said could not help laughing. "Don't ridicule me, junior apprentice brother Yi. Compared to you, what does mine even count as?" Yi Yuan chuckled, but then he inquired, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, what in the world happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? Where are sect master, hall head Xiao, and the rest?" Also, why is there not even a single sea transformation realm elder in the sect? Zhang Jing's expression changed, and he said hatefully, the southern domain's skies have completely changed. This purple mansion sect concealed too deeply. Zhang Jing recounted the events that happened to the southern domain these few months briefly to everyone. Turned out that after Yi Yuan and the others left, Luo Qifeng, Xiao Jian, and Ling Patian immediately entered closed seclusion to cultivate and planned on breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in one go. Luo Qifeng did not disappoint. A month later, under Sky Mapple's assistance, he finally broke through to the Soul Sea realm, becoming the Tranquil Cloud sect's second Soul Sea realm martial artist. Furthermore, Luo Qifeng was a martial artist. His combat power was much stronger compared to Sky Mapple's. With Luo Qifeng the Soul Sea realm powerhouse, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to stand firmly on this title of 8 great sects. Xiao Jian and Ling Patian also both broke through and left seclusion not long after. The two of them broke through to half-step Soul Sea realm at the same time. Regarding this news, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Before he left, he knew that Sky Maple was refining soul-luring pills and medicinal pills that could aid sea transformation realm martial artists to break through. The few of them breaking through was naturally something within reason. Under such circumstances, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to be prospering with each passing day. Yet, over a month ago, all of this underwent a change. The Heavenly Sky sect suddenly took the road to ruin by sending out hero invitations to the 7 great sects, inviting the sect masters of the various great sects to carry out a southern domain sect great meet. Even though Luo Qifeng broke through to the Soul Sea realm, the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful after all. The sect masters of the 7 great sects still kept the appointment and went to the Heavenly Sky sect. Yet, after half a month, news suddenly came from the 7 great sects saying that the Heavenly Sky sect forced the 7 great sect masters, requesting the 7 great sects to be merged into the Heavenly Sky sect. The 7 great sect masters refused to obey even in death and were detained by the Heavenly Sky sect. With this, the southern domain's 7 great sects completely exploded, all asking to send forces to suppress the Heavenly Sky sect. Right at this time, the Purple Mansion sect came out to raise their fist and shout, asking for the 7 great sects to gather together to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sky sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect naturally had no reason to reject this. Grand Elder Sky Maple and Xiao Jian brought a group of elders and elite disciples, and they joined the expedition's great army. But Sky Maple was wary before he departed, gathering 20 of the sect's genius disciples with good prospects together, and letting a sea transformation realm elder lead the team to quietly head for the northern domain. Yet, with this departure, they did not return anymore. A few days ago, only when an elder escaped back to the sect with heavy injuries, did the disciples know that turned out the entire southern domain was hoodwinked by the Purple Mansion sect. The Heavenly Sky sect convening this southern domain sect great meet was truly an action seeking their own doom. The Heavenly Sky sect's sect master was very arrogant during the great meet and wanted to forcefully integrate the 7 great sects into the Heavenly Sky sect. These were all the truth. But the final result was that the Purple Mansion sect's sect master, He Mingda, suddenly rose in revolt and took control of the other 7 sects' sect masters. Only then did the 7 great sect masters know that this normally very low-profile He Mingda was actually a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. In the southern domain, late-stage Soul Sea realm was basically an invincible existence. Before the southern domain's sect great meet, He Mingda had long set up a backup plan and took control of the Heavenly Sky sect very quickly, sealing off the news. The Purple Mansion sect at this time, as the second strongest sect, lured out all of the 6 great sects' elite forces under summons. In the end, when they were launching a collective attack, the Purple Mansion sect suddenly launched an attack, catching the 6 sects completely unprepared. Only at this time did the 6 sects know of the Purple Mansion sect's terrifying strength. In this battle, over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses appeared all at once in the Purple Mansion sect. Even if the 6 great sects joined hands, how could they possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match? Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect concealed so deeply, catching everybody completely off guard. With sea transformation realm experts managing the array formation, the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting great formation was already practically existing in name only. Under the teaming up of over a dozen sea transformation realm experts, they attacked inside very quickly. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan and the others reached, saving a group of fellow apprentices. Mei Zhen and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Even the so-called number one great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect, did not have so many Soul Sea realm powerhouses either. Let alone that the Purple Mansion sect master was even a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. The southern domain at this time was already the Purple Mansion sect's world. Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard and asked, "Sect master they all?" Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect imprisoned all of the 7 sect's upper echelons in the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak, and they have 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouse standing guard." When everyone heard that, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. As long as they were alive, there was hope. But Zhang Jing's follow-up words plunged their hearts to rock bottom again. Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect seized a large batch of prisoners this time. I heard that they would kill a batch every day in front of the sect master and the various sect's grand elders. The goal is in order to make them surrender. I heard that there were already quite a number of the 6 sect's upper echelons that have surrendered. I don't know how long grand elder and sect master they all can endure. Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of people is really too despicable to actually be able to do this sort of inhuman thing. They will suffer the wrath of heaven." When Mei Jin and the rest heard these words, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and said, "Looks like the Purple Mansion sect has already been engineering this scheme for a very long time. Up until now, the Southern Domain's people are still unaware of what happened." Everyone's faces changed. Only now did they become aware of the severity of the problem. Mei Jin and the rest who went deep into the fierce Gale world all knew that this was the Purple Mansion sect being the vanguard. The Purple Mansion sect was still using the identity as one of the 8 great sects right now to unite the southern domain. The opposition received would be much lower. But by the time the fierce Gale world invaded and the upper echelons of the 8 great sects all surrendered, the southern domain could no longer muster up an effective resistance. At that time, the southern domain's 8 great sects land would instantly become the fierce Gale world's base area. They could easily gain a foothold in the southern domain and launch an attack on the northern domain. With the fierce Gale world's martial strength, attacking the northern domain was most likely something inevitable. Yi Yuan did not think that just 3 to 4 months' time passed and the matter was already severe to this sort of extent. Zhang Jing perceived Yi Yuan's overtones and noticed that there seemed to be some things that he did not know. He could not resist asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wonder, what happened?" Yi Yuan sighed lightly and recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing heard the details, his complexion was deathly pale. Even if he racked his brains, he never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect was actually a chess piece left in the endless world by the fierce Gale world. This way, the southern domain might become the fierce Gale world's territory at any moment. Could it be that they were all going to become another world's martial artist slaves? Zhang Jing could not help shuddering. Right then, a large group of people suddenly rushed up from below the mountain. The one in the lead was actually a 7th-level sea transformation realm expert. What these people were wearing were shockingly Purple Mansion sect outfits. And what a bunch of dunces. Sent them to come to take care of the wrap-up and they were actually killed off by a bunch of trash, said the person with a frown. When Zhang Jing saw the arrival, his expression immediately changed drastically. The strongest here was Mei Jin, but he was only 3rd-level sea transformation realm strength as well. Facing a 7th-level crystal formation realm martial artist, no matter how they looked at these people, there was no possibility of survival either. Zhang Jing wielded his sword and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, saying with a grave face, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, when the fighting starts in a while, I'll cover for you. You take advantage of the chaos to kill your way outside. With your strength, as long as you don't face up against that 7th-level sea transformation realm, you should be able to escape." Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan's combat strength earlier. It was overwhelmingly shocking for a moment. But he did not think that Yi Yuan could win a 7th-level sea transformation realm. Between the two of them was an entire major realm difference. Who knew that Yi Yuan said lightly, Relax. This kind of trash, I haven't taken them seriously. Elder May, senior apprentice brother Mo, you bring the fellow apprentices to fall back. I'll go and have a direct exchange with this bunch of dregs. Mo Yuntian knew that he could not help and said with a nod, all right. Junior apprentice brother Zhang, let's fall back. Don't hinder junior apprentice brother Yi venting his anger. Zhang Jing was stunned, and his mind was somewhat in a blur. Vent anger? Venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? A 7th level crystal formation realm venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? Wasn't this joke a little big? But did senior apprentice brother Mo look like somebody who made jokes? Could it be that Yu Yuan really had this strength? Zhang Jing's mind would not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. He also knew that Yi Yuan could cross realms to battle. But leaping an entire major realm to face the enemy was rather exaggerated, right? That move earlier was certainly very strong. But that was a large area slaughtering martial technique. Was it useful against a 7th level C transformation realm? Meijin and Mo Yuntian brought everyone to move back, instantly highlighting Yi Yuan out. When that 7th level C transformation realm saw the scene, he could not help bursting into laughter, saying, haha, your tranquil cloud sect is really pathetic. To actually let a 7th level crystal formation realm boy come send himself to death? Hey, that C transformation realm, were you born in the year of the tortoise? To actually send such a boy to come and die? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said with a cold smile, dealing with you, I alone am sufficient. If you can touch me even a little, consider it my loss. Want me killed or dismembered? Up to you. That 7th level C transformation realm expert was stunned and then laughed even more exaggeratedly while the Purple Mansion sect disciples behind him also laughed loudly without stopping. The 7th level C transformation realm turned around and said to the people behind him with a laugh, did you all hear that? He said that if I touched him even a little, it counts as his loss. Ha ha ha. Of course I heard that. I even thought that I heard it wrong. Turns out that Elder Du heard the same thing as I did. Is this boy an idiot? I'm dying of laughter. A 7th level crystal formation realm said to a 7th level C transformation realm, if you touch me, consider it my loss. Ha ha ha. I can't control myself anymore. The tranquil cloud sect is too amazing. To actually send out such a joker. Is this to make us all die of laughter? Ha ha. I'm dying. There were quite a few C transformation realm experts in this group of people. Their strength was uncommon. It was more than enough to deal with these tranquil cloud sect's stragglers and disbanded soldiers. And Yi Yuan's words completely jabbed their funny bone. Towards these people's mockery, Yi Yuan was expressionless. He said lightly, I'll give you a chance for 10 moves. After 10 moves, you won't have any more chances. Haha. I, Du Yushan, roamed the southern domain freely for so many years. This is the first time I've met such a funny teenager like you. Killing you is somewhat pitiful. Leaving you behind to be a slave to entertain us brothers is something pretty good. However, you all killed so many people from the Purple Mansion sect. Can only send you to go meet King Yama. Finished talking, Du Yushan raised a hand with a smile, striking out a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. This palm seemed slow but was in reality fast, instantly mustering horrifying heaven Vought earth essence energy. Killing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist was very much as he pleased. Yet, this blast of palm wind passed through Yi Yuan's body just like this. Du Yuqing's smile was frozen on his face while the laughter of those behind him ceased abruptly. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy? And you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Yeah. Did you hear him talk about 10 moves, so you want to play with him? That move earlier completely did not hurt nor itch. Everyone behind clearly did not believe that Du Yushan could not handle a 7th level crystal formation realm. Yet, Du Yushan knew that he did not hold back in this attack. He used a full 30% strength. 30% strength was not considered much, but it was plenty to kill a 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this boy before his eyes actually evaded easily. It was seriously rather abnormal. Ha ha ha. This boy said 10 moves earlier, so this elder thought about playing with him. I want to see how many times he can dodge my attacks. Du Yuqing said with a look of embarrassment. Haha. Play then, play then. Just a bunch of dregs. Let them feel what is called despair. Someone concurred. Hee. Again. I'm going to play around well with this little trash. Du Yuqing said with a laugh. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly with his face showing contempt. He extended his hand and beckoned with his finger. The intent of scorn was completely unmasked. Du Yuqing's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you're looking for death. As he said, Du Yuqing's palm assaulted once again. This time, he used 70% strength. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One palm passed. Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, like that palm earlier completely did not happen. Yi Yuan was still beckoning his index finger with a disdainful look. This time, Du Yuxian felt that his face could not hang in there. Gritting his teeth, his entire person vanished from where he stood. Bang! A huge hole was blasted out on the ground behind Yi Yuan. Du Yuxian's figure appeared, only to see Yi Yuan slowly turn around and say coolly, 7th level C transformation realm only has this bit of capabilities? Double up. Stinking brat. It's you yourself seeking death. You only have yourself to blame for this. Du Yuxian gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. Du Yuxian erupted completely, staring at Yi Yuan and bombarding indiscriminately. Horrifying heaven and earth essence energy was mobilized, blasting towards Yi Yuan one move after another. Bang! 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 Dirt flew around the place Yi Yuan was standing at, kicking up clouds of dust and blocking people's sight. In a twinkle, 10 moves passed. Du Yuxian actually felt like collapsing. These 10 moves earlier, he already used all of his strength. Under such an attack, Yi Yuan could not possibly survive. Ha ha! Still be unbridled with me. This stinking brat really doesn't know how the word death is written, Du Yuxian said with a loud laugh. Heh. To actually dare infuriate Elder Du, this boy is really soft in the head. I reckon that he's already blasted into meat paste now, right? However, this boy has some capabilities. To actually be able to evade Elder Du's first 3 rounds of attacks, he can also be considered as quite capable. Just a self-conceited fool who was insolent because of his ability. Such a person is destined to not live long. The Purple Mansion sex people were perfectly aware of Du Yuqing's attacks. Those few moves earlier were his trump cards. How could Yi Yuan possibly survive under such horrifying attacks? Zhang Jing's expression changed. Du Yuxian's attacks earlier were too terrifying. Separated so far away made him feel asphyxiated too. How could a crystal formation realm martial artist possibly survive under such an attack? Zhang Jing was just about to take some action when he was halted by Mo Yuntian. Relax. Junior apprentice brother Yi isn't that kind of wildly arrogant person. Since he dared to receive his 10 moves, he must have a grasp of the situation in his mind. Mo Yuntian's voice had yet to fade when an ice-cold voice came from that disorderly patch of dust as if it came from the underworld. Seriously weak. You dregs from the fierce gale world only have this bit of ability? Since that's the case, then go and die. Hearing this voice, Du Yuqing's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled and a feeling of terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively felt that things were not good and turned around to flee. The sound of a dragon roar came from within the dust. The wind and fire colossal dragon carried a voice which made people's heart palpitate, charged over towards Du Yuxian with extreme speed. Ah! Help! Du Yuxian had yet to run far when he was completely swallowed up by the colossal dragon. The wretched screams entered everyone's ears. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples or the people from the Purple Mansion sect, they were all quaking in their boots with fear. Especially the Purple Mansion sect. Each and every one of their faces showed immense shock. A kind of feeling called fear rose up from the bottom of everyone's heart, including those C transformation realm elders. Even the 7th level C transformation realm Du Yuxian crumbled in one blow like so. What did they even count as? Only persisted for a few breaths of time, and then Du Yuxian fell completely silent. The wind and fire colossal dragon dissipated. Only a mass of black smoke rose up. Du Yuxian actually did not even leave behind a corpse. And right then, The dust that was stirred up by Du Yushan's attacks gradually dispersed, revealing that slightly skinny-looking profile of Yi Yuan's. The eyes the Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with was like looking at a primordial behemoth. Half-step C transformation. How is this possible? A Purple Mansion sect's C transformation realm elder's old eyes nearly dropped to the ground. A moment ago he was still 7th level crystal formation realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became a half-step C transformation existence. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to turn towards him, and actually flashed him a smile, saying, "Is it very despondent? Now, can you all understand the feelings of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples?" Yi Yuan's smile looked like a completely harmless neighbor's big boy, but who would really take him to be a big boy from next door? This young man was simply the god of death descending upon the world. "Ara, run! Quickly run!" That C transformation realm elder turned around and fled. Only then did the group of Purple Mansion sect disciples startle awake abruptly, scattering apart like birds and beasts. "Ah! Help! That's a demon! Quickly flee!" The Purple Mansion sect disciples instantly fell into a chaotic mess. They wished that their parents had given them a couple more legs to let them run a little faster. Very soon, all of their figures stopped abruptly as if they were fixed in place, because in front of them, countless flower petals condensed and formed, sealing off all of their escape routes. That C transformation realm elder who was the first to run clenched his teeth and released his aura fully, wanting to charge past, only to hear slashing sounds echo out. A badly mutilated corpse fell down from the air. This time everyone despaired. Slam! A Purple Mansion sect disciple kneeled down towards Yi Yuan and actually cried, "Mercy! I know my error. Spare my dog life." Sniff! Sniff! This kneel of his was akin to a plague, instantly infecting all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples. The Purple Mansion sect disciple all kneel down towards Yi Yuan, repenting and begging for mercy. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "When you all were killing those fellow sect members of mine below the mountain, did you ever thought about showing mercy? If I didn't make it over here in time today, most likely the Tranquil Cloud sect would not have even fowls or dogs spared anymore, right? Therefore, all of you go and die." Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Only a short 3 months or so had passed and Yi Yuan was already in existence on a completely different level from these fellow apprentices. Not only did he rise a full major realm, he even had the strength to instantly kill a 7th level C transformation realm in terms of combat strength already. Crossing a major realm to battle. This was something that Zhang Jing did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan accomplished it effortlessly. Recalling back when he left Yi Yuan into the sect, Zhang Jing had a feeling like it was a whole other life. That young man not far away was destined to be someone from a different world from them mere mortals. A few months of not seeing him, junior apprentice brother Yi actually already matured to such a level. Zhang Jing muttered under his breath. In truth, the astonishment in Mo Yuntian's heart was not much lesser than Zhang Jing's. Although he knew that Yi Yuan's present combat power was stunning, this was his first time truly seeing it. Killing a 7th level C transformation realm in one move, the shock from such an impact was too great. Hearing Zhang Jing's emotional sigh, Mo Yuntian said in relief, "It was also thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the few of us would have long died in a foreign land. These fellow sect apprentices would probably also die without a burial ground." Meijin and the rest crowded in front of Yi Yuan and asked concernedly, "Yi Yuan, your body still isn't fully recovered. Are you all right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not a big issue. Compared to the fight with Zhao Qinggan, this earlier could only be said to be a warm-up. Likewise, 7th level C transformation realm, the disparity between the two was too great." Meijin nodded and said, "Good that you're fine. Yi Yuan, you're the Tranquil Cloud sect's final hope now. You must take care not to force things. Thank you for Elder Mei's concern. I'll take notice. And now that the sect is already broken up, where should we go?" When Meijin said these words, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan would say. At this time now, Yi Yuan was already where all of Tranquil Cloud sect's hopes lay. Even Meijin, the C transformation realm elder, also quietly took Yi Yuan as the person in charge of things. Yi Yuan ruminated for a moment and said, "Since Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest are not dead, we obviously have to think of ways to rescue them out. But we aren't the Purple Mansion sect's match right now. Therefore, we can only wait." Wait? Wait for what? Mei Zhen did not quite understand Yi Yuan's intentions and asked in puzzlement. "Wait for an opportunity. I believe that the Purple Mansion sect will discover that something unforeseen happened on the Tranquil Cloud sect's side very soon. They are bound to send even stronger martial artists over here. And what we need to do is to stand fast at this final piece of locus of the southern domain and wait for the northern domain's response," Yi Yuan said. When these words of Yi Yuan came out, everyone's faces changed. "You're saying we are to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death?" Mei Zhen asked in surprise. "That's right. But, Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong and that there are already very few sea transformation realm martial artists that can threaten your existence. But you have to know that the Purple Mansion sect has over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses," Mei Zhen reminded. He did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Although it was hard to comprehend that Yi Yuan could deal with sea transformation realm martial artists, the reality happened right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. Yet to say that Yi Yuan could deal with Soul Sea realm powerhouses, he would not believe it even if he was pummeled to death either. Take 10,000 steps back to say, even if Yi Yuan could really deal with Soul Sea realm martial artists, the Purple Mansion sect had over a dozen Soul Sea realms. Could it be that Yi Yuan could sweep them clean all at once? Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Of course I won't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Soul Sea realm powerhouses. However, we still have the sect protecting Grand Array, don't we?" "Sect protecting Grand Array?" Mei Zhen was stunned, and then he said in bewilderment, "Without Soul Sea realm martial artists or a powerhouse with sect master's level of strength, the sect protecting Grand Array simply can't unleash power at all. Furthermore, even if they are here presiding over the array formation, they can at most withstand early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists. But the Purple Mansion sect's sect master is a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse." Yi Yuan did not reply Mei Zhen's words, but he swept a glance over the Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining disciples, saying coolly, "I wonder if my fellow seniors and juniors can trust me, Yi Yuan?" These few hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples remaining could be said to all be the Tranquil Cloud sect's elite disciples. The majority of them were Crystal Formation realm martial artists. These people all willingly stayed behind to share life and death together with the sect for the sake of striving for time for that batch of elite disciples to escape. In truth, before this, they had the chance to flee helter-skelter. But they chose to stay behind to die without prior consultation. From this, it could be seen how great the Tranquil Cloud sect's cohesive strength was. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was unbelievably furious at those Purple Mansion sect disciples who invaded and exterminated every last one of them. Seeing Yi Yuan raising a question, these disciples could not help exchanging glances. Actually, using one's brain to think about it, standing fast and on defensive in the Tranquil Cloud sect was a terrible plan. The Purple Mansion sect practically already unified the Endless World's southern domain. The Tranquil Cloud sect was already a lone island. As long as the Purple Mansion sect wanted, they could focus all of their firepowers to attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Relying on a sect protecting Grand Array at this time to withstand a bunch of Soul Sea realm powerhouses, this was something that only a moron would do. Yet, the problem was Yi Yuan a moron? Or perhaps Yi Yuan was deliberately making them jump into a fire pit? If Yi Yuan did it in order to send them to their deaths, why would he take such a superfluous action earlier and save them? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. I believe you. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Our lives were saved by you. You ask us to die, we absolutely won't furrow our brows. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. We'll fight with you. After a moment of silence, those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' supporting voices surged over like floodwaters. Yi Yuan already used strength and used action to thoroughly subjugate them. On the juncture that the Tranquil Cloud sect was already to be annihilated, it was Yi Yuan who came forward and tried and turned back the tides. What right did they have to not trust Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, everyone had a feeling of their hot blood boiling. In this instant, the Purple Mansion sect, which was powerful until it made people feel suffocated, did not seem so scary anymore either. Good. Since my fellow seniors and juniors all trust me, Yi Yuan, we'll all fight a good one with the Purple Mansion sect together. Let them see that our Tranquil Cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan yelled out loud and clear. Fuck the Purple Mansion sect. We want to make them pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. These people were not foreign to Yi Yuan. Ever since he entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he created once miracle after another. And today, who knew if he could create another miracle? Yi Yuan's might already completely stirred up these people's hot blood. These fellow apprentices did not lack the spirit of looking death calmly in the face. What they lacked was powerful confidence. And today Yi Yuan gave them confidence. Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. He called out in a clear voice, "From today onwards, our Tranquil Cloud sect will activate the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array and will completely seal the mountain. I'll refine medicinal pills for everybody to raise everyone's strength as quickly as possible. At that time, I'll need to borrow every senior's and junior's strength. We'll defend together the southern domain's final lone island." The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. He first refined several transcendent grade essence vigor pills, and he finally replenished the lost blood essence fully. As one of the 8 great sects, although the Tranquil Cloud sect had declined awfully, they still had a considerable reserve of Tier 3 spirit medicines. There were enough for Yi Yuan to refine. When Yi Yuan was refining pills, Xiao Rian acted as an assistant by the side. She took Yi Yuan's entire pill refinement process fully into her eyes. Coming out from the pill refinement room, Xiao Rian's entire person was in a state of stupor. Only when she observed Yi Yuan's pill refinement in close distance did she finally know how formidable this master she acknowledged. Yi Yuan was clearly refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, but Xiao Rian actually could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement technique. Xiao Rian's standards were not low, but it was precisely so that she had an even deeper understanding of how high Yi Yuan's standards were. This could be said as unintentionally planting a willow tree, and the willow tree would become a shade. Xiao Rian suddenly felt that she was too fortunate. Not only could she be together with Yi Yuan, but she could also even raise her alchemy skills. Next, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal pills and distributed them to the sect's disciples. The result was that a few days later, columns of essence energy storms formed in the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were disciples successfully breaking through everywhere. Many disciples were stuck in the state of peak spirit condensation realm. This batch of medicinal pills created a large batch of crystal formation realm disciples. There were even a minority of peak 9th level crystal formation realm disciples who broke through to the sea transformation realm without a hitch after consuming the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. The strength of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples rose a level collectively. After the disciples noticed such a transformation, their admiration for Yi Yuan all reached a degree that could not be surpassed. For a moment, Yi Yuan's prestige reached the pinnacle. His prestige among the disciples right now was most likely no longer inferior to sect master Luo Qingfeng. When the disciples there were all breaking through, Yi Yuan brought Mei Jin to the center of the Tranquil Cloud sect's array formation. Yi Yuan, you say that you want to restart the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Could it be that us, these remnant troops and defeated soldiers, can really rely on this Grand Array to resist those Soul Sea realm powerhouses? Mei Jin still asked, half believing, half doubtfully. The power of the array formation not only hinged on the rank of the array formation, it even relied on the level of the person controlling the array formation. Right now, the strongest among them was also Mei Jin, this sea transformation realm. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant about array formations and completely could not unleash the power of the Grand Array. Mei Jin knew that Yi Yuan's formation path attainments were exceedingly high. However, he was only crystal formation realm. Even if he managed the array formation, could he withstand the wanton bombardment of Soul Sea realms? This was not inside the mystic realm where Yi Yuan could play his opponent to death inside the array formation. Soul Sea realm martial artists would definitely break the formation with force. When the time came, how should they withstand? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I can't sustain by myself, but don't we still have so many seniors and juniors?" Mei Jin said in surprise, "But these sect disciples all don't know array formations." Yi Yuan said, Doesn't matter if they don't know. I just need to know. Meijin was speechless. Up until now, Meijin did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do either. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan would not do reckless things and would not treat the lives of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as a joke. Fine then. Even if you have a way, the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array seem to only be able to deal with early-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artists, right? Meijin said. Haha. When I just entered the sect, I discovered that this array formation has many flaws, resulting in the power of the array formation to be greatly discounted. Fortunately, the southern domain still didn't have any formidable adversaries at that time, so the sect could protect itself. Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Meijin said with a frown, you mean to say that the power of this array formation far exceeds this? Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. The Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 array formation. It is ample to withstand a peak Soul Sea Realm's full-powered attack. What does a mere 7th-level Soul Sea Realm even count as? Meijin exclaimed in surprise. There's actually such a thing? But the people in the sect thought that this is a low-rank tier 4 array formation all along. If my conjectures are right, this array formation should have had some losses when the Tranquil Cloud sect was forced to move southwards. Maybe the array formation was missing some necessary parts. Maybe even the array formation itself was lost, and the array master relied on his own comprehension to restore the array formation. But there were deficiencies within, Yi Yuan said. In fact, Yi Yuan's conjectures were already very close to the truth. Back then, when the Tranquil Cloud sect moved southwards, large quantities of records all went missing to some extent. Even the two most important articles of the sect's cultivation methods were lost, let alone in array formation. Back then, a Soul Sea Realm array master only comprehended this set of array formation to an 80% standard. He could only restore this set of array formation to this degree. The array master later attempted to complete the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation was rather profound. He did not restore it even till his own death. In a blink, 1,000 years passed. The Tranquil Cloud sect's people had long forgotten this segment of history and even thought that the set of array formation was a low-rank tier 4 array formation. But the southern domain martial artist's strength was not strong. This set of half-baked sect protecting Grand Array was also barely sufficient to use. However, a late-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artist appeared in the southern domain now. This set of array formation was clearly inadequate already. There was actually such a thing. I'm an elder and actually don't know a whit as well, Meijin said powerlessly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, with my present realm, I naturally can't set up the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But the sect protecting Grand Array is a complete Grand Array. If it's just modifying a little and completing the array formation, I can still manage it. Unless the fierce Gale World's divine traversing realm powerhouses can cross the passageway, nobody can break in. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Meijin was also brimming with confidence at this moment. But he heaved a sigh and said, for our Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's seriously the sect's lucky stars. Yi Yuan said smilingly, why does Elder Mei say that? Since I joined the sect, I'm naturally a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. When the sect is in trouble, I should offer a portion of strength. We just have to hold on to the Tranquil Cloud sect, and the Purple Mansion sect will be unable to set up the situation in the southern domain leisurely. As long as the northern domain reacts, the Purple Mansion sect being destroyed is something inevitable. It's just that we must hurry before the realm passageway completely links up and let the northern domain's various sects know about the events that happened in the southern domain. Meijin perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's word and said somberly, Yi Yuan, don't need to be so courteous with me. Whatever instructions you have, just say it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Elder Mei knows the whole story about the matter. I'm thinking of letting you go to the northern domain to notify the Myriad Sword sect, Heavenly Martial sect, and the Profound Ice sect, these 3 sects, and make them send people to aid the southern domain and eradicate the Purple Mansion sect. This situation at present, only Elder Mei alone has the capabilities to take on this mission. Although he long had expectations, Meijin's expression still changed and he said, can't another person be swapped to do this thing? I at least have some strength. Staying behind to offer up a portion of strength is good as well. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, The honorousness of your mission is still above defending the sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect is just a small plot of land, while what the Fierce-Gale world wants to invade is the entire Endless world. If the Northern Domain is ill-informed about the news and doesn't know the Fierce-Gale world's ambition, the outcome will be too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, you have to make this trip no matter what. Meijian's expression flickered for a moment and said with Yi Yuan with clasped hands, Meijian definitely won't fail the mission. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. Here was the Purple Mansion sect's forward position, specialized in being responsible for attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect and 2 other sects. Ma Yi was the commander of this team of martial artists. He was a first-level Soul Sea realm powerhouse and also the Purple Mansion sect's Grand Elder. At this time, the other 2 sects' reports of success already came over. Only the Tranquil Cloud sect side had no news. Ma Yi's brows were locked tightly at this time. Evidently, his mood was very bad. The other 2 sects' strength was much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect. They were all fine. Only the Tranquil Cloud sect side with the weakest strength seemed to have a problem. The Purple Mansion sect sent out 3 commanders in order to exterminate the 6 great sects and unite the Southern Domain under the Purple Mansion sect's rule. The upper echelons of the 6 great sects were basically already under control. Attacking completely did not expend any effort. The 3 commanders all had a rivaling relationship and were also seizing every minute and second to strive to take down 3 sects first. But who knew that his side here just had to have a problem? Du Yushan, that moron, wouldn't really be unable to even take care of a Tranquil Cloud sect, right? Ma Yu gnashed his teeth hatefully. Right at this time, a disciple entered the tent and bowed to Ma Yi, and then he said, reporting to Grand Elder, news came from the Tranquil Cloud sect's side. Elder Du's party were completely annihilated. The Tranquil Cloud sect reactivated the sect-protecting Grand Array and sealed off the sect. Ma Yi stood up at once. Grabbing that disciple's collar, he said with a ferocious look, what did you say? Du Yushan's army was completely wiped out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect still has peak sea transformation or soul sea realm experts? Du Yushan was a 7th-level sea transformation powerhouse. Unless the Tranquil Cloud sect still had 8th-level sea transformation and above existences, how could they possibly have wiped out Du Yushan's army completely? But that lousy place like the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have many sea transformation realm experts in total either. Now, they were basically all captured by the Purple Mansion sect. How could the sect still have such a powerhouse existing inside? That disciple was taken aback with fright and spluttered. Disciple isn't clear either. 2 days ago, Disciple brought the scout team and went to the Tranquil Cloud sect to investigate the news. The result was that we discovered that Elder Du they were all decapitated and then being hung outside the sect gates. Over 10 sea transformation realm elders were all decapitated and their corpses were displayed in public view. Bang! A blast of force flew by that disciple's ear, pulverizing a stone table behind him into pieces. What did you say? Mai said word by word. That disciple nearly peed himself and said with a tremble, G Grand Elder, calm your anger. Calm your ass anger. Tranquil Cloud sect. Hee excellent. Excellent. Decapitating as a public warning. Their guts are really plenty fat. Mai suddenly looked at that disciple and asked, what other news is there? As he said, Mai let go of that disciple's collar and threw him out. That disciple hurriedly crawled up and said, the Tranquil Cloud sect even erected a stone plaque in front of the sect gates. Written on it, trespassers, kill without amnesty. Heh. Kill without amnesty? This seat wants to see how you all kill with amnesty. Send the orders. The whole army is to decamp and set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect. Mai said coldly. The disciple felt as if being relieved of immense pressure and scurried off. In front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's mountain gates, Mai looked at Du Yushan's and the others' heads grimly, as well as that stone plaque written using brush pen in red ink. Come men, go and retrieve their heads, Mai ordered. A small team dashed out very quickly, wanting to collect back Du Yushan's head. Yet, when they had just crossed that stone plaque, several streaks of pale yellow flowing light suddenly danced about. Ah! Arg! Wretched screams echoed together. These streams of light were very formidable, willfully harvesting the lives of that small team of martial artists. In virtually a blink of an eye, the small team was completely wiped out. Ma Yi's face was incomparably somber. He knew that this was the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array activated. With the power of the sect protecting Grand Array, killing these martial artists were too easy. But Ma Yi had a faint feeling that the power of this Grand Array seemed to be extraordinary. Zhu Mingyu, you bring a few people to test out the power of that Grand Array. Remember, take care not to cross that stone plaque. Just feel out its power will do. Ma Yi reminded him. Zhu Mingyu was a general under him, a peak C transformation realm powerhouse. Sending him to probe out the power of the Grand Array was perfect. If the Tranquil Cloud sect still had C transformation realm experts there, at the very most, it could also just maintain the Grand Array at the standard of peak C transformation realm. Zhu Mingyu adding in a few other C transformation realm martial artists were sufficient to shake the Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu obeyed the orders and marched out, bringing quite a few C transformation realm experts in front of the Grand Array. Everybody, don't hold back. All execute your strongest attack. We'll join hands to crack this Grand Array, Zhu Mingyu said. Yes. Everyone cried out in unison and started to muster heaven and earth essence energy in full force. In a moment, a terrifying aura creeped out in the air. The attack of a peak C transformation realm martial artist was already extremely powerful, let alone multiple late-stage C transformation realm martial artists. The power of the combined attacks of these people was simply not what the average martial artist could withstand. Everybody listen to my command. Focus the attacks on one point of the Grand Array. Go! Zhu Mingyu hollered, only to see that under his command, 7 to 8 immensely powerful attacks rumbled towards the Grand Array. The coordination of these people was clearly highly tacit. The place that they attacked was not the slightest bit off, and the timing was also grasped very well, practically arriving at the same time. Rumble. A huge sound. But the Grand Array did not budge an inch while Zhu Mingyu and the rest flew out backward. Poo work. Several people vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were actually wounded by the Grand Array's backlash power. How can this Grand Array be so strong? It actually didn't budge an inch under the combined attacks of Elder Zhu they all. I heard that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array is called the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation is just a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. The Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't even have a C transformation realm martial artist right now. Why is the power of this sect protecting Grand Array so powerful? Could it be that it must need Grand Elder to personally take action to be able to crack this Grand Array? Ma Yi's expression was very ugly currently. Could it be that there was actually still a Soul C realm expert hidden within the Tranquil Cloud sect? If that was really the case, then it was going to be troublesome. But the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Sky Maple at the Soul C realm all along. Luo Qifeng just broke through not long ago. Apart from them, who else in the Tranquil Cloud sect could be Soul C realm? Ma Yi racked his brains and could not figure it out either. Humph. Who cares what the hell you are? My Purple Mansion sect's grand momentum is already formed. Is it possible for a puny little Tranquil Cloud sect to still flip the heaven? I'll give a try today. Just what kind of power this lousy array formation has. Ma Yi leaped high into the air and arrived before the Grand Array, only to see him face his palm towards the sky, muttering verses from his mouth. Horrifying essence energy instantly converged around him. This was the formidable aspect of Soul C realm martial artists. Maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy with the might of the divine soul cooperating with the essence energy C was simply effortless. Extreme Essence Heaven Axis Palm. Break for me. Ma Yi mustered 80% essence energy in one breath. An extremely dreadful attack flew towards the Grand Array. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Yeah. All are mortals below Soul C realm. Grand Elder is on a completely different level from us. Luckily, there's Grand Elder here. Otherwise, we would be completely helpless against this Grand Array. Now that Grand Elder personally took action, this Grand Array will break for sure. Tranquil Cloud sect, this bunch of trash actually became a retracted head turtle. When we raid inside in a while, I'll definitely pull their heads out from their turtle shell. Ma Yi was well deserving of being a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. This extreme essence heaven axis palm move was exceedingly terrifying. Just that mighty power was enough to make other martial artists feel fear. A Soul Sea realm martial artist's attack could only be withstood by a Soul Sea realm martial artist. This was general knowledge for martial artists. Zhao Qinggan, that kind of talented prodigy, crossed realms to battle as easily as drinking water. But to let him fight with a Soul Sea realm martial artist, it was still certain death. Even the most ordinary Soul Sea realm martial artist, their might was also not what Sea Transformation realm martial artists could compare with. Compared to the fleshy body, the divine soul was evidently closer to heaven and earth and nature. Soul Sea realm martial artists communicated with heaven and earth essence energy through the divine soul. The speed and quality mustered were far from comparable to Sea Transformation realm martial artists. And it was precisely this sort of advantage combined together with even more powerful Tier 4 martial techniques. The power of Soul Sea realm martial artists made practically all martial artists beneath Soul Sea realm feel despair. The Purple Mansion sect disciples had blind faith in the Soul Sea realm Ma Yi and thought that this attack could absolutely blast the Grand Array open. Soul Sea realm in the hearts of the Southern Domain sect disciples was actually around the same as the position of the Wind Emperor in the hearts of the Fierce Gale world martial artists. Yet, the matter completely did not develop in the direction which the people hoped for in their hearts. Just as Ma Yi's palm force was about to reach the Grand Array, the Grand Array erupted once more. All of a sudden, dozens of flowing light streams came out from the Grand Array, dashing for Ma Yi's palm force. Ma Yi's face carried a confident smile when he struck out the palm, but at this time his expression changed drastically. Those dozens of flowing light streams eradicated his palm force like crushing dead leaves. But it was not over yet. After those flowing lights obliterated Ma Yi's palm force, it actually came chasing after Ma Yi. Ma Yi did not think that such a change would actually occur, and his expression changed dramatically. To be able to instantly obliterate his 80% essence energy attack, the might of this Grand Array was absolutely not what he could withstand. No time left to think. Under everyone's eyes, Ma Yi turned around and ran. Yet, the speed of the flowing lights was exceptionally swift. Ma Yi just ran out not for long, and the flowing lights caught up to him. Boom! A huge sound rang out. Under the Purple Mansion sect's stupefied gazes, a silhouette dropped down from the air powerlessly. Slam! Ma Yi's corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone had blank faces, and there was actually no one who reached out to receive it. All the way until that mass of dust gradually dissipated did everyone finally woke up abruptly. What happened? Don't know. What's with Grand Elder? Can't have. Pooh! Grand Elder is a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. How can he be killed so easily by the Grand Array? He must have fainted. At this time, Zhu Mingyu walked out from the crowd. He was blasted until severely wounded by the Grand Array's backlash strength. At this time, he still held his chest, his steps somewhat wobbly. Zhu Mingyu's face was solemn, his brows tightly knitted. It was also uncertain if it was due to injuries or because of Ma Yi. Zhu Mingyu came close, and his figure involuntarily came to a stop. Grand Elder, he passed away. Zhu Mingyu himself did not know how he said those words. He felt that his brain was a little lacking. Ma Yi already had no vital signs. He was clearly totally dead already. In front of the tranquil cloud sect's gates, it was deathly quiet. There were only the whimpering sounds of gusts of breeze. A Soul Sea realm powerhouse of his generation was actually garroted by the tranquil cloud sect protecting Grand Array. In the entire southern domain, how many years had it been since a Soul Sea realm powerhouse died? Zhu Mingyu and the other Purple Mansion sect disciples were unable to accept this outcome. But Ma Yi's corpse repeatedly told them that this was a truth. In the tranquil cloud sect's Grand Array axis, all the disciples were covered from head to toe in sweat, appearing rather worn out. But the expression on their faces showed that they were very excited. It was as if they were injected with stimulants. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Looking at that figure in front, their eyes revealed fervent idolizing looks. They all clearly wanted to speak, but they desperately suppressed their impulse for fear that they would startle Yi Yuan, who was currently directing the Grand Array. Suddenly Yi Yuan turned around slowly and said coolly, "The Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. This battle we've won." Woo! These tranquil cloud sect disciples immediately erupted with thunderous laughter. Ever since Sky Maple and Luo Chi Feng were detained, there had never been such cheering and laughter in the tranquil cloud sect. This battle was too satisfactory to the heart's content. Long live Yi Yuan! Long live Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan laughed too. He knew that these fellow sect members have been holding back for too long and very much needed a victory to release their emotions. Yi Yuan killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse with the aid of the Grand Array's power. This was a victory with an extraordinary meaning. For a moment, the entire tranquil cloud sect was seething. This feeling is too great. What did we do? We actually slew a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Ha ha! To be able to kill a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse this lifetime is also enough. In the future, even if it's to die for the sect, I'll also die without regrets. Hey, did you know? That was a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. I actually killed a Soul Sea Realm. Ha ha. Ha ha. Next time, I'm going to tell my son that his old man once killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. So fucking satisfying. I even thought that Yi Yuan activating the sect-protecting Grand Array was just to huddle like a turtle and defend. Who knew that he would actually take the initiative to attack? A single attack and he killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. These tranquil cloud sect disciples all seemed to be in a state of madness, releasing their emotions to their heart's content. These few days, Yi Yuan underwent a complete remake of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Not only did he restore that missing portion of the Grand Array, he even connected several hundred miniature array formations at the Grand Array Central. These hundreds of miniature array formations were presided by several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples. Yi Yuan could draw out these several hundred people's essence energy through the array's pivot and provide a steady stream of support for the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. A Soul Sea Realm's one move could instantly kill these several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples. But the essence energy released by these disciples via the Grand Array could form a terrifying attack that could directly kill Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Even though this was the heroic feat accomplished by everyone making a concerted effort, the several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples were deeply affected as if they experienced it personally, slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. This was something that they did not even dare to think about last time. Currently, the eyes that these tranquil cloud sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with were filled with fanatical worship. This victory was brought to them by Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, they might not even be able to ward off Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. But with Yi Yuan, they killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. In a flash, 2 days passed. The residual heat from slaying a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse not only did not pass, but it also gradually firmly established itself within the tranquil cloud sect. Receiving the stimulation from this incident, everyone cultivated frenziedly. In the past, many people would drift along. But now, not a single person slacked off. These 2 days, Yi Yuan did not idle either. Under the assistance of medicinal pills, his essence energy previously already reached peak 7th level crystal formation. Making use of these 2 days, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 8th level crystal formation realm. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Mo Yuntian was already standing guard outside the door. Seeing Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian's eyebrows raised up. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, recalling back then when I received and welcomed you into the sect, you were only at the 2nd level spirit condensation. But at present, you've already caught up to me. So much so that in terms of combat strength, you can already have a showdown with late-stage Sea Transformation realms." Although Mo Yuntian was a broad-minded person, seeing his little junior brother in the past surpass him in such a short time, he could not avoid being somewhat dejected still after being happy for Yi Yuan. Regarding such a situation, Yi Yuan knew that it was unavoidable as well. Senior apprentice brother Mo's talent is not poor. Breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in the future is already set in stone. Yi Yuan did not know how he should console either and could only say it as it was. Mo Yuntian gave a sigh and said, "The sect's records are lost. Wanting to break through to Soul Sea realm is easier said than done. Even Sect Master Luo was also stuck at peak 9th level C transformation for many years, only barely managing to break through to Soul C after obtaining Grand Elder's soul luring pill. But at present, Grand Elder Skymaple has fallen behind bars. Hearing Mo Yuntian's words, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered and he said to Mo Yutian, "Senior apprentice brother, come with me." Mo Yutian was somewhat bewildered but still followed after. Before long, the two people arrived at Victory Peak. Yi Yuan sized up all around for a bit and arrived before a 1,000-foot-wide huge boulder. "Right here," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Yuntian did not know what Yi Yuan had up his sleeves and could not resist asking, "Junior brother, what are you trying to do?" Senior brother must watch well in a while," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. With a clink, Songhua sword was drawn. Swish, swash, swoosh, Yi Yuan's long sword danced, sparks flying in all directions, and stone rubble falling profusely. After a moment, a sword character gradually took form. Mo Yuntian looked at that plain and unremarkable sword character but remained very baffled still. This sword did not seem to have many extraordinary aspects, right? Swapping Mo Yuntian to carve himself, he could similarly do it. It was at the very most the standards of spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan tiptoed and bounded up lightly. In an area 10 feet above, he inscribed the next sword character once more. He did not pause, leaping up another 10 foot, engraving another sword character again. Mo Yuntian still did not make out what remarkable aspects this character had. At most, it was slightly harder than before. Yi Yuan jumped higher and higher. The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more as well, while Mo Yuntian's face gradually became solemn. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 6th sword character, Mo Yuntian finally knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wanted to use the method of inscribing characters to engrave his comprehension of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art all onto this huge boulder? With a thought up to here, Mo Yuntian no longer dared to slight it, gluing his eyes on the sword in Yi Yuan's hand. Although Mo Yuntian charged out of the 9 Heavens Road, his comprehension towards the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art was not considered too profound. It was even inferior to Tian Yu's to some extent. With such an opportunity to view and emulate, how could he possibly let it slip by? The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more and also progressively more deep and profound. Mo Yuntian actually had a feeling of being unable to keep up. Yi Yuan was using the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe the characters. The concept within the characters Mo Yuntian understood fully, but he suddenly discovered that in his understanding towards sword intent previously many areas were actually wrong. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 21st sword character, Mo Yuntian's head felt as if it had exploded, and he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing it in a whole new light. Yi Yuan started engraving from Spirit Condensation Realm Sword Intent. By the time it reached the 21st word, it was already the 3rd level C Transformation Sword Intent. And Mo Yuntian's present sword intent comprehension was already stuck here for very long. When Yi Yuan's 21st sword character's final stroke was completed, Mo Yuntian actually felt his mind clear up, his chest incomparably free from inhibitions. The dense fog which was stuck there for a long time was like being dispelled and seeing the sun. It was as if suddenly seeing the light. At this time, Mo Yuntian's eye did not even dare to blink, fearful of missing any one of Yi Yuan's actions. But starting from the 22nd character, Mo Yuntian began to have a feeling of having difficulty comprehending. He gradually started to fall behind Yi Yuan's rhythm. By the time Yi Yuan inscribed until the 24th character, Mo Yuntian already could not make head or tail of it. He only felt that each sword character had sword chi crisscrossing, giving people a very sharp feeling. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 28th character, Mo Yuntian suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood with a puff. This was a sword intent belonging to the Soul Sea realm. It had already completely exceeded Mo Yuntian's limits. Because Mo Yuntian had been moving up Yi Yuan's sword intent the entire time, Soul Sea realm sword intent was already fully not what he could endure. At this time, Mo Yuntian moved his eyes away quite reluctantly. He did not dare to look on. If he continued looking, he would be killed by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Yi Yuan's current realm was already about the same as his. If Yi Yuan really attacked him, he would not even need to draw his sword. This was the disparity between Yi Yuan and him. Even so, Mo Yuntian's gains today was undoubtedly enormous. Clank. When the 45th sword character finished being inscribed, Yi Yuan floated down, landing in front of Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian took a look at Yi Yuan and could not resist sighing as he said, "To think that junior apprentice brother Ye's sword intent has actually reached such a terrifying extent already." Towards Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian felt admiration from the heart. He knew that he and Yi Yuan were people from entirely different worlds. Comparing simply did not hold meaning at all. Thinking this way, Mo Yuntian became open-minded instead. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I only have 8th level crystal formation strength at present. Sword intent after crystal formation realm completely can't reach a corresponding degree. But in the short run, it's enough to let my fellow apprentices comprehend the concept." Actually, Yi Yuan's comprehension towards sword intent was far from this. But with these sword characters, he only used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe them. If Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent to inscribe, Mo Yuntian would most likely not be able to understand even at the spirit condensation realm level. The concept of supreme true intents was simply not what lower realm martial artists could comprehend. Mo Yuntian's gaze could not help looking towards those 45 sword characters again, only to see that each sword character was entirely different, could be said to each have literary excellence. Mo Yuntian knew that this was caused by the concept contained in each character being different. Seemed like he was still a long way off on this road of comprehending true intent. If my conjectures are correct, there are probably still 2 months before the realm passageway will link up together. During this period of time, you'll let the seniors and juniors to come here to comprehend sword intent then, Yi Yuan said. The Heavenly Sky Sect's main hall already became the Purple Mansion Sect's main hall now. Ever since the Southern Domain's sect Great Meet, the Purple Mansion sect occupied another person's land, treating here as their base camp. But at present, the atmosphere in the main hall was rather stifling. The death of Grand Elder Ma-I caught everyone in the Purple Mansion sect by surprise, including sect master He Mingda. He Mingda had the appearance of a middle-aged man. Each and every action had the air of a grandmaster. But he had a sinister and ruthless air at his glabella which ruined his temperament. The Southern Domain today, everyone knew that He Mingda was somebody who was highly adept at enduring hardship and ridicule. Being in the position of sect master for so many years, he only showed others the visage of first-level Soul Sea realm. All the way until that so-called Southern Domain sect Great Meet did he astound the world with a single brilliant feat, suppressing all the sect masters and grand elders. Today's Southern Domain could be said to be his world alone. It was just that this present Southern Domain's number 1 encountered a significant problem. At present, the remaining 6 great sects, there was already 5 great sects thoroughly devastated. Only the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect dealt a head-on blow to the Purple Mansion sect instead. The matter of the Tranquil Cloud sect killing Ma-I using the sect-protecting Grand Array, what views do all of you have? He Mingda said calmly, unable to perceive his emotions currently. If I had to say, Ma-I was definitely careless. That's why he was ambushed successfully by those Tranquil Cloud sect trash. The sect-protecting Grand Array easily exterminating a Soul Sea realm martial artist. If this spreads, wouldn't it become a joke? Said a Soul Sea realm Grand Elder. Yeah. The Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array is a low-rank Tier 4 array formation. To say that Ma-I could not breach it, I believe that. But to say that he was dispatched easily by the Grand Array, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. In between this, something that we don't know about must have happened. Sect Master, let me bring people there. We'll crack that formation in no time and exterminate all of those little thieves. A dozen over Soul Sea realm elders all tried to get a word in. Most did not believe that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array could easily kill Ma-I. The prowess of Soul Sea realm was too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone was also well aware of the 8 great sects' ins and outs. The 8 sects sect-protecting Grand Array could only defend the attacks of middle-stage Soul Sea at the most. But how could it be that easy to want to kill Ma-I? Let alone that the Tranquil Cloud sect did not even have Soul Sea realm martial artists holding down the fort right now. But He Mingda was vexed hearing this and said with a wave of his hand, "All shut up for me. What impossible to kill? Could it be that Ma Yi's corpse is molded out of clay by the disciples? Can you all use your brains to think properly? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is about to open up the realm passageway soon to launch the Holy War. If we can't rule the southern domain, as the land of foundation for His Majesty to personally descend upon the endless world, all of us are going to be in serious trouble. Hearing these words, everyone immediately shut their mouths sensibly. The Wind Emperor laying blame was not some laughable matter. At this time, a blue-robed old man suddenly stood up and said with Mingda with clasped hands, I wonder if Sect Master has questioned Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng before whether or not the Tranquil Cloud Sect still has a third Soul Sea Realm expert? Mingda said, That's of course. I specially told this news to the two of them. After they heard it, they looked stunned too. It was absolutely not feigned. Very clearly. They were also very surprised by this incident happening. Then I'm puzzled. Who in the world is controlling the array formation? To actually have such might? The blue-robed elder said with a frown. Since the Tranquil Cloud Sect doesn't have a third Soul Sea Realm martial artist, then could it be that the Northern Domain's 3 sects already discovered our true identities? Mingda shook his head and said, Impossible. For the sake of this day, I've already made perfectly sound preparations. Long before taking action, I already sent people to the Myriad Sword sect to bow our heads in submission and acquiesce, and also promised huge benefits. They won't intervene in the Southern Domain's affairs. Then, could it be that it was a wandering formation path expert who just happened to pass by the Tranquil Cloud sect? Said the blue-robed elder with a frown. Mingda let out a sigh and said, Right now, the Tranquil Cloud sect huddled up and refuses to come out. We completely can't get any news. But no matter what, we also can't let those stragglers and remnant troops from the Tranquil Cloud sect to gain a firm foothold. Elder Jun, the matter of cracking the formation is entrusted to you. The blue-robed elder bowed and said, To render service to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, Jun will naturally do all I can. It is just a Tier 4 grand array. This old man will make them exist in name only. Mingda nodded his head and said with a faint smile, with Elder Jun's strength, this he can still count on it. You're a middle-ranked Tier 4 array master. If even you are helpless, then nobody in the Southern Domain can crack this formation. However, for the sake of being conservative, let Liao Wenguang go together with you. You guys can also look after each other. Remember, as long as the Grand Array is broken, kill every person regardless. Right then, another Soul Sea Realm Elder stood up and said, As you command. This Soul Sea Realm Elder was shockingly a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm martial artist. A middle-ranked Tier 4 array master coupled with a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm martial artist, this lineup could be rated as luxurious to the Southern Domain. At Towering Peak, Heavenly Sky Sect. This was the place that imprisoned the various sects' sect masters and grand elders. These people's essence energy seas all had restrictions imposed and completely could not muster up essence energy. Right now, they were no different from a cripple. Skymaple and Luo Qifeng were locked up together. The Purple Mansion sect was not worried that they would do anything funny either. Martial Uncle, who do you think came to our Tranquil Cloud sect? Luo Qingfeng asked with a frown. The sect's upper echelons were practically caught in one fell swoop. I really can't think of who has such capabilities in the sect still, to actually be able to obstruct the Purple Mansion sect's cavalry. Skymaple was evidently unsure either. Luo Qingfeng said, although Mingda only came to probe us and didn't say what happened, from his expression, it can still be made out that something major must have occurred. Mingda only asked if the Tranquil Cloud sect still had Soul Sea Realm experts existing and did not tell the two of them about Ma Yi's death. But what kind of person was Luo Qingfeng? He already knew many things from examining the speech and behavior. Skymaple shook his head and said, even if something big happened with Mingda the 7th-level Soul Sea Realm here, what use is there? My Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction is just something inevitable. Luo Qifeng suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice as he said rather excitedly, Martial Uncle, do you think that it's Yi Yuan returning? Skymaple was also startled in his heart. He immediately shook his head and said, if he wanted to come back, he would have returned long ago. Didn't you hear during the sect Great Meet? Not a single person who went to the mystic realm came back. Several months already passed by. The hope of Yi Yuan returning alive is too slim. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan really came back, he also can't possibly be the Purple Mansion sex match. He Mingda is a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Hearing Sky Maple analyze like this, Luo Qingfeng was also very downcast. The two people exchanged a glance, and both revealed bitter remorse. As long as they were given a few years' time, Yi Yuan would surely be able to grow up. But now, everything became empty. Sigh. To think that the tranquil cloud sect's 1,000-year foundation was actually ruined in our hands. What face do we have to go and meet our forefathers? Sky Maple said with an emotional sigh. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. A disaster is imminent. A Tranquil Cloud Sect disciple ran into the Tranquil Cloud Sect's main hall, looking very nervous. It's Junior Apprentice Brother Zhao Xian He. Is there any news from outside? Yi Yuan inquired. Zhao Xian said hurriedly, the Purple Mansion sect sent out several thousand martial artists and are marching for the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. Haha. Don't Junior Apprentice Brother Zhao Xian have faith in the might of the Grand Array? Forget about thousands of martial artists. Even if tens of thousands of martial artists came, they would not return either. But this time, the commanders are a 4th-level Soul Sea Realm, Grand Elder Liao Wenguang, and a Tier 4 Array Master, He Jun. I fear. When Zhao Xian got hold of this news, he was terrified until his legs turned soft. Tier 4 Array Masters were very terrifying existences. They were the bane of a sect's protective Grand Arrays. Even if they could not crack the formation, they could also find the Grand Array's weak links, and they could even diminish the Grand Array's power. Coupled with the brute force of a Soul Sea realm powerhouse, breaking the formation did not seem to be something so difficult. This way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be in danger. No matter how powerful the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array was, it was also just a quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array. It did not transcend the category of Tier 4 array formations. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect actually still had the existence of Tier 4 array masters. This Purple Mansion sect truly concealed too deeply. Before this, while the Purple Mansion sect was known as the Southern Domain's #2 great sect, they actually only had 5 or 6 Soul Sea realm experts too. The strongest was just 3rd-level Soul Sea. This time, the Purple Mansion sect displayed all of their might. Compared to the Purple Mansion sect, the Heavenly Sky sect was simply weak to the max. Not only were they completely surpassed by the Purple Mansion sect in the number of martial artists, but in terms of quality they were a great deal weaker too. And now, the Purple Mansion sect even sent out a Tier 4 Array Master. This was truly hopeless until it made people go nuts. Tier 4 Array Masters were the same as Alchemy King experts. They were all exceedingly rare existences in the Southern Domain. Before this, only the Heavenly Sky sect had a Tier 4 Array Master. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had never heard before that the Purple Mansion sect had a Tier 4 Array Master. A few days back, Zhao Xian and the rest were sent out by Yi Yuan to fish for information. Who knew that they would get hold of such a heavyweight news all at once? The first thing that Zhao Xian did when he got the information was to return to the sect without stopping to report this matter to Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his eyebrows. He just said nonchalantly, when soldiers arrive, send a general to block. When water floods, use dirt to keep it out. Junior Apprentice Brother don't need to worry. A puny little Tier 4 Array Master still can't stir up too big of a wave. Zhao Xian was stunned and immediately said excitedly, a Tier 4 Array Master isn't Senior Apprentice Brother's match either? That's fantastic. Senior Apprentice Brother. No matter what you do, we all support you fully. After slaying Yi, Yi Yuan was already an existence akin to a divinity in the eyes of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. As long as Yi Yuan did not fear, what did they have to fear as well? Furthermore, killing Yi greatly boosted the confidence of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples too. In their hearts, Soul Sea Realm was no longer an undefeatable existence anymore. Wasn't someone as powerful as Yi finished off by Yi Yuan in one move too? Although a Tier 4 Array Master was scary, seeing that composed look on Yi Yuan's face, Zhao Xian was instantly filled with confidence. So what if Tier 4 Array Master? With Senior Apprentice Brother Yi here, our Tranquil Cloud sect could absolutely stand firm and not fall. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, haha, it has been tiring for Junior Apprentice Brother. Go back and have a rest first. As long as us fellow apprentices unite and are of one mind, even if he Mingda personally came, what can he do to me? After Zhao Xian left, Yi Yuan moved to Victory Peak. This place was originally the place where the sect grand competition took place. Currently, it had become a cultivation holy land. In the entire plaza, there were roughly around 200 over Tranquil Cloud sect disciples currently. Among the remainder disciples, those who cultivated the sword were basically all here. These disciples, some were currently meditating to comprehend sword intent, some were currently practicing the sword, some were currently breaking down moves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance around, but his gaze landed on Tianyu. Tianyu was currently meditating with his eyes shut. Although the outside world was very noisy, he seemed to be residing in a different world. 5 days had already gone by since Yi Yuan inscribed the sword characters. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan would come here to observe the fellow apprentices' situation every day. And in these 5 days, the one who improved the fastest was not Mo Yun Tian, but it was Tianyu. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive to sword intent. Any hint of change to the seniors and juniors, he would take it all into sight. On the first day, Tianyu stood in front of the huge boulder and did not move a muscle, looking at it for an entire day. On the second day, Tianyu did not go and look at those sword characters anymore. He just meditated there the entire time. In 4 days, the sword intent on Tianyu's body condensed and did not dissipate, drawing the bow without discharging the arrow. It actually had the inclination of soaring to the skies. The fellow apprentices were all comprehending the sword characters on the huge boulders. But nobody approached within 100 feet of Tianyu's surroundings. Mo Yun Tian appeared beside Yi Yuan since God knew when, and likewise sized up Tianyu in the distance. Junior apprentice brother Tianyu's talent is exceedingly high. He just comprehended for a day's time in front of the words you inscribed and actually had such a huge improvement. Mo Yun Tian said with a gasp of admiration. Mo Yun Tian was also a peerlessly talented individual. But compared to Tianyu, he was still much worse off. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is indeed shockingly talented. But, for him to be able to have such a huge improvement, it was also due lucky chances. Oh? What do you mean? Senior apprentice brother Tianyu grew up with many admirers surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon and has never suffered huge setbacks. This mystic realm journey, he was captured to become a slave by fierce Gale world martial artists. This to him was undoubtedly unprecedented shame. After returning, Grand Elder Sky Maple was detained by the Purple Mansion sect, which stimulated his staunch personality even more. Before this, senior apprentice brother Tianyu had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Furthermore, his elementary form of true intent was born from the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. That's why the words that I inscribed can have such great inspiration to him. Of course, there is still one point. My primary cultivation method is a fire attribute cultivation method too. There is a trace of concept of fire contained inside the sword intent as well. Him reaping the greatest harvest is also something within reason, Yi Yuan explained. When Mo Yun Tian heard these words, he immediately saw the light. Sigh. To the present Tranquil Cloud sect, what it lacks most of all is time. If Tianyu and Wuxia this batch can grow up, our Tranquil Cloud sect can rise up once again, Mo Yun Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan said with a smile, passing down the flame. Tranquil Cloud sect has a soul. It won't be extinguished. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, while he had some unpleasantness with the Ouyang family, he could sense the spirit that the Tranquil Cloud sect passed down. The sect's upper echelons were all people who carried ambition. From the state of Qin's 9 heavens roads Lu Yen to Sky Maple to Luo Qi Feng and Xiao Jian, they all had the spirit of lineal descent on them, which was the anticipation of the sect rising sharply anew. For the sake of this goal, they could sacrifice themselves without any hesitation at all. And this soul unfolded likewise on the bodies of these disciples before his eyes most vividly. Facing the besiegement of the Purple Mansion sect, They chose to sacrifice their lives for a just cause. With such a soul, Yi Yuan believed that the Tranquil Cloud sect would not be destroyed. At this time, Tianyu, who had been sitting quietly for 4 days, got up once more and came before the huge boulder again to contemplate on the inscribed words on the huge boulder. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gave a gentle smile and said, "Looks like the sect has hopes for a revival." "And what's the meaning of Junior Apprentice Brother's words?" Mo Yuntian asked in confusion. "You guess which sword character is he contemplating on?" Mo Yuntian was stupefied briefly and looked at Tianyu again, involuntarily shaking his head. Tianyu's head was facing very high upwards. But as for which sword character he was looking at in particular, Mo Yuntian could not guess it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If my conjectures are correct, Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu is most likely already comprehending the 37th word." "What? 37th word? Doesn't that mean?" Mo Yuntian said in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. He's already comprehending the final 9 words. As long as he can comprehend fully, his own true intent should be just about able to take form." The words that Yi Yuan inscribed on the huge boulder, each one was a minor realm. Every 9 was a major realm, advancing level by level gradually. Tianyu was already comprehending the 37th word, meaning that he had already reached the final phase. Wasn't such an improvement speed a little too fast? If Junior Apprentice Brother Tianyu can really fully comprehend his own true intent, then it will truly be the heavens not forsaking our Tranquil Cloud sect. So long as we cross this tribulation, we'll surely soar to the skies at once. Mo Yuntian was not dejected, but appeared very happy instead. Actually, the ones who comprehended the elementary form of true intent in our Tranquil Cloud sect isn't just Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu alone. It's just I wonder if they are doing okay now. Yi Yuan suddenly lamented. "What? There's still somebody who comprehended the elementary form of true intent? Who is it?" Mo Yuntian was truly shocked. "It's precisely the Long Tang who entered the sect together with me. In the sect grand competition previously, he already comprehended the elementary form of true intent." Yi Yuan said. "Hiss, it's actually him." Mo Yuntian looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. Mo Yuntian noticed one thing. People who were close to Yi Yuan all seemed to have obtained enormous benefits. Tianyu was so, Long Tang was so, Nanfeng Ruoqing was so. Even he himself was similarly like so. Mo Yuntian did not know that even Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's breakthroughs had close ties to Yi Yuan. Yes, presumably, the sect has already discovered his talent. That's why they would arrange for him to withdraw to the northern domain to preserve their strength. Yi Yuan said. Among these many seniors and juniors, to say who Yi Yuan was most worried about, it was naturally the Nanfeng aunt and niece and Long Tang. But he inquired about. Among the secret team headed for the northern domain this time, there was the 3 of them. This also put Yi Yuan's mind at ease considerably. If it's like this, the Tranquil Cloud sect can be said to have added a double insurance. Even if I have to risk this life, I, Mo Yuntian, will also have to ensure their safety, Mo Yuntian said firmly. Mo Yuntian knew that the sect's strongest genius was actually not Tianyu, nor was it Long Tang, but this person before him. It was just that him being together with Yi Yuan, not only could he not be of any assistance, he would instead become a burden. Right now, it was Yi Yuan protecting the Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength, and not him, Mo Yuntian. Without Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect would practically be utterly annihilated at this time, whence the resurgence. The small and weak Yi Yuan back then already grew into a towering tree current, sheltering the sect from the wind and rain. After several days, a shout akin to rolling thunder echoed throughout the entire sect. Tranquil Cloud sect's trash, listen up. Give you all 2 days to come out and surrender. Otherwise, when the formation is broken, nothing will be left intact. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already in position long ago in the Grand Array Center. They could clearly sense 2 extremely powerful auras outside the Grand Array. Very clearly, these 2 people were the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, Liao Wenguang and He Jun. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples showed a nervous expression on their faces. Even though they were confident enough in Yi Yuan, facing middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouses, they still not could avoid feeling fear. Soul Sea realm martial artist. Each minor realm had a tremendous difference. The strength of middle-stage Soul Sea realm was completely not what that Ma-E could compare to. Want to come, then come. So much crap. If you have the capabilities, break this grand array before talking. Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted out through the grand array. Liao Wenguang's brows furrowed and said, "Humph, I want to see if this grand array of yours is really as powerful as rumored." With Ma Yi's failure serving as a warning, Liao Wenguang did not dare to be negligent. He directly took out his weapon, a blood-colored long saber. There's a show to watch now. Grand Elder Liao's blood-drinking saber is a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. Coupled with his Tier 4 martial technique, blood-drinking soul-severing blade, it can be said to be unstoppable. Yeah, I heard that when Grand Elder Liao was still at the Sea Transformation realm, he once relied on this saber to cut down 5 experts of the same realm. Now that so many years have passed, this martial technique of his has probably attained perfection, right? Tranquil Cloud sect this pack of morons. To actually dare kill Grand Elder Ma, truly causing their own ruin. Provoking Grand Elder Liao to come out is the dumbest thing that they have done. Liao Wenguang had already not come out of retirement for many years. These few years, he had been very low profile as well, only appearing before people with first-level Soul Sea realm cultivation. But now, he suddenly erupted with 4th-level Soul Sea realm strength. Nobody dared to disparage him. In all honesty, nobody dared to look down on Soul Sea realm martial artists either. Liao Wenguang stood in the air, standing firm far away. The saber momentum rose, and at the same time, a crimson essence energy storm howled in front of Tranquil Cloud sect's gates instantaneously. Boundless killing intent undulated out. That level of power gave people a feeling like the mountains were crumbling and the ground splitting. Incomparably indomitable. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples in the center of the formation distinctly sensed this pressure. Compared to Ma-E, this attack was more than a level stronger. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciple had cold sweat coming out of their palms and anxiety, uncertain if Yi Yuan could withstand this attack. Blood-drinking soul-severing blade. Liao Wenguang gave a low cry. Saber light towered to the skies, its momentum akin to rolling thunder, instantly slamming onto the grand array, only to hear a rumble, as if the entire spirit-blessing mountain trembled a little. Everyone clearly sensed that an essence energy breach appeared on the grand array, but automatically recovered very soon. Seeing this scene, Liao Wenguang was not alarmed, but became excited instead, saying with a cold laugh, "I was wondering how powerful this grand array was. Turns out that it's merely on par with middle-stage Soul Sea realm. Another few more times and this grand array would most likely be collapsing, right? Grand Elder Liao is almighty. Grand Elder Liao is almighty." When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw the scene, they were all highly excited. Many among them followed Ma-E over here the previous time, including that Zhu Mingyu. On that day, they could be said to have experienced the most painful defeat in the history of the Purple Mansion sect and felt like the entire world was falling apart. A Soul Sea realm martial artist was slain in front of the formation. This impact force was too intense, and today they had a feeling of walking about with their chins held high, and finally felt like they regained a set. Hence, each and every one of them was like on stimulants, praising Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang also felt very comfortable regarding this stuff. The feeling of being worshipped by everyone was very wonderful. Heh, I'm going to go one more time to see how many of my attacks this grand array of yours can withstand. You all prepare well for me. After I blast this grand array open, you all charge inside in one breath and leave nothing behind. Liao Wenguang said with a loud laugh. Rumble. Another huge tremor. After a moment, the grand array recovered to normal once more. Liao Wenguang was very excited. He seemed to have seen the moment the grand array shattered. While by the side, He Jun was not as optimistic as Liao Wenguang. He stared at the grand array with heated eyes. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. He brandished the blood-drinking saber and was just about to attack again when he heard He Jun said, "Forget it, old Liao. You can't break this grand array. Liao Wenguang's expression changed and he said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Old he, you aren't afraid that I'd snatch credit from you, right?" He-jun shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Since you're talking like this, just take it like I didn't say anything. Go ahead and carry on trying." Liao Wenguang's expression was not very good and was somewhat caught in a dilemma for a moment. To talk about martial strength, he obviously flung He-jun several streets behind. But to talk about understanding towards array formations, He-jun threw him more than 10 streets behind. Looking at the realm passageway on the verge of opening up, these Purple Mansion sect Soul Sea realm experts all wished to render contributions in front of the Wind Emperor. If Liao Wenguang could crack the formation independently, the merit this time would be his alone. He was obviously not willing to give this credit to He-jun. But he knew He-jun's formation's path attainments. If he was not exaggerating just to alarm people, then wouldn't he be wasting his energy? Ruminating briefly for a moment, Liao Wenguang said with a cold snort, "Humph. Try it out then." Liao Wenguang felt that his attack just now already caused considerable damage to the Grand Array. Redouble his effort and he could definitely crack this formation. He-jun smiled coldly at the corners of his mouth, but did not stop Liao Wenguang too much. There was not much nonsense. Liao Wenguang sent out another blade. This time he even increased his strength a little. Another intense tremor. The Grand Array seemed to be tottering on the verge of collapse already. Liao Wenguang shot He-jun a glare like putting on a show of force and increased his strength even more again. Liao Wenguang was highly excited, chopping out blade after blade. The Purple Mansion sect disciples only heard the rumbling sounds lingering incessantly in their ears as if the entire Spirit Blessing Mountain was crumbling. Yet, in a twinkle, Liao Wenguang slashed out over a dozen blades. The commotion caused was greater each time, and the Grand Array also quaked more intensely each time. But it just was not breached. Liao Wenguang was panting from exhaustion and finally became aware that something was not right. Unleashing over a dozen blades consecutively. Moreover, each blade was more powerful than the last, as if every blade reached the limits that the Grand Array could withstand. That was also to say that this sect protecting Grand Array's limits was rising along with his attacks. Motherfucker, wasn't this messing with your father? Liao Wenguang gnashed his teeth hatefully, his gaze involuntarily glancing over at He-jun. But he discovered that He-jun was looking at him composedly, seemingly watching a good show. To hell with it. A person has to have a backbone. I want to see just where this Grand Array's limits lie. Liao Wenguang was fairly stimulated by He-jun's expression, and his stubborn temper flared up all at once. In front of thousands of Purple Mansion sect disciples, if Liao Wenguang yielded at this time, where would he put his face in the sect hereafter? Liao Wenguang at this time had already ridden on a tiger and found it hard to dismount. He could only toughen his scalp and continue attacking wildly. He could not care about saving whatever trump cards at this time too. Flinging caution to the wind, he used his strongest attacks altogether. Yet, it did not have any freaking use. Apart from huge tremors, the Grand Array still did not have any signs of the slightest trace of damage. Liao Wenguang was already dog-tired until he was about to collapse. Such powerful attacks, even if he was a middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse, he was also unable to sustain for too long. What the hell is this Grand Array? Why is it so strong? Earlier when I saw Elder Liao's attacks, I even thought that this Grand Array nothing more than this. But Elder Liao slashed out dozens of blades and it actually still did not crack the formation. Wasn't it said that the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array was only a low-rank Tier 4 Grand Array? How can it possibly withstand Elder Liao's attacks? You guys look, Elder Liao is already tired until like this. To be able to exhaust a middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse to this extent, this Grand Array is really... Up until now, it was all Elder Liao attacking. I was present on that day. This Grand Array clearly has people controlling, and can even taking the initiative to attack, releasing an extremely terrifying light stream which instantly killed Elder Ma. Over on the Purple Mansion sect's side, discussions were running rampant, especially those martial artists who experienced Ma Yi's death. Currently, their dread towards the Grand Array was at the peak. Up until this moment, this sect protecting Grand Array had been taking on a defensive stance. That extraordinarily powerful light stream had yet to appear until now. What if Truly whatever one feared would come. After sustaining one of Liao Wenguang's attack, several streams of flowing light creeped out, chasing after Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang was practically at the extent of a nearly spent force already. The timing that these few streams of flowing light appeared was grasped very well too. It was precisely when Liao Wenguang's old force was spent and new strength had yet to be produced. Liao Wenguang's face changed drastically and hastily wanted to evade. But his essence energy was depleted right now. How could he still have the strength to run? The speed of the light streams was much faster than him. It caught up to his figure instantaneously. Bang! A huge air blast pushed Liao Wenguang far out, slamming heavily onto the ground. Liao Wenguang rolled a long way out on the ground and struggled to crawl to his feet, eating a mouthful of dust and in a very wretched state. The Grand Array restored its tranquility once more, as if nothing happened earlier. But Lian Wenguang had lingering fear. That life and death juncture just now, if not for He Jun taking action to disperse those few streams of flowing light, he would most likely be following in Ma Yi's footsteps right now. He Jun, you know that this Grand Array is formidable. Why didn't you make a move earlier? Liao Wenguang came in before He Jun and said crossly. Liao Wenguang could not remember how long had it been since he was so miserable anymore. Today's encounter made him depressed to the max and he very much needed to find a channel to vent. But He Jun said calmly, I warned you long ago. It was you who didn't listen to my advice and had to forcefully crack the formation. I made a move to save you earlier. It was fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually have the face to turn around and question me. You. Liao Wenguang actually had no words to retort with. This Grand Array is incredibly abstruse. It's completely not a low-rank Tier 4 Grand Array. It's very different from the news that we understood before, He Jun said in a grave voice. Liao Wenguang's expression changed and he said, What? Not low-rank Tier 4? Then, what grade? He Jun said, If my conjectures are right, this Grand Array is at least high-rank Tier 4 level. Even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to forcefully crack the formation. Liao Wenguang's shock this time was extraordinary. He actually forgot the embarrassment earlier for a moment and said in astonishment, Even Sect Master can't crack this Grand Array? Are you kidding? My attacks earlier clearly almost breached it already. It was just slightly lacking some firepower. He Jun had a disdainful face as he said with a cold smile, Drop it, you. Your attacks just now only scratched their itch for them. The person controlling the Grand Array had the Grand Array controlled at middle stage Soul C realm level just for the sake of saving essence energy. That's why your attacks can have that sort of effect. If not out of trepidation that the two of us were here, you would long be a dead body right now. Such a shame. At the last moment it actually fell a step short of success. In the formation's center, Tianyu said with a look of pity. Tianyu hated the Purple Mansion sect people to the bone. If not for his strength being lacking, he would have long slaughtered up to the Heavenly Sky sect. Now, seeing that Liao Wenguang was actually rescued by people, he immediately lamented endlessly. Sigh. Just a bit more and we could have killed that middle-stage Soul Sea realm expert. Just a little bit more. A disciple hammered his chest and stomped his feet. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples all nodded their heads secretly. Evidently, they completely felt the same way. Previously, they were all still very nervous, fearful that the Grand Array would not be able to sustain and wished that they could transfer all the essence energy in their bodies to Yi Yuan. But after suffering several attacks, they discovered that the ever-triumphant middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse in their impression did not seem to be that scary either. Although the tremors that the Grand Array sustained was much greater than the previous time, the essence energy that Yi Yuan extracted from their bodies reduced a great deal instead. This aspect was because that their collective strength rose a huge step. The other aspect was because Yi Yuan intentionally preserved strength. But Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, Haha, don't be anxious. The good show is just starting. Tianyu's eyebrows shot up and he said rather excitedly, Junior apprentice brother Yi, could it be that? You intended that earlier? Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Kill one and the other's alertness will become high. That array master would surely be very wary. Making him jump into the pit wouldn't be too easy then. That's a Tier 4 array master after all. He more or less still has some capabilities. Haha. Like I said, Brilliant, junior apprentice brother Yi. Truly brilliant. Tianyu was thrilled and unwittingly raised a big thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tianyu's silly look, the disciple also could not help bursting into laughter. The jumpiness previously immediately vanished without a trace. Outside the sex gates, Liao Wenguang's hair was standing on its end from shock. Only now did he know that he had already toured one round around the gates of hell and back. Recalling that scene earlier, Liao Wenguang had a bout of lingering fear and felt a swish of cold wind at the back too. Liao Wenguang swallowed his saliva and felt rather parched. Old He, do as you say. I'll listen to you. This time, Liao Wenguang did not dare to show off his abilities and started to consult He Jun. He Jun was a Tier 4 array master after all. Liao Wenguang himself could not crack the formation. Evidently, there was only relying on He Jun. He Jun said with a smile, Tier 4 and above grand arrays, even if it were me, cracking it is somewhat challenging too. Liao Wenguang saw that He Jun was deliberately keeping him in suspense and gnashed his teeth hatefully. But at this point, Liao Wenguang had no choice either. He could only rely on He Jun entirely. They pledged solemnly in front of He Mingda before they departed to definitely crack the grand array and utterly eradicate the tranquil cloud sect. Yet now, he nearly lost his little life just now. A round of tongue-lashing from He Mingda could not be dispensed with when they returned. Only by annihilating the tranquil cloud sect could he look a little better in terms of face after returning. Old He, everyone is serving the Wind Emperor. Don't hold the suspense already. All right? Liao Wenguang said unhappily. Pooh! Know that you're serving the Wind Emperor now? When you were snatching credit just now, where did you put the Wind Emperor? Of course, He Jun did not say out these words. He just criticized in his heart. Liao Wenguang, this fellow was too shameless. I've researched all the 8 great sects sect protecting grand arrays before. The Tranquil Cloud sects sect protecting grand array's name is Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. This array formation was originally a quasi-tier 5 array formation. Its power was extraordinary. It's just don't know what the reason was. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array seemed to have some imperfections. So it only had low-rank tier 4 power. He Jun said slowly. From He Jun's words, one could tell that the Purple Mansion sect had wild ambitions towards the southern domain, and had long been making plans. He Jun had long researched the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array before and more or less still had some understanding of the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Liao Wenguang said in astonishment, could it be that this array formation in front of us already has quasi-tier 5 grand array power? Doesn't that mean that, unless a divine traversing realm powerhouse came, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to crack this grand array no matter what? He Jun shook his head and said, how can a quasi-tier 5 grand array be so easy to set up? At least in the southern domain, there's absolutely nobody who can lay down a quasi-tier 5 grand array. Furthermore, according to what I know, this Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array's complete array formation was already lost. The Tranquil Cloud sect themselves can't set it up either. Liao Wenguang heaved a sigh and said, then your meaning is? Although this array formation can't possibly reach quasi-tier 5 grand array standards, it has evidently been renewed and perfected by somebody. It should barely manage to reach high-rank tier 4 standards. Moreover, the strength of the person controlling the grand array is not beneath mine. Hence, wanting to directly crack the formation, I can't do it too, He Jun said with a grave face. What? This grand array has someone controlling? Furthermore, strength isn't beneath yours? In the land of the southern domain, other than the heavenly sky sects Zhou Yun, who else can reach your level? Liao Wenguang exclaimed in surprise. Liao Wenguang was utterly clueless about grand arrays and completely could not see through this array formation's profundities. But He Jun could perceive some inkling. The tier 4 array masters in the land of the southern domain only had 2 people. One was He Jun. The other person was a heavenly sky sect grand elder called Zhou Yun. Before this, He Jun had secluded himself from society all along and did not come out. The tier 4 array masters in the land of the southern domain was actually just this Zhou Yun alone. Hearing for the first time about this person whose formation's path standards were not beneath He Jun's controlling this grand array before their eyes, Liao Wenguang's astoundment could be imagined. One had to know that Zhou Yun was still being detained at Towering Peak. Then who was inside the Grand Array? He Jun nodded his head slowly and his expression had unspeakable solemnness. I also can't figure it out after racking my brain. Logically speaking, the Tranquil Cloud sect is the weakest sect among the 8 great sects. Counting in Luo Qifeng, there are only just 2 Soul Sea realms as well. I really want to know who on earth is controlling this sect protecting Grand Array inside right now. Liao Wenguang felt rather parched. A Tier 4 Array Master whose strength was not inferior to He Ju controlling a high-rank Tier 4 Grand Array. This was not something fun. His actions earlier were seriously too foolish. Thinking about it now, he was considered to have had a narrow escape. No wonder He Jun said previously that even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to crack this formation either. Then, what should we do now? Go back first to report this matter to Sect Master. Liao Wenguang no longer had the haughtiness of a Soul Sea realm right now. Instead, he became somewhat timid. He Jun shook his head and said, "We mobilized a huge force and raised a big rumpus to come here. How can we return empty-handed?" Encountering such an expert, I am also itching to test my skills now. I really want to know who on earth is controlling the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array now. Although I can't achieve directly cracking the formation, abating the power of this array formation and finding the vulnerable areas of this Grand Array, I can still accomplish it. Old Liao, in a while I'll go crack the formation. You help support me from the sides and wait for my news. When I let you attack, you launch your attack with all your might and completely break this formation. As he said, He Jun flipped over his hand. His hand already had an additional bunch of multicolored small flags in it. He took out a yellow small flag and his figure moved, arriving not far from the Grand Array. Only to see him casually wave his hand. Vast quantities of Heaven Vought Earth essence energy released from the small flag and sunk into the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. He Jun's actions did not cause a huge uproar like Liao Wenguang, but it instantly boosted the confidence of the Purple Mansion sect disciples considerably like a cardiac tonic. He Jun was the Southern Domain's only 2 Tier 4 Array Master. Before today, Zhou Yun's famous name resounded through the Southern Domain because he was the only Tier 4 Array Master. But Zhou Yun was just an initial rank Tier 4 Array Master. While He Jun was a middle rank Tier 4 Array Master, if even He Jun could not crack this Grand Array before them, then nobody could crack this formation in the Southern Domain. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all held their breaths, staring at He Jun's actions fixedly, fearful of making any bit of noise and disturbing him cracking the formation. When the essence energy released by He Jun through the yellow tiny flag touched the Grand Array, it was the peaceful surface of a quiet lake having a rock tossed into it, immediately stirring up waves of ripples. The Grand Array suddenly exploded with light, seemingly wanting to shake off the strand of essence energy. He Jun had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he said, "The prismatic illusionary moon flags are a 128 restrictions spirit artifact and also my lifeblood spirit artifact. Even a high-rank Tier 4 Array Master can't possibly blast it off either. Be good. It will all be over very soon." He Jun continuously released essence energy, tightly entangling the Grand Array. After a moment, He Jun's gaze turned intent, and he unleashed essence energy to shoot the yellow tiny flag out. Clank! A crisp sound came over. The yellow tiny flag inserted deep into a boulder not far away. The Grand Array seemed to have suffered damage. The light actually dimmed greatly in an instant. Ha ha ha! Elder He is awesome. Elder He is indeed worthy of being a Tier 4 Array Master. Cracking this Grand Array in simply reaching out a hand to grab it. This Tranquil Cloud sect has been too cocky in front of us. Did you see that stone plaque? This time they finally got their faces smacked by Elder He, right? Wait until Elder He cracks the Grand Array. I'll definitely smash that stone plaque into pieces. When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw the Grand Array tottering, each and every one of them was unbelievably eager. Especially the disciples who came here last time. They were indeed suppressed too heavily these few days. The Purple Mansion sect that swept away all resistance actually did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect. This was too humiliating. Now, seeing that the Grand Array had hopes of being cracked by He Jun, they all had an impulse to vent out their oppression. But He Jun himself was very composed. Only to see him take out another green tiny flag, casting it in the same manner, and nailing it onto a huge tree. This time, the Grand Array's light dimmed some more. The Purple Mansion sect disciples were even more excited. Each one of them was like on stimulants, only to see each and every one of them rub their fists and wipe their palms, all wishing to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud sect at the first moment. Even Liao Wenguang had glittering eyes at this time and a feeling of eagerness to have a go. Old he indeed has some skills. If I listened to him earlier, I wouldn't have lost so much face too. Liao Wenguang was regretting secretly. While at this time, the expressions of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples in the center of the array were not too good. The array formation that they were in was adjoined into one with the Grand Array, and could deeply sense that the Grand Array was currently being weakened. All of them were very worried. J. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, is this all right? Tish, the Grand Array seems to have weakened again. Yeah, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Don't be miserly with our essence energy. Even if we are sucked dry, that's fine too, as long as the Grand Array can be protected. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, we don't fear death. If you need essence energy, feel free to use. My brows won't furrow at all. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all trying to get a word in with Yi Yuan. Each and every one of their eyes looked death calmly in the face. All had the preparation to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a faint smile, "Seniors and juniors, relax. When I need your essence energy, this Yi won't hold back. But it's not to the point of the end of our ropes. Seniors and juniors don't need to lose all hope like so either. Everything is within grasp." The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples exchanged glances, all seeing the excitement in the other person's eyes. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan, but because the Purple Mansion sect's strength was really too strong. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the array formation was being weakened. That was why they were so anxious. But Yi Yuan's one sentence put all of their minds at ease. The present Yi Yuan had this capability. He Jun had a total of 7 little flags in his hands. They were respectively 7 types of colors. By the time the final blue flag stuck into place, the brilliance given off by the Grand Array was abetted to the extreme all at once, like a person receiving heavy wounds. But just seriously injured. The Grand Array did not collapse with a loud crash. Moreover, the Grand Array seemed to have spirituality. The radiance was bright at times, and dark at times. It seemed to be struggling even more intensely compared to before. Those 7 little flags actually showed signs of loosening. He Jun did not dare to slight it. Pushing with both palms, 7 streaks of essence energy strands flowed out from his palm, instantly connecting onto those 7 little flags. The 7 little flags stabilized very quickly. Seeing that Liao Wenguang was still in a daze, He Jun yelled out loudly, "What are you stoning there for? Quickly attack the Grand Array." Liao Wenguang was shocked awake abruptly. Essence energy erupted in an instant. This time, Liao Wenguang maneuvered practically all the essence energy that could be mobilized in his entire body, pouring all of it into the blood-drinking saber. Blood-drinking saber immediately emitted an extremely blinding red glow. An utterly horrifying aura undulated out. "Break for me!" Liao Wenguang swung his long saber. A terrifying attack surged forward towards the Grand Array. Rumble! Rock fragments flew all around. A large stretch of land outside the gates was practically flattened. The power of this one attack was too strong. Elder Liao is almighty. Elder Liao is awesome. Kill all of the Tranquil Cloud sect's people. Take revenge for Elder Mai. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all charged over towards the gates, wanting to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud sect. However, the expressions on He Jun and Liao Wenguang, the two of their faces, did not become eager. It turned grave instead. Liao Wenguang's attack earlier did not receive any obstruction. It seemed to directly pass through the Grand Array. What was doing on here? It was still He Jun who reacted to it first. His expression unwittingly changed vividly, howling at Liao Wenguang. "Not good! Baited! Quickly run!" Liao Wenguang was stunned. Then his expression immediately changed dramatically too. Because at this time, the Grand Array suddenly exploded with rays of light. Those dazzling rays of light was even more intense than before. How was there any hint of being restrained? Hundreds of light streams released from within the Grand Array. speeding towards Jun and Liao Wenguang rapidly. Liao Wenguang was all too clear regarding the prowess of this flowing light. He nearly died under these light streams just now. There were only several streams of flowing light earlier, but now there were hundreds. Because of cracking the formation, plus the effects of Jun's prismatic illusionary moon flags, the two people's distance from the Grand Array was already very close. And Yi Yuan was waiting for this moment. Bang! 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 Violent explosion sounds sounded in front of the tranquil cloud sex gates. Those hundreds of light streams seemed like rolling thunder cascading down from the horizon, blasting what was in front of the tranquil cloud sex gates beyond recognition. After the explosions, before the tranquil cloud sect gates, it was as still as death. What did you say? Tell me again one more time. Heavenly Sky Sect's Great Hall. When Mingda heard the Sea Transformation Realm Elder Zhu Mingyu's report, he stood up with a start, a face full of disbelief. Zhu Mingyu was covered in wounds all over his body, looking very alarming. But his injuries had clearly already been through treatment and was not a big deal. Seeing Mingda question, Zhu Mingyu said through sobs, Lord Sect Master. Grand Elder He and Elder Liao were killed on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect protecting Grand Array. The 1,500 disciples this trip, the casualties exceed half. Just the Sea Transformation Realm Elders, close to as many as 80 people were lost. Zhu Mingyu still had fear in his eyes. He was already scared out of his wits by the Tranquil Cloud Sect's sect protecting Grand Array. First was personally witnessing the first-level Soul Sea Realm Mai die before his eyes. Then, he witnessed with his own eyes the fourth-level Soul Sea Realm, Jun and Liao Wenguang dying before him. This image would probably never be erased from his mind in this lifetime. After Jun and Liao Wenguang died, he became the person with the highest strength in that team. If not for coming to deliver the news to Mingda, he wished that he could immediately find a place to enter terminal seclusion and not come out even if he was beaten to death. Even now, his voice was still trembling unceasingly when speaking. Since the realm passageway was linked up, martial artists below the Soul Sea Realm could enter the Endless World. These few months' time, there were already many Sea Transformation Realm and Crystal Formation Realm martial artists that entered the Endless World. They were all under Mingda's command. Otherwise, with the Purple Mansion sect's might alone, they had no way of attaining such horrifying strength either. With these reinforcements, the Purple Mansion sect's strength had long surpassed the Heavenly Sky sect. That was why they could take down the entire southern domain without shedding a drop of blood. Yet, with each word that Zhu Mingyu said, Mingda's heart would drip a drop of blood. By the time Zhu Mingyu finished talking, Mingda felt like the blood in his heart were almost drained dry already. He plopped his bottom back onto his seat, his face in a complete daze. The losses from the attack on the Tranquil Cloud sect this time was too grievous. The Tranquil Cloud sect's accident still made Mingda attach importance to it. That was why attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect this time, he practically sent nearly 40% of the Purple Mansion sect's martial artists. This trip, just the Sea Transformation Realm martial artists had over 100 people. Yet of these 100 over people, only 50 to 60 came back. Among them, many were laden with heavy injuries. They most likely would not have much endeavors in the future either. According to Zhu Mingyu's description, Jun and Liao Wenguang were slain on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array. While the other disciples thought that the Grand Array was broken and charged inside the Grand Array's range of fire crazily. In the end, because Zhu Mingyu had to supervise, his actions were a step slow and just happened to rush to the peripherals of the sect-protecting Grand Array, saving his life instead. Mingda never would have dreamt that the Purple Mansion sect would actually suffer such a calamitous defeat in the southern domain. Two middle-stage Soul Sea Realm experts. This was absolutely a top beam-like existence to the Purple Mansion sect. Now they actually perished together. Poo work. Mingda only felt sweetness in his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Even with Mingda's forbearance and wisdom, he also could not quite accept such a defeat at this time. Lord Sect Master. Lord Sect Master. The Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons were also in overwhelming shock earlier. Seeing Mingda spew blood at this time, they could not help turning pale in alarm. Mingda waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He opened his mouth and said to Zhu Mingyu, "Mingyu, you tell me the situation at that time. Don't miss out anything at all." Zhu Mingyu was seriously unwilling to recall the situation back then. But the sect master raised it up. He had no choice but to force himself to look back upon it either. Right away, Zhu Mingyu described the situation back then in detail. Although they were not involved personally, when they heard Zhu Mingyu's narrative, the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons still felt a cold blast of wind hit them from behind. Zhu Mingyu said that he had yet to approach the Grand Array and he already ended up looking like this. Those Purple Mansion sect disciples who charged inside the Grand Array's attack range definitely died very miserably. He Mingda's brows virtually knitted until they became one. He asked Zhu Mingyu. He Jun said back then that even if I went, I can't crack the Grand Array either? Zhu Mingyu nodded and said, yes. Elder, he said that at that time. Furthermore, seeing Zhu Mingyu wanting to speak but holding back, he Mingda said unhappily, whatever you have, say it. Yes. Disciple feels that even if sect master went to crack the formation personally, you'd most likely. Zhu Mingyu still did not say finish the words at the back, but everyone understood his meaning and could not help drawing a cold breath. His meaning was that even if he Mingda personally went to crack the formation, he might not be able to retreat unscathed too. Looking from this, how strong was this Grand Array? He Mingda did not reveal a surprised expression. From Zhu Mingyu's account just now, he already knew this point. The power of this Grand Array simply surpassed their imaginations. He Mingda muttered under his breath, just what happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? How could such a powerful existence suddenly pop out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect has somebody who acquired the Grand Yen True sect's inheritance back then? At this time, a young profile stood up from the crowd. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lin Chao who he had not seen for a long time. Several months of not meeting, the present Lin Chao actually already cultivated to peak 9th level C transformation realm. He followed the Lan family tribe into the central capital back then, but at this time he already returned to the Purple Mansion sect. And those fierce Gale world martial artists were precisely brought back by him. Lord Sect Master, disciple has a bold conjecture. It's just I don't know if it's right or not. Lin Chao had a profound look in his gaze. He Mingda's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, so, it's Lin Chao. Is it possible that you know who this person controlling the Grand Array is? Lin Chao shook his head and said, Lin Chao dare not confirm. But, to say the person with the greatest possibility, nobody else is worthy except him. He Mingda asked puzzledly, oh? Who? Yu Yuan. Lin Chao said. He Mingda's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Lin Chao did not waste his breath and recounted some of the events that happened within the mystic realm, greatly astonishing He Mingda and the other upper echelons. You're saying that this Tranquil Cloud sect disciple Yi Yuan entered Tier 4 and Tier 5 Grand Arrays like it were flat ground? Moreover, he even relied on a set of Tier 3 array formation to battle 4C transformation realms with spirit condensation realm cultivation? He Mingda felt that Lin Chao's words were like a joke. But he was deeply aware that it was impossible for Lin Chao to make a joke about this sort of thing. After Lin Chao completed the mission that the sect assigned, they started the grand plan of unifying the southern domain after coming back and simply did not have the time to report this matter to He Mingda. To think that over a month passed, such a huge pandemonium would actually appear. Furthermore, when Lin Chao came back, he already knew that Yi Yuan infiltrated the fierce Gale world. He felt that it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to return alive. Yet, the huge unforeseen accident at the Tranquil Cloud sect now, Lin Chao seriously could not think of anybody more likely than Yi Yuan. Seeing He Mingda pose a question, Lin Chao clasped his hands and said, Disciple dare not talk nonsense. If there wasn't this Yi Yuan, perhaps Disciple would not be able to pass through the array formation laid out by the Grand Yen True sect either, and also could not have completed the mission at all. The group of upper echelons was exchanging glances. Clearly, this was their first time receiving information like this. And the shock that this news gave everyone was too overwhelming. According to what Lin Chao said, Yi Yuan only had a 7th level spirit condensation realm cultivation when he entered the mystic realm. He could actually traverse as easily as flat ground within Tier 4 and Tier 5 grand arrays at such a realm. Was this a joke? Yet, when placing this kind of unimaginable things on the present Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also the most logical explanation. From Yi Yuan's performance at that time, one could tell that his attainments in the formations path most likely surpassed the level of Tier 4 long ago. Without such strength, how could he control the sect-protecting Grand Array and cut down 3 Soul Sea realm powerhouses too? But, from then until now, merely a few short months had passed. This Yi Yuan could not go so far as to reach the level of Soul Sea realm, right? This news was layered with contradictions within. There were many unexplainable issues. But looking at the outcome, it was also the most reasonable explanation. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually took in such a monstrous disciple? This is quite troublesome, Mingda said with a frown. Mingda believed that Lin Chao would not joke around with this matter. Now, the Tranquil Cloud sect was defending this grand array to the bitter end. There were no divine traversing realm powerhouse who came forth. The sect would be like a porcupine being covered in spikes everywhere. They would be completely helpless against the sect. This war really struck Mingda until his flesh hurt. With the lesson this time, he no longer dared to storm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Moreover, what kind of visual prowess did Mingda had? He had long seen through that Zhu Mingyu who was already started dreading from the bottom of his heart. Even a peak 9th level C transformation realm expert was frightened until like this, let alone ordinary disciples. 2 middle-stage Soul Sea realm Grand Elders perished under the Grand Array just like that. Most likely, there was nobody who dared to deliver themselves to death anymore either. Lin Chao's eyes glimmered and said, "This boy's talent can no longer be described using monstrous. But he has a huge Achilles heel. Maybe we can move in from this point." Mingda's eyes narrowed and seemed to already know what Lin Chao was talking about. "You're saying, those prisoners on the towering peak?" Lin Chao nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is somebody who values ties enormously. He originally had the chance to leave the mystic realm individually but infiltrated the fierce Gale world without any hesitation. I'm thinking that since he has this weakness, why don't we make use of it? As long as we force him out of the Grand Array, why would we need to worry about being unable to deal with him?" "What if he doesn't come out?" asked a Soul Sea realm elder. "Then we'll kill one by one. Kill all the way until he comes out." These words were said by Lin Chao with a smile. Except his smile looked so cruel. These few days, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was in jubilation. This was a merry and hearty huge victory. The Tranquil Cloud sect relied on the sect-protecting Grand Array to cut down 2 middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a one-of-a-kind victory in the history of the Southern Domain. In the hearts of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, Yi Yuan was already an existence that approached godlike. They knew fully well that even if Grand Elder Skymaple and Sect Master Luo were here, they completely could not do it to Yi Yuan's extent either. Yi Yuan was simply sent by the heaven to save the Tranquil Cloud sect. With these 2 huge victories, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' fear towards the Purple Mansion sect were long tossed to the back of their minds. Now, even if Mingda came forth personally, they would also stand behind Yi Yuan without any signs of fear to transfer essence energy to him unceasingly. But Yi Yuan suddenly announced close seclusion ever since the great battle previously, leaving all of the sex matters to Mo Yuntian to manage. Everyone's enthusiasm had nowhere to release, so they might as well busy with their own matters. Of course, even more disciples continued comprehending the inscribed characters that Yi Yuan left on Victory Peak, hoping to raise their mastery of concepts as soon as possible. The greatest improvement was naturally still Tianyu. Now, there was already nobody who could approach the area of 200 feet around him. Apart from Tianyu, Mo Yuntian's improvement was also rather swift. Through a period of contemplating, Mo Yuntian already understood the profundities of the 30th sword character, and was currently comprehending the 31st character. This period of time, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of jade spirit pills too. Since returning from the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan had basically ceased comprehending concepts. As long as he had spare time, Yi Yuan would basically be cultivating essence energy. Before the great battle, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 9th level crystal formation realm. After that fight, Yi Yuan reckoned that the Purple Mansion sect would most likely have to properly plan for a period of time. Hence, he announced close seclusion at the first instance he had. After 3 days, Yi Yuan directly burst past the 9th-level crystal formation realm barrier. TSK, Big Brother can indeed fight it out with me. His cultivation completely has no bottlenecks at all. White Light was clicking his tongue as he said with a sigh. Young Master's concepts are much higher than his realm. Give him another 1 or 2 years, him breaking through to the divine traversing realm directly isn't anything much either, Yuan Fei said with a nod. I really don't know how he cultivates. He isn't much older than me either. His comprehension of concepts is actually so high. Big Brother said that he was going to directly break through to the sea transformation realm this close seclusion. When he exits, the expressions on those tranquil cloud sect disciples' faces must be very fascinating. White Light was very excited in a manner like desiring for the world to plunge into chaos. But Yuan Fei did not refute it. He also knew that what White Light said was correct. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal efficacy was multiple, even over 10 times of others. Plus his extremely heaven-defying cultivation method. He was totally unafraid of absorbing too much medicinal strength and could not withstand it. His cultivation speed was practically dozens of times of other ordinary people. Such a cultivation speed, these lower-realm martial artists could not be not astonished even if they wanted to. After entering seclusion, Yi Yuan was basically refining essence energy all the time. His realm was also rising extremely rapidly. Another 8 days passed. Yi Yuan finally reached peak 9th-level crystal formation realm in one stroke. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's dantian already swelled up. The fist-sized essence energy crystalline body practically filled up his dantian. Afterward, Yi Yuan spent another 2 days to consolidate his realm and started to break through to the sea transformation realm directly. Sea transformation realm was just a transitionary realm but was an undeniably important realm. Shattering core, transforming sea. The size of the essence energy sea formed as well as the quality determined the heights that one would attain in the future to a very large degree. After shattering the core, the entire dantian would crumble. The original dantian would vanish. Within the martial artist's body, a space will naturally form which was used to accommodate the essence energy sea. When ordinary 4 or 5 spirit liquid drops martial artists cultivated to the sea transformation realm, they could basically only condense a fist-sized essence energy sea. In theory, the more spirit liquid the martial artist had, the larger the essence energy sea condensed. Furthermore, the size of the essence energy sea condensed for the first time also determined the limits of the martial artist in the future. That was why it was said that this realm that was not a major realm was of utmost importance. Yi Yuan condensed the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops at that time. The essence energy crystalline body within his body at this time was much stronger compared to normal martial artists. Regarding how large an essence energy sea he could condense, Yi Yuan was very curious too. Heh, I wonder how large an essence energy sea I can condense with my present state coupled with the sea expanding pill. I'm really quite looking forward to this, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. As he said those words, Yi Yuan swallowed a dark medicinal pill. The essence energy within his body begun to seethe. His dantian area started collapsing. Hiss. Yi Yuan took a deep, cold breath. The feeling of his dantian collapsing was not so easy to withstand. He felt like there was somebody using a 300,000 catty hammer to pound his abdomen right now. That sort of agony practically made him unable to catch his breath. Shattering core, transforming sea. It was not something fun. There was no small number of martial artists who dared not take this step in their entire lives. A moment of carelessness and it was the outcome of the Tao dissipating and perishing. In truth, among myriad worlds, there were martial artists who died at this step every second. In his previous life, Yi Yuan likewise went through this process. That sort of hovering the line of life and death agony was still fresh in his memories up until now. But this lifetime's shattering core seemed to be even more excruciating than the previous one. This time, Yi Yuan shattered the core under a virtually perfect condition. The essence energy in his body had already reached a saturated degree. The collapse of such thick essence energy was not something fun either for Yi Yuan. Rumble. Yi Yuan's dantian cracked open inch by inch, seemingly like dried-up earth, becoming full of fissures. What had fissured was not just the dantian. It also included the essence energy crystalline body within the dantian. The cracks became increasingly larger, bigger, and bigger. Finally, it broke into pieces with a loud bang. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a long howl, venting out all of the anguish. At this moment, the torment reached its peak too. But this was only the beginning. The fragmented essence energy crystalline body still continued to splinter, and it was crumbling. Once this process of shattering the core started, it was akin to a world collapsing, all the way until everything turned into nothingness. Right then, a streak of gentle medicinal strength merged into Yi Yuan's dantian area, splashing on those essence energy crystal bodies and the fragmented dantian. In an instant, Yi Yuan's pain faded away considerably. This sea-expanding pill was a Divine Realm's top-grade Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was used specifically to impact the sea transformation realm. The lower realms did not have it at all. This period of time, Yi Yuan roamed many places and also had been collecting the various medicinal herbs that this sea-expanding pill required. Yi Yuan found several in the mystic realm. The remaining few medicinal herbs that were harder to find, Yi Yuan found them all at Star Abyss's place. Although the fierce Gale world was sparse in resources, the Alchemist Association was the pinnacle existence of the world after all. Finding several types of medicinal herbs still did not pose an issue. This sea-expanding pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even in the divine realm, there were scanty few who knew it well enough. This kind of medicinal pill was what the various top factions in the divine realm used to groom junior disciples. Furthermore, only those true geniuses could obtain this medicinal pill. The reason was none other than because only the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association, the two great powers, had this pill formula. The sea-expanding pill could not only reduce the pain when the martial artist was breaking through to the sea transformation realm, but it would also even help the martial artist expand their essence energy sea to the maximum limit. Such an effect would make any 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist go nuts. This was a medicinal pill that could raise a martial artist's potential. Even if the martial artist's essence energy sea only expanded a little bit, the martial artist would benefit for life too. Moreover, to apex geniuses, this tiny bit of difference might determine whose accomplishments would be higher. Very soon, those essence energy crystals crumbled into a powder-like state. But it was not over yet. Those powder-like crystal bodies finally turned into nothing. Yi Yuan's dantian area was now stark empty. It was as if it was a black hole. Wonder how large Big Brother's essence energy sea will be. White Light was also highly anticipating it. By the side, Yuan Fei's expression became solemn too as he said in a grave voice, "It's here." His voice had yet to fade when the essence energy in the cultivation chamber was instantaneously siphoned empty. Hiss! Yuan Fei and White Light exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This was the cultivation room that the Tranquil Cloud sect elders normally used to cultivate. The density was 20 times of the outside world. Such thick heaven and earth essence energy was actually siphoned dry in an instant? Fortunately, Yi Yuan improved this cultivation room's spirit-gathering formation before his retreat. Soon enough, large quantities of essence energy replenished inside again. But once these essence energies came in, it was immediately sucked dry by Yi Yuan again. Such an absorption speed made Yuan Fei and White Light unbelievably shocked. They were both demonic beasts with inherited memories and were very clear regarding the cultivation of human sea transformation realm martial artists. When ordinary martial artists were breaking through to the sea transformation realm, it was simply impossible to have such absorption rate. The speed of the absorption indicated that Yi Yuan's essence energy sea still needed massive amounts of essence energy. These essence energies were just trying to put out a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water to Yi Yuan. When the essence energy entered the body from all over Yi Yuan's body, it was instantaneously sucked dry by the black hole inside his body. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's black hole-like dantian region had an additional pool of liquid state essence energy suspended in the center of the black hole. This was the essence energy sea that had yet to take form. And what's happening? The essence energy here seems to be draining away. Could it be that there's somebody breaking through? But there are too many people breaking through these few days. Nobody caused such a commotion either. Oh, right. Isn't junior apprentice brother Yi in close seclusion? Is it possible that he's breaking through? There's really that possibility. Ooh, could it be that he's breaking through to the sea transformation realm? Otherwise, why would there be such a huge bustle? Junior apprentice Brother Yi is in seclusion in the Elder's cultivation room. The essence energy density there is 20 times of the outside world. That still isn't enough for him to absorb. Do you think that using common sense to gauge Junior apprentice Brother Yi is reliable? The essence energy around Yi Yuan's cultivation room was sucked dry by the spirit-gathering formation. The absorption area began to widen out, alarming the other tranquil cloud sect disciples. Yet, nobody could have expected that this kind of situation persisted for as long as 3 days. Yi Yuan's essence energy sea was just like a bottomless pit. It was seemingly unable to be filled no matter how one tried. Old Yuan, will Big Brother be okay? He had already been absorbing essence energy for 3 days. Just how big is his essence energy sea? White Light was somewhat filled with anxiety. Yuan Fei had a face full of astonishment too. These 3 days, he and White Light watched Yi Yuan absorbed essence energy the entire time. The essence energy in this cultivation room simply had not filled to the brim even up till now. Just how large did this essence energy sea had to be able to absorb at such a rate and amount? I don't know either, but I reckon that young master's essence energy sea is at least this big. Yuan Fei gestured a bit, roughly the size of a bathtub. This was already massive for a first-level sea transformation realm martial artist. The essence energy seas of the vast majority of sea transformation realm martial artists when just broken through realm was only the size of a fist. Even for some genius martial artists, their essence energy seas were merely the size of a bowl. The fierce Gale World's Zhao Chang'an when just broken through to the sea transformation realm was just the size of a face basin too. This was already the top existence within a world. At this time, Yi Yuan finally opened both eyes slowly. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan's eyes, he actually had a feeling of not daring to stare at it directly. His present realm was clearly around the same as Yi Yuan's, but he felt immense pressure. "B-boss, are you okay still?" White Light asked with somewhat of a parched mouth. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, "Never felt better." Then, "Just how large is your essence energy sea?" White Light still could not resist asking. "Around a circumference of 10 feet, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "What? 10 feet? White Light and Yuan Fei's eyes revealed immense shock at the same time. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "N. This breakthrough is still considered pretty good. A little better than imagined." "Pretty good?" "It was simply heaven-defying, okay?" What kind of notion was a circumference of 10 feet? The essence energy sea of third-level sea transformation realms might not reach 10 feet either. After entering the sea transformation realm, the focus of martial artists' cultivation would be on the essence energy sea. Martial artists needed to expand the essence energy sea continuously to let the essence energy sea within their Dantian space become increasingly more. Even for some powerful third-level sea transformation realms, very few among them would have essence energy sea that could reach a circumference of 10 feet. A circumference of 10 feet was the limit that third-level sea transformation realms could attain. Only those peerlessly talented geniuses could reach a circumference of 10 feet. But the problem was that Yi Yuan was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. That was also to say that the essence energy reserves in Yi Yuan's body right now was already more impressive compared to most third-level sea transformation realms. Seen before freaks, but never seen before such a freakish one. If this were to spread out, how would this let other martial artists live on? Big brother. You're really too perverse. Those pinnacle geniuses in the divine realm are but your standard too, right? In White Light's inherited memories, there were some records regarding the divine realm. Hence, he knew what kind of a freakish standard Yi Yuan's breakthrough this time reached. A lower realm martial artist on the same level as a divine realm's pinnacle genius. How monstrous of a talent did this need? Yi Yuan naturally knew that divine realm standards. An essence energy sea with a circumference of 10 feet was also absolutely an outstanding existence when placed among those of the same generation in the divine realm. Those major factions junior generation that could reach a circumference of 10 feet when breaking through to the sea transformation realm absolutely did not surpass the number of fingers on one hand as well. How could the crystal formation realms in the divine realm be limited to just millions upon millions? Not surpassing the number of fingers on one hand. It could be seen how immense the difficulty was. Yi Yuan had the perfect spirit condensation too. Adding on the effects of the sea-expanding pill, he reached such a degree. Hence, regarding the breakthrough this time, Yi Yuan was still rather pleased. At least, he knew that when Ji Kanglin broke through to the sea transformation realm back then, he did not reach such a perfect state either. But Yi Yuan also knew that the factors affecting a martial artist's growth were too numerous. Even if he surpassed the sea transformation realm period Ji Kanglin, he did not have any areas worthy of being prideful either. Because what he had to face was the divine king realm Ji Kanglin. But no matter what, this was a very good start. With his present state, he could basically sweep away sea transformation realm martial artists in the lower realms. Even when facing a first-level Soul Sea realm powerhouse, he had the strength to fight it out now too. Haha, the sea transformation realm is only the beginning. Haven't even reached the middle 3 stages yet. There's still a long way down the road. Not much of a big deal. Let's go out to take a look first. Towards such a breakthrough, Yi Yuan himself took it very indifferently. He needed formidable strength right now and not to crush those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's gaze had never been on those in the same generation, because he and those in the same generation were not in the same world to begin with. When he stepped out, Mo Yutian came forward to greet. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, his eyes could not help becoming intent as he said in shock, "J Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, you actually broke through to the sea transformation realm already." In truth, Yi Yuan breaking through to sea transformation realm was not what he was most surprised by. What Mo Yuntian was most taken aback by was that when he faced Yi Yuan, he actually had a feeling of beholding a great mountain. He had only experienced this kind of feeling with sect master Luo Qingfeng before. How was this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached sect master's height? But he was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. Yi Yuan said with a smile. And the seclusion this time was in order to break through to the sea transformation realm. Fortunately, the process went quite smoothly. Is Senior Apprentice Brother Mo looking for me for something? Mo Yuntian nodded his head and said with a solemn look, Zhaoxan, they all sent news. Purple Mansion Sect's sect master, He Mingda, personally led several thousand disciples to charge over to the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. They will reach the Tranquil Cloud sect after 5 days. Yi Yuan said, there should be other news, right? Mo Yutian was stunned and said in surprise, how does Junior Apprentice Brother know? This time, He Mingda is escorting Grand Elder Sky Maple, Sect Master, as well as Master Hall Head Ling. They all over here together. Looks like they want to force us out of the Grand Array. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. It was as if he had long expected this matter. He did not go along with Mo Yuntian's words to continue asking, but he inquired, how's Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu's progress these few days? Mo Yuntian could not quite follow Yi Yuan's thought process. What was the meaning of asking about Tian Yu at this time? Could it be that Tian Yu breaking through realms had any impact on the battle situation? Mo Yutian was just about to speak when all of a sudden a streak of sword intent shot towards the skies. The entire Tranquil Cloud sect could see it clearly. Looking at the direction, it was precisely the direction of Victory Peak. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu broke through. Come, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Let's go take a look at Victory Peak together. On Victory Peak, sword intent pervaded all around. All the disciples did not dare to approach at all. Tian Yu's clothes were flapping. His entire being was akin to a celestial god descending upon the mortal world. After a long while, that boundless sword intent all returned to Tian Yu's body. The present Tian Yu was akin to a drawn sharp sword, incomparably fierce and sharp. Clap, clap, clap. Unexpected applause sounded. A voice was heard. Haha. Congratulations to Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu for comprehending true intent. Our Tranquil Cloud sect has hope for revival. Tian Yu's entire body quivered. Arriving before Yi Yuan with a flash, he gave a solemn bow as he said, for Tian Yu to be able to have this day, it's all due to Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's credit. After today, I, Tian Yu, am willing to follow Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, wherever you go, so as to repay this kindness. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, You got to be joking. You're the sect's future and even Grand Elder Sky Mapple's lineal grandson. How can you follow by my side? After the sect tides over the crisis this time, Tian Yu is willing to serve beside Junior Apprentice Brother Yi all the way until Junior Apprentice Brother Yi ascends to the Divine Realm, said Tian Yu very obstinately. At present, Tian Yu had already comprehended true intent. Yet, it was precisely because of so that he was even more aware of Yi Yuan's prowess. The concept that Yi Yuan comprehended was actually even more powerful than true intent. Hence, the day that Yi Yuan ascended to the Divine Realm would not too far away. Furthermore, it was definitely before him. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would play this card and could not help saying with a chuckle, "Haha. Then, let's wait until the sect passes this crisis first before talking." Tian Yu suddenly froze. The eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with revealed a disbelieving look. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. You broke through to the Sea Transformation Realm. Tian Yu exclaimed in shock. Same as Mo Yun Tian, what he was shocked by was not Yi Yuan breaking through realm. Tian Yu had just comprehended true intent. His sword intent could not be controlled as he willed yet. But he discovered to his amazement. The sword intent that was leaking out from his body actually dissipated on its own when it approached Yi Yuan's body as if it had seen something terrifying. Tian Yu originally thought that with him comprehending true intent, he could more or less shrink some of the distance between Yi Yuan and him. But now, he knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan and was even greater. Looking at a great man with awe. With the approach of the Purple Mansion sect's great army, the atmosphere in the Tranquil Cloud sect became tense once again. This time, it was different from before. The Purple Mansion sect was bringing hostages over. The Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons were virtually all in the hands of the Purple Mansion sect. The other party was threatening them with this. What should they do now? Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of fellows is really too despicable. They can't beat us head-on. So they actually used Grand Elders and Sect Masters' lives to come and coerce us. Heh, that bunch of fellows simply don't know what face is. Isn't being cunning and insidious what they are most skilled in? If it weren't for them enduring patiently for many years and pushing the Heavenly Sky sect to the teeth of the storm, how could the Southern Domain change hands so easy as well? I say, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu, how about you guys go ask Senior Apprentice Brother Yi? We don't have any confidence at all in our hearts. One had to acknowledge that Lin Chao's move was indeed vicious. The Tranquil Cloud sect's sole reliance was the sect protecting Grand Array. But with this move from Lin Chao, it was forcing people out of the Grand Array. This plan, which severed any future offspring, truly had no chink in the armor. Tian Yu and Mo Yun Tian exchanged a look and nodded at the same time. Regardless of how great a breakthrough they obtained, facing the formidable Purple Mansion sect, they simply did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Their only reliance was Yi Yuan. Yet, when they arrived at Yi Yuan's residence, they discovered that Yi Yuan was not there at all. Asking around, nobody knew where Yi Yuan went either. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes appeared outside the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates. Has Miss Yu been well recently? Being by Mr. Ye's side, Lier's pain has lessened considerably. Sigh. It's a shame that I can't take time off to attend to something else right now. Or else, I can help you seek out the Azure Spirit Tree. The Endless Forest territory is vast, and resources are abundant. Perhaps the Azure Spirit Tree can be found in there. Endless Forest, huh? That place seems very extraordinary. I went there once, but only up to the 10,000-mile region before not daring to go deeper in. A tiny little lower plane actually has such a terrifying place. If it is the Endless Forest, there might really be an Azure Spirit Tree. It's just, that place is too dangerous. I don't wish for you to take such a huge risk for me. Miss Yu is treating me as an outsider with those words. If I remember correctly, the Mystic Realm trip this time, Miss Yu saved me 3 times, right? If I didn't encounter Miss Yu, how would I, Yi Yuan, still have the life to speak here right now? Yu Mengli covered her mouth and said with a smile, Didn't Mr. Yi save me too? Being together with Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli was meeting with her original looks. Looking at a beauty under the moon. This gentle smile from Yu Mengli seemingly stirred the moonlight, captivating even the moonlight. Yi Yuan actually stared at her somewhat dazedly. So beautiful. Yi Yuan was overcome by an irresistible impulse to give a praise. Yumengli was stunned and actually lowered her head with a blush all over her face. Ever since growing up, the men who flattered Yumengli was too many to count. But she did not even spare a glance at those men's fawning. But, not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's words today, she actually had a feeling of palpitation and excitement. For such a long time, Yumengli followed Yi Yuan on the quiet and was already very clear on his character. She knew that Yi Yuan's words earlier was wholehearted praise and did not have the slightest intention of being frivolous. Yi Yuan was not that kind of lecherous individual. Or else, placing a kingdom-toppling great beauty like Xiao Ruyan in front of him, normal people would have long taken her into their harem. How would it become this sort of relationship now? It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan's praises appeared even more precious. Yi Yuan also realized that he lost composure and said with an awkward smile, "Miss you. Mr. Yi better call me Lier. Or Mengli works too." Mengli responded. Yi Yuan did not try to feign either and said with a nod, "Then I'd better call you Lier. You don't keep calling me Mr. Yi either. Just say my name directly." Mengli nodded her head. Yi Yuan continued, "How was that considered saving people? It was just displaying my meager skills before an expert." But Mengli shook her head and said, "With my looks at that time, you and I were complete strangers and you actually risked your life to save Lier. Lier has always engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, you have the compassionate heart of a doctor. Seeing that I had a strange ailment, you didn't stint in sharing the pill formula and divine soul mystic art. Such breadth of mind is highly precious to Lier." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, all right, let's not blow each other's trumpets here. I have a score about everything in my heart. Lier's ailment, just count on me. After the tranquil cloud sex matters settle, I'll enter the endless forest to help you find this azure spirit tree." Mengli smiled sweetly and said, "Then Lier, give thanks in advance." Finished talking, the pair exchanged glances and smiled, but the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. As they walked, they actually fell silent. Finally, it was Mengli who broke this silence. She said, "Yi Yuan, you're really a prodigious talent. I observe that your current aura is only stronger and not weaker than those at the third-level C transformation realm. In the C transformation realm, you're nigh invincible. Moreover, when you were at the crystal formation realm, you actually comprehended the elementary form of a supreme true intent. It is truly mind-boggling. With your talent, even when placed in the divine realm, you're also a pinnacle existence. I really dare not believe that you came from a tiny little secular world kingdom." Mengli's horizons were absolutely not what lower realm martial artists could compare to. Things that many lower realm martial artists did not understand, Mengli knew. But, the more Mengli felt that Yi Yuan was an enigmatic existence. Or perhaps it was precisely this sort of enigmatic disposition which deeply attracted her. Haha, this Yi naturally had some fortuitous encounters. Furthermore, I'm not foreign to the divine realm's matters either. But this Yi has my own difficulties that are hard to disclose. When there's a chance in the future, this Yi will definitely speak candidly," Yi Yuan said. Mengli's eyes flickered, and she gave a melancholic sigh as he said, "Which genius such as yourself doesn't have their own secrets? I won't ask then." Yi Yuan gave a slight smile, feeling that this Mengli was really considerate. When speaking and doing things, she gave people a feeling of the spring breeze caressing one's cheeks. "Thank you very much, Lier," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mengli said smilingly, "You didn't invite me out of the sect at night just to chit-chat and admire the moon, right?" Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Of course not." As he said, Yi Yuan suddenly erupted. A sword finger shot over towards the jungle, only to see an azure light flash, vanishing into the dense vegetation. "Ah!" A miserable cry was heard. There was actually somebody lying in wait there. Mengli did not have any surprised expression towards this. Evidently, she had known long ago. Right then, two black shadows suddenly scurried not far away, fleeing helter-skelter. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and shot out another 2 streaks of sword chi. Another 2 tragic cries sounded. Yi Yuan dusted his hands and said, "All right, those spying little thieves are cleaned up. Now we can get down to proper business." As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a small flag from his storage ring. It was shockingly the profound ice flag that Wei Xiao gave him back at the Grandian space. Yu Mengli's gaze turned intent, and she said, "It's actually an array formation profound artifact." Her, Lear has sharp eyes, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. "You're trying to?" Yu Mengli said curiously. "You'll know in a while." As he said, Yi Yuan mustered up essence energy. The profound ice flag emitted a dazzling light. The vast and mighty army gathered before the gates once more, with He Mingde taking the lead. The air of an overlord was displayed fully beyond all doubt. Lin Chao came forward from the army. He yelled out in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud sect, "Yi Yuan, an old friend came here to see you, and you don't even come out to say hi. This isn't the way to treat guests." Finished talking, Lin Chao was not in a rush either, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan's reply. Hearing Lin Chao's yell, Mou Tian said in surprise, "We came back so secretively. How did the Purple Mansion sect know that you're directing the Grand Array?" Yi Yuan was also rather surprised, but he reacted to it very quickly and said with a smile, This person, senior apprentice brother Mo knows as well. It's really an old friend." "I know too." "Ah, you're saying?" Lin Chao. Mo Yuntian reacted to it too. Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded and said, "This person is full of schemes and has already witnessed my performance in the mystic realm. Him guessing that I had returned isn't strange." Mo Yuntian's brows knitted tightly. Evidently, his impression of this Lin Chao was very deep. One could say that the situation formed in the southern domain right now, the root all lay with this Lin Chao. Looking at it, the idea of using Grand Elder they all to threaten us was surely came up by him. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you mustn't fall for it," Mo Yuntian said solemnly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Haha, I'll go and meet with this Lin Chao. No way. Out of the question." Yi Yuan was just about to leave the Grand Array when all of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples actually blocked his exit without any prior consultation and refused to let him leave. "Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're the sect's last hope. If anything were to happen to you, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be thoroughly finished." "Yeah, senior apprentice brother Yi. They are clearly trying to force you out in the open. You mustn't fall for it. Senior apprentice brother Yi. We can't let you deliver yourself to death." The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all clamoring to speak. All in all, the meaning that they were trying to bring across was to not let Yi Yuan go through dangers easily. Right then, Lin Chao's voice came over once more. "Yi Yuan, are you not even going to honor an old friend's invitation? I brought immense sincerity over here this time. You take a look. Grand Elder Sky Maple, Sect Master Luo, Hall Head Xiao, Hall Head Ling. I brought all of them here for you." When these words came out, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan said, "Haha, looks like whether I go out or not isn't up to me." The faces of those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all very conflicted, but not a single one moved their foot away. Evidently, they were still unwilling to let Yi Yuan go out in their hearts. Yet Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest, their lives were in danger. The disciples truly did not know what they should do. Right at that moment, Tianyu suddenly came forward, only to see his eyes crimson red throughout, his entire person like he was possessed. When Yi Yuan saw Tianyu like this, he could not help being stunned too. "Senior apprentice brother Tianyu?" Tianyu suddenly shut his eyes, took in a deep breath, and snapped open his eyes and said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, don't go out. Grandpa, they all will understand." This sentence, 10 over words, Tianyu seemed to have used all of his strength, especially the latter half of the sentence. He practically choked it out through sobs. When he finished talking, his face was already covered in tears. Such a decision was too cruel to him. Tianyu was practically brought up by Sky Maple hand in hand. Their relationship everyone in the Tranquil Cloud sect knew. Yet now, Tianyu actually said to give up on Grand Elder. Everyone's gazes focused on Tianyu and their eyes actually turned red. Everybody fell silent. This decision was an extremely arduous decision for everyone. Yet, Lin Chao seemed to know what was happening here. His voice rang out untimely again. "Yi Yuan, I know that you can hear me. Look, I invited you out to meet up and have a chat properly, but you just have to make me resort to force. How about this? From now onwards, every 15 minutes, I'll kill a Tranquil Cloud sect prisoner all the way until you come out. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples heard this, they wished that they could go out and tear Lin Chao into shreds. But one had to acknowledge that Lin Chao's words seemed to clamp down on their throats, making it extremely uncomfortable for them. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "You all heard as well. We can't very well look on passively as Grand Elder they all die in front of us, right? Everybody relax. I'll be right back. Nothing will happen." Yi Yuan's figure moved and passed the group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Yet, right at this time, a figure blocked in front of him. It was precisely Tian Yu. "Yi Yuan, not that I fear death, but seeking death like this is really not worth it. Any one of us can go and die, only you alone can't. Without you, the Tranquil Cloud sect will thoroughly lose any hope for taking revenge," Tian Yu said resolutely. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart, but he said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, rest assured. I'm not going to court death." Tian Yu was very clear about Yi Yuan's character. Except, the sect protecting Grand Array was Yi Yuan's final measure. How could he be willing to believe Yi Yuan's words? Even if Yi Yuan broke through to the sea transformation realm, it was also not possible to be He Mingda's match. Going out like this, what was it but seeking death? "Junior apprentice brother Yi, if you must go out, then kill me first. If you insist on leaving, I know that I can't stop you, but I can kill myself." As he said, Tian Yu raised his sword and put it against his neck. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would actually be so decisive. He said helplessly, "Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu, I'm really not deceiving you. Time is of the essence. Explain to you again later. Going to have to offend." As he said, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, arriving in front of Tian Yu the next instant. Tian Yu did not even get to react and was brought down by Yi Yuan. "Senior apprentice brother Mo, help me take care of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. I'll be right back," Yi Yuan said. Finished talking, Yi Yuan flew away. "Yi Yuan, looks like you don't care about these Tranquil Cloud sect people's lives anymore. Then I'll make a move. Remember to find somebody to help collect their corpses in a while. Do it." Lin Chao's voice resounded throughout the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. "Halt!" A voice came over. Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared out from the Grand Array. When Lin Chao saw Yi Yuan, he could not help it but to show a smile because his scheme had succeeded. "Yi Yuan, it's really been a long time we haven't seen each other," Lin Chao said with a smile. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Humph! Lin Chao, it's really you. Hoo-hoo. These words should be said by me instead. I really didn't think that you could actually escape from the fierce Gale world. Truly inconceivable," Lin Chao said. "Zhao Tianin is a fool. What's so strange about escaping from his hands?" Yi Yuan said indifferently. Lin Chao was stupefied when he heard that and said, "Who's Zhao Tianin? You don't even know the Wind Emperor's exalted name and actually work yourself to the bone for him. I really feel sad for you," Yi Yuan said with a look of pity. "His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's name. You have met the Wind Emperor, His Excellency." Lin Chao no longer had the composure from before. What replaced it was astonishment. He thought that Yi Yuan was being hunted down the entire time and that being able to escape was simply by luck. But now Yi Yuan said that he met the Wind Emperor and even escaped from the Wind Emperor's hands. How was this possible? Then he heard Yi Yuan nonchalantly said, "Haha. Not only have I met him, his elderly self, even kowtowed before me to admit his fault." When Yi Yuan's words were heard, not just Lin Chao, all of the Purple Mansion sect's disciples were overwhelmed with indignation. They felt that this was Yi Yuan insulting His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. How could a puny little Tranquil Cloud sect disciple make the high and mighty Wind Emperor kneel down? Lin Chao's expression became very ugly, and he said with a cold grunt, "Yi Yuan, you're challenging my baseline. Looks like if I don't show you some colors, you'll forever not know pain. Come, men. Bring Ling Patian up here for me and kill him." The Purple Mansion sect's sect master seemed to not have the intention of talking and left everything here to Lin Chao. Under Lin Chao's command, Ling Patian was brought before the formation very quickly by 2C Transformation Realm martial artists. Ling Patian still had that icy-cold look and was pushed and shoved by 2C Transformation Realm martial artists. But his expression was one with stubbornness. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his face changed, and he said, "Lin Chao, I already came out. What else do you want? Lin Chao said with a cold smile. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is a paramount existence. You actually dare to defame him so. This is the result of you slandering him. As he said, Lin shouted a chopping action. A sea transformation realm martial artist raised his hand and lowered his blade without even furrowing his eyebrows. Ling Patian died just like this. Yi Yuan was livid with rage. Clearly, he did not think that Lin Chao would actually be so decisive to directly kill people. Lin Chao waved his hand. But this time Xiao Jian was brought up. Yi Yuan. I think that you still haven't figured out just how is holding the initiative right now. Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly and he said with a cold snort, Lin Chao, don't go too far. Haha. When you used the Grand Array to cut down our 3 Grand Elders, why didn't you say words like this? I really never expected that you could actually rely on a Grand Array to perform to such an extent. Honestly speaking, if not for guessing that you had returned, I really wouldn't have dared to recommend Sect Master to use such measures. I think that with your personality, you probably wouldn't watch passively as the few of them died in front of you, right? Ha ha ha. Talking about how he was proud of himself, Lin Chao laughed wildly unceasingly. Lin Chao, I really regret not killing you back then in the mystic realm, Yi Yuan said, through gnashed teeth. There is no medicine that can be eaten for regret in this world. Speaking of which, if not for you bringing me past those Grand Arrays, I wouldn't have a way to crack the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. For my fierce Gale World's aboriginals to be able to appear in the sight of people once again, it's truly all thanks to you. Lin Chao became more delighted the more he talked. Speaking of which, Lin Chao also suffered a fair bit of losses in the hands of Yi Yuan too, and he almost died in Yi Yuan's hands a number of times. Now that he could finally take revenge on Yi Yuan, Lin Chao was also incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. Seeing the visage of Yi Yuan's that was black like the bottom of a pot, Lin Chao felt liberating to the max. Talk then. What terms do you want before you're willing to let Grand Elder they all go? Yi Yuan said. Lin Chao said smilingly, very simple. As long as you get rid of this sect protecting Grand Array and surrender to my Purple Mansion sect, I can spare their lives. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately refused. That's impossible. Keep dreaming. Lin Chao had an amused look as he said, is that so? As he spoke, Lin Chao's hand slowly raised, only to hear a spray. Xiao Jian was decapitated too. Hall head Xiao. Yi Yuan clearly did not expect that Lin Chao would actually kill people like so without batting his eyes, as he said with a roar. Hoo-hoo. I wonder if I'm dreaming right now. Lin Chao looked at Yi Yuan and said mockingly. He knew Yi Yuan's temperament, which was why he used such intense measures to force Yi Yuan to submit. The first 2 was killed straightforwardly, but at the back he would naturally take it slow. As long as he still had a person in his hands, he would not fear Yi Yuan not holding back when taking action. As long as Yi Yuan removed the Grand Array, then the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was equivalent to being annihilated. Or maybe Yi Yuan himself walking out of the Grand Array. Lin Chao believed that so long as this sect protecting Grand Array did not have Yi Yuan presiding over it, with Himingda's strength, he could surely breach it easily. What he needed to do was to stun Yi Yuan's state of mind, and make Yi Yuan lose his normal judgment. Now, his plan had basically half succeeded already. Yi Yuan currently had furious eyes, far from that sort of cool and composed feeling normally. At this time, Lin Chao waved his hand again. The one brought up this time was precisely Sect Master Luo Qingfeng. Yi Yuan, still want to do it? Lin Chao said coolly. The current Lin Chao was like a sovereign who overlooked all life, holding the power of the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon's life and death. Yi Yuan's present complexion was already gloomy to be extreme. He enunciated word by word, "You're courting death." As he said, Yi Yuan walked out of the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array just like that, bringing along floating flower petals that filled the entire sky. Seeing this scene, Lin Chao was not alarmed, but became delighted instead. This Yi Yuan finally could not bear it and walked out of the Grand Array himself. Although he was alarmed due to the might of Yi Yuan's attacks with Lord Sect Master here, what could Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's eyes were crimson red, looking as if he was completely possessed. 1,000 flowing petals carried a soul-stirring, deterring power as it gradually approached Lin Chao. Mingda looked at Yi Yuan and Lin Chao's conversation expressionlessly all the way until this moment. Did his eyes show immense shock? The power of this move was too strong. This was still his first time seeing this genius from Lin Chao's mouth. When he saw him for the first time earlier, he did not seem to have any extraordinary aspects either. But when he saw this scene, Mingda finally understood that Lin Chao's appraisal of Yi Yuan was not too high. It was actually too low. Just based on this move, Yi Yuan was simply without any match within the C transformation realm. Yet, this young man was just merely first-level C transformation realm. Such talent, such combat strength, it was overwhelming until it made people feel suffocated. However, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across Mingda's face. Even more talented geniuses would stop here today. Yi Yuan stood inside the Grand Array all along previously. Mingda was wary of the Grand Array, that was why he observed by the side the entire time. Now that Yi Yuan already walked out of the sect-protecting Grand Array, Mingda no longer had anything to fear. Lin Chao was a peerless genius among the Purple Mansion sect's junior generation. Going to the Fierce Gale world this time and obtaining his majesty, the Wind Emperor's bestowal. His strength improved at a tremendous pace, even more so. But, even like this, he was still not Yi Yuan's match. Mingda naturally would not watch Yi Yuan kill Lin Chao passively. Hence, he took action. Yi Yuan was already increasingly closer to Lin Chao. The astonishment in Lin Chao's could not be any greater as well. He felt immense pressure. The attack of a first-level C transformation realm could actually give him such tremendous pressure. But Lin Chao did not perform any defensive move. He knew that Mingda would definitely make a move. As long as Yi Yuan exited the Grand Array, he did not have any chance to return anymore. Lin Chao, it's you who are seeking death. I can't be blamed, Yi Yuan said in a seemingly crazed state. At present, Yi Yuan had advanced to the C transformation realm. The power of the 1,000 flowing petals went further up another step. Those horrifying flying petals swept towards Lin Chao. At that very moment, a horrifying majesty descended abruptly. A white light roughly the size of a bowl plummeted from the sky, directly blasting onto Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan did not even get to scream out and was obliterated by this move. Lin Chao looked at this scene with a look of self-delight and was incomparably satisfied. This fellow finally died. Yet, right at that moment, Mingda's expression changed. He yelled out, "Lin Chao, be careful." Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan being obliterated, his move would also dissipate right away. Yet, those flying petals that covered the sky actually did not have the slightest trace of dissipating. Instead, it sped up and churned over towards Lin Chao. When Lin Chao saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. Mingda did not expect such an outcome either and could not help turning pale with fright. His figure swayed and vanished from its original spot. Yet it was already late. Even though the speed of a late-stage Soul Sea realm was fast, him only moving at this time was clearly a beat slower already. Clusters of flower petals quickly encased Lin Chao. "Ak! Sect Master! Save me!" He already sensed the power of this move just now, but he only realized how terrifying this move was when confronting it head-on right now. No matter how he unleashed his moves, it had no way of obstructing the flower petals' encroachment. Swish! 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 In the blink of an eye, the flower petals broke through his protective essence energy and sliced his flesh body. Lin Chao! By the time Mingda reached, Lin Chao already sprawled feebly onto the ground, his life and death unknown. Mingda's face was livid with rage as he looked at this scene in disbelief. A first-level C transformation realm actually succeeded in ambushing Lin Chao right under Mingda's eyes. That move of his earlier had clearly struck Yi Yuan already. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was just a first-level C transformation realm, even a first-level Soul C realm should be deader than dead too. But why did Yi Yuan's move not dissipate? Mingda quickly raised his head, looking all around, trying to find Yi Yuan's profile. However, where was Yi Yuan's silhouette? It was as if he just blasted onto the air just now. This kind of feeling was extremely surreal. Mingda had never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, Mingda's expression changed. a figure gradually took form in front of him. It was precisely Yi Yuan that he obliterated previously. Yi Yuan shot an indifferent glance at Lin Chao, collapsed on the ground, and said with a sigh, "A pity. I expended too much essence energy in the end. Killing you now is a kind of ability falling short of my will. Consider you're having another life then." Looking at Yu Yuan not far away, Himingda was very perplexed. Just how did Yu Yuan dodge his attack earlier? That sort of feeling earlier was absolutely unmistakable. He had indeed struck Yi Yuan. A first-level C transformation realm received an attack of his fully and actually stood before him without a scratch. What kind of situation was this? Himingda was scheming and calculating by nature. Seeing Yi Yuan appear again, he did not immediately take action. He surveyed the surroundings but did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Just where did the problem occur? "Boy, how did you do it?" Himingda suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yi Yuan lifted his head slightly, looked at Himingda, and he said, "Wanted to do it, so did it. Didn't you take into account every conceivable possibility? Make a guess then what means I used to do it." Himingda's brows furrowed. Yi Yuan had a look as if he had nothing to fear. Very clearly, he did not fear Himingda taking action. Humph. Pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. Himingda struck out a palm and obliterated Yi Yuan again. The feeling was exactly the same as before. The Yi Yuan before his eyes was deader than dead. This time he should be really dead, right? Looking around again, he totally did not sense Yi Yuan's aura. Just a dead person in front of him. Not knowing why, Himingda actually had a feeling of liberated from a heavy load. "Were you looking for me?" A cool voice was heard. It actually startled Himingda until he broke into a cold sweat. Raising his head to look, Yi Yuan was standing there perfectly unscathed again, like nothing happened at all just now. "You? How are you still alive?" Himingda said as his expression changed. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You should feel lucky. Lucky that my present realm is still low. Or else, you attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect this time would be your time of death. Now, bring your men and quickly scram." Himingda was livid with rage. He finally confirmed that he had already fallen into an illusion. But, just when did he fall into an illusion? Could it be that there was an even more powerful existence behind this young man? Himingda discovered to his shock that this illusion was too lifelike. If not for Yi Yuan, this irrational existence, he wouldn't even know that he had succumbed to an illusion. Just how did you do it? You're only at the first-level C transformation realm. How can you possibly set up such a formidable illusionary formation? Himingda asked grimly. Wanting to deceive a powerhouse whose realm was so much higher than his with an illusionary formation, this was simply impossible. Furthermore, this was not a small-scale illusionary formation. An extremely massive illusionary formation was needed to deceive everyone from the Purple Mansion sect. The demand for energy and effort for an array master reached an even more terrifying extent. Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, "Still remember Grand Yen True Sect?" This time, Himingda was truly astounded. You're the Grand Yen True Sect's successor. It's also not wrong for you to think that way. Back then, in order to stop your fierce Gale world from invading, the Grand Yen True Sect mustered the entire sect's power to seal the realm passageway. Yet, you all destroyed that seal. Now, using this grand array to deal with you also counts as retribution. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Impossible. Although the Grand Yen True Sect's array formation was incredible, there was no such illusionary array either. Himingda was clearly very clear about the Grand Yen True Sect and did not believe at all. Yi Yuan said smilingly, if the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master had grasped this set of array formation back then there wouldn't have anything to do with the Wind Emperor. If he dared to come, he would also have no chance to return alive. The astonishment in Himingda's heart could not be any greater. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. This set of array formation was too powerful. It actually made him, a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse, sink into it imperceptibly. If the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master had fully comprehended this set of array formation back then, crossing realms to trap His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not be impossible either. What made Himingda even more shocked was that an array formation that even the Grand Yen True Sect's sect master was unable to comprehend. This young man before his eyes actually comprehended it. Himingda was very clear about the Grandian True sect and was deeply aware of what kind of genius the Grandian True sect's sect master was. Just how monstrous was this youth before his eyes? All right. Not much time left. Thank you very much for sending Sect Master Luo they all back over a long distance. Now you all can get lost? Yi Yuan finished talking, and his profile vanished hazily where he stood. Himingda's hairs stood on its ends from feeling alarmed. Could it be that the array formation already vanished? But compared to just now, there didn't seem to be anything different. No, wait. Himingda's face changed and was just about to check on the Tranquil Cloud sect prisoners but heard the Purple Mansion sect disciples over there crying out already. Ah, where's Sky Maple? Luo Qingfeng disappeared too. Also Xiao Jian and Ling Patian. What's going on here? I was still grabbing them earlier. Where are they? All disappeared. Hang on, Xiao Jian? Ling Patian? Weren't those two people dead already? Himingda just now clearly saw Lin Chao give the orders to kill them. His gaze became intense and involuntarily looked over where those two people were beheaded earlier. But how was there any corpses there? There wasn't even a drop of bloodstain. Himingda was completely thrown off his bearings. His mind was in somewhat of a trance right now. Just what was real and what was fake. He suddenly took a look at the Lin Chao on the ground. Seemed like only this was real. El Lord Sect Master, what happened? Zhu Mingyu asked Himingda hesitantly. This scene was too bizarre. In broad daylight, with thousands of pairs of eyes watching, the prisoners actually vanished without a trace. Scram. Useless thing. Himingda snarled irately, sending Zhu Mingyu flying with a slap. He naturally knew that Zhu Mingyu could not be blamed for this. Even he, a late-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artist, fell into the Grand Array imperceptibly, let alone the Sea Transformation Realm Zhu Mingyu. But Himingda was gloomy to the max right now and just happened to need an outlet to vent. At that moment, Zhu Mingyu came forward insensibly. Served him right to have a tough luck. Furthermore, this kind of thing needed somebody to take the blame. Zhu Mingyu was responsible for guarding the prisoners this time. Now that the prisoners were gone, he obviously became the best scapegoat. You dunce. Can't even watch the prisoners. What do I want you for? Himingda said in a deep voice. This blow of his directly beat Zhu Mingyu to heavy injuries and he could not even speak. Himingda looked at the sect-protecting Grand Array before his eyes and mused for a long while because slowly spitting out several words, army withdraw. Yi Yuan was seriously too abnormal. Hence, Himingda did not have the courage to challenge this Grand Array. Ma Yi's, He Jun's, and Liao Wenguang's incidences were still vivid in his mind. If even he, the sect master, died to it as well, the Purple Mansion sect would be in a complete disarray. Hence, Himingda chose to withdraw in the end. It was just that Himingda did not know he missed the one and only chance to breach the sect-protecting Grand Array. When Skymaple and the rest were carried into the Tranquil Cloud sect by the Stone Ape clan, they felt that this was like a dream. Martial Uncle, are we dreaming? We actually returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect again. Luo Qingfeng said tremblingly. Skymaple had a face full of shock as well as he said, yeah, it's really like a dream. I even thought that we'd die horrible deaths this time. I didn't expect that in a twinkle. We actually returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just what in the world happened? Why did those Purple Mansion sect people have no reaction at all when we were brought out? This is too unbelievable. Xiao Jian still did not dare to believe it until now. And these stone apes. What's going on? Before long, they arrived at the central area of the formation. When Mo Yuntian and the rest of the disciples saw Skymaple and the rest, they immediately froze. G Grand Elder, Sect Master. You all. Mo Yuntian had a look of disbelief. They were still worrying about Yi Yuan, who knew that in the blink of an eye, Skymaple and the rest actually showed up before their eyes. This gave them an extremely unreal feeling. Yuntian, you're actually still alive. When Xiao Jian saw this eldest disciple, his eyes unwittingly turned red and was actually about to shed tears. Skymaple and the rest were similarly dumbfounded with shock. Originally, they thought that Mo Yuntian, these people all died in the mystic realm. Now, they actually came back perfectly unscathed. Furthermore, their strength all had improved. Yuntian, can it be that you saved us? Xiao Jian said in astonishment. Mo Yutian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, how could we have such capabilities? This 1 month plus, it was Yi Yuan alone holding up the overall situation. Why Yi Yuan? Where is he? Xiao Jian exclaimed in surprise. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng exchanged glances and thought the same thing. Indeed, it's Yi Yuan. Actually, at the towering peak, the two of them already had speculations in their hearts. But hearing Mo Yuntian's reply personally right now, they still felt tongue-tied from the shock. Yi Yuan he. Mo Yuntian said somewhat hesitantly. He really did not know where Yi Yuan went. Logically speaking, having rescued Sky Maple and the rest, Yi Yuan should have returned. But Yi Yuan did not make an appearance after so long. Yi Yuan forcefully deployed the greater confounding formation. Currently, his essence energy and soul force are consumed greatly and he already fell into a coma. At this time, a gorgeous figure appeared in the sights of everybody. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Although Yu Mengli's appearance was ugly, after coming into contact frequently, her every action had a noble grace. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples actually could not give birth to any disgust towards her. What? Yi Yuan he? Is he all right? Sky Maple exclaimed. Yu Mengli shook her head and said, Yi Yuan prepared long ago. There isn't any major issue, but he probably can't meet with anyone these few days. He asks you all to settle the sect's internal affairs first. After he leaves seclusion, he'll naturally meet with you guys. Oh right, the Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. The Tranquil Cloud sect is safe for the time being. As she said, Yu Mengli was wonderstruck in her heart too. Yi Yuan took into account virtually everything. If he Mingda personally cracked the formation at this time, without Yi Yuan's management, the Grand Array would simply not be able to endure. But after witnessing Yi Yuan's bizarre means, he Mingda simply did not dare to easily attack the formation. And he actually led the Purple Mansion sect disciples to withdraw. This empty fort strategy was simply sung unprecedented in history and it was unrepeatable after. These few days, she had accompanied Yi Yuan to set up the formation constantly and also had many interactions with Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli discovered to her shock that Yi Yuan was simply a genius. From the day that he used the sect-protecting Grand Array to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, he already predicted the situation today. Slaying 2 middle-stage Soul Sea realms domineeringly before was for the sake of making He Mingda be in awe. It was to make him not dare to make any move rashly. Such scheming strategy was simply heaven-defying. Finished talking, Yu Mengli gave a graceful bow to everyone and left. The Greater Confounding Formation was born from the Azura Confounding Formation. But it was much more powerful than the Lesser Confounding Formation that Yi Yuan used in the Fearscale world. Just to set up this Grand Array, Yi Yuan used 5 days' time. This was even the result of making use of the profound artifact, Profound Ice Flag. Ever since Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he would disappear for a period of time each day. It was to go in front of the gates to set up the Greater Confounding Formation. Yi Yuan linked up the sect-protecting Grand Array and the Greater Confounding Formation ingeniously. Moreover, the setup range was massive. This Profound Ice Flag was really a supreme formation path treasure. It should be the treasure that Lu Linfeng left behind for the sect before ascending. Using it to set up the Grand Array was really twice the result with half the effort. It was also precisely due to the Profound Ice Flag's assistance that Yi Yuan could complete the setup of this Greater Confounding Formation and deploy it. The Profound Ice Flag and the Greater Confounding Formation that came from the Azura Confounding Formation were well deserving of being supreme lower realm treasures that the Grand Yen Divine King left behind. Furthermore, matching these two items together actually had indescribable might. It could make He Mingda, an expert of such level, fell into the Grand Array unknowingly. With Yi Yuan's present strength, deploying and maintaining this Grand Array was still too forceful. Plus, he even forcefully used the 1,000 flowing petals at the final juncture and severely injured Lin Chao. This caused his consumption to be even greater as well. After Yu Mengli left, Sky Maple said with Mo Yuntian, Come, Yuntan. Have a good chat with me about your experiences these few months. Mo Yuntian nodded to acknowledge and recounted the various events that happened during this period of time for Sky Maple and the rest. Only then did Skymaple and the rest know just the sort of skyrocketing incident happened in these few months. Even though they were imprisoned in the Heavenly Sky sect these few days, they were very perplexed the entire time. They were unaware how the Purple Mansion sect had such strength. Only now, hearing that there was actually an existence like the Fierce Gale world, did they come to a realization. Hearing about how Yi Yuan actually slew 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses with the sect protecting Grand Array again, they were astounded until their jaws nearly fell off. Yi Yuan prevented the entire southern domain's decline with his strength alone? What a godly achievement! Hearing Mo Yuntian's narration, Skymaple gave a heartfelt gasp of admiration. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was immensely high, but he did not think that it was actually high to such an extent. When Skymaple and they all were imprisoned by the Purple Mansion sect, each one of them thought that the southern domain was completely finished. Who knew that paths wound along mountain ridges, and things took a turn for the better. A crystal formation realm Yi Yuan could actually force back the Purple Mansion sect 3 times successively. Yeah, if not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it at all. Mo Yuntian himself was overcome with emotions too. At this time, Skymaple's face suddenly changed and he said, "Yuntian, why? Don't I see Tianyu?" His voice had yet to fade when Tianyu suddenly appeared here and said agitatedly, "Grandpa!" Yi Yuan blow was not heavy. Tianyu just happened to wake up in this short while. Hearing that Yi Yuan rescued everybody, he sprinted madly all the way over here. Seeing Skymaple, Tianyu was unbelievably agitated and actually shed tears. When Skymaple saw Tianyu, tears similarly coursed down his old face. These days, Skymaple thought that Tianyu perished in the mystic realm, and his entire person was awfully haggard. Now, seeing his grandson return safe and sound, it untied the knot in his heart. By the side, Luo Qifeng, the sect's upper echelons as well as the disciples could not help tearing when they saw the scene. This period of time, everyone's inner heart was extremely anguished. The sect was destroyed. These people were all shouldering a tremendous psychological burden. Right after they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, they survived a calamity. They could at least guarantee that the sect's teachings would not be wiped out. Luo Qingfeng and the rest heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. After the small talk, Skymaple pulled Tianyu over and sized him up carefully. The smile on his face gradually became astonishment. Skymaple discovered that Tianyu's eyes emitted radiance. Tianyu standing there was just like a still sheathed sharp sword, seemingly vastly different from before. "Tianyu, you," Skymaple said in surprise. Tianyu smiled blushingly. He could not quite blow his own trumpet. But Mo Yuntian said with a smile, "Grand Elder, Sect Master, Tianyu has already comprehended a true intent. Our Tranquil Cloud sect has hopes for revival." Skymaple and Luo Qingfeng's gaze turned intent as they looked at Tianyu disbelievingly. "Tianyu, is what your senior apprentice brother Mo said true?" Skymaple said in shock. Tianyu nodded with a smile. Skymaple and Luo Qingfeng exchanged a glance, the shock gradually becoming a pleasant surprise. "Ha ha ha! Good! 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 Truly! The heaven hasn't forsaken my Tranquil Cloud sect. To think that my Tranquil Cloud sect could beget fortune from a disaster and actually let little you comprehend a true intent. Heaven has really opened its eyes." Skymaple said good 3 times in a row. Could be seen how elated he was in his heart. Tranquil Cloud sect produced a junior who had comprehended a true intent, and this junior was even his lineal grandson. Grand Elder misspoke about this. This has nothing to do with the heaven at all. I could comprehend a true intent entirely because of Yi Yuan, Tianyu said with a smile. Skymaple and the rest were stunned and could not help being curious. Why was it Yi Yuan again? Tianyu recounted the incident of Yi Yuan engraving sword characters, leaving Skymaple and the rest speechless for a long time. Fierce Gale World, the depths of the central capital's royal palace. A martial artist dressed in a black robe sat on the throne while another person was prostrated before him. If there were people here, their jaws would surely hit the ground in shock. The exalted Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin was actually kneeling in front of this man. "Zhao Tianyin, you've really disappointed this seat greatly. The black-robed man's voice reverberated throughout the royal palace, giving people a very unreal sensation. The unparalleled, overbearing Zhao Tianyin was just like an obedient kitten at this time. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Zhao Tianyin's forehead sweat profusely as he said with profound respect and trepidation, "Lord Holy Envoy, please calm your fury. That 6 Extreme Seal's Grand Array is seriously too powerful. Even when the base of the formation is wrecked, it's also very hard to link the realm passageway." The black-robed man said with a cold smile, "How can the array formation left behind by the Grand Yen Divine King be what you, a puny little boundless realm, can perceive? Fortunately, his descendants were all some useless people. Or else, you all wouldn't even know how you died. But I don't want to listen to reasons. If you delay the matter, and the higher-ups lay down the blame, Shangguan Wuhui's outcome, you're aware of it." Hearing these words, Zhao Tianyun involuntarily shuddered, sweat dripping like rain. "Lord Holy Envoy, please rest assured. I'll set off right away to personally make a move to link together the realm passageway. However, talk quickly if you have something to say. Don't mince your words," said the black-robed man with a cold grunt. Yes, it's like this. A woman with extremely formidable strength came from the endless world. Subordinate isn't her match." Zhao Tianyin recounted the events on that day falteringly, but the black-robed man fell silent after hearing it. The black-robed man did not speak. Zhao Tianyin did not dare to interject either. He just kneeled there, waiting quietly for the black-robed man. After a long while, the black-robed man suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You're saying that that girl knows ocular arts? She just gave you a glance, and you got controlled by her?" "Yes. Subordinate dare not deceive Holy Envoy. There are still other people who know about that day's event." "Okay. What you said, I got it all. I'll think of ways to resolve this matter. Everything carries on according to the original plan. If it delays again, you know the consequences. Also, you don't go and provoke the Alchemist Association. So long as they don't affect our plans, let them be," said the black-robed man with a cold grunt. "Yes, Subordinate will definitely do all I can to accomplish the task that Holy Envoy instructed," Zhao Tianyin said. "Humph. I hope so. All right, it's inappropriate for me to stay for long in this place. All the best to you." As he said, the black-robed man got up. A light door actually appeared in front of him. The black-robed man stepped forward and entered, vanishing completely. Seeing the black-robed man disappear, only then did Zhao Tianyun heave a long sigh in relief. He discovered that it was as if he was hauled out of water, completely drenched thoroughly. Zhao Tianyin's gaze looked towards the vacant space area. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. Only after a long while did he grit his teeth and said, "Shangguan Wuhui, oh Shangguan Wuhui, you're bringing a wolf into the house here. They raised the fierce-scale world to a middle-order small world, but we became their dogs. No way. I mustn't follow in Shangguan Wuhui's footsteps." The Wind Emperor was always high and lofty in front of everybody. Who would have thought that he could actually have such a side? Furthermore, most likely, nobody would have thought that the previous Wind Emperor Shangguan Wuhui did not ascend to the divine realm. Instead, he was obliterated by this mysterious organization. And the present Zhao Tianyin was stepping onto the same path as Shangguan Wuhui once more. 3 days later, Yi Yuan finally walked out of the secret chamber. Sky Maple, Luo Qifeng, and the rest were waiting outside since long ago. Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, Hall Head Xiao, long time no see. Seeing these people, Yi Yuan was also quite overcome with emotion. Sky Maple and the rest exchanged glances, and they actually bowed down towards Yi Yuan at the same time. Yi Yuan hurriedly supported Sky Maple and said, "Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, why are you all doing this?" Sky Maple said with a sigh, "Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud Sect could only preserve our Tao teachings from being annihilated by receiving your great grace. I, Sky Maple, as the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Grand Elder, nearly caused the sect to be destroyed. I really can't think of how to thank you, so I can only come here to give you a bow. Among the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, only the Purple Mansion Sect and the Tranquil Cloud Sect were left right now. For the Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to preserve their Tao teachings and preserve their sect from destruction, it could be said to be a miracle. Yi Yuan did so many things for the sect, yet the sect practically did not seem to have anything to repay him with. This had to be said to be a very embarrassing thing. Hence, Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest discussed it and finally still decided to come and give Yi Yuan a big bow to express gratitude on behalf of the sect. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Grand Elder is killing Yi Yuan. I'm just a Tranquil Cloud sect disciple. Since entering the sect, I've received the various elders and fellow apprentices' care. How can I look on unconcernedly by the side when the sect is in trouble? This matter ends here. Grand Elder mustn't mention it again." Reaching the end, Yi Yuan's tone became a little heavy, and he revealed some unhappiness. When Sky Maple and the rest saw his reaction, their hearts all felt a chill. The power emitted from Yi Yuan's body actually left them at a loss on what to do. Only now did Sky Maple suddenly discover that this young man before him had already unknowingly grown into a great towering tree and he could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. In the past, Yi Yuan was just an immensely talented junior disciple in their eyes. His future was bright, but his strength was a little lacking. But seeing Yi Yuan again today, Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng discovered to their shock that the aura on Yi Yuan's body was actually not much weaker than theirs anymore. Especially Xiao Jian and Ling Patian, their thoughts and feelings were the most profound. Because that instance just now, they actually had a palpitating feeling. This made them realize that they could very well not be Yi Yuan's match already. Recalling back when Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, the two of them really had a feeling like they were dreaming. All right, we won't mention it. Yi Yuan, in your view, facing the fierce Gale World's invasion, what should we do? Sky Maple also realized the awkwardness and hastily switched the topic. Yi Yuan did not reply straight away. He invited them into the hidden chamber before saying words that astonished everyone. The southern domain can't be defended. While the realm passageway has yet to link together fully, we should take advantage and move the entire sect to the north. Yi Yuan said coolly. What? Move the entire sect move? But Xiao Jian was taken aback in fright by Yi Yuan's words. The Tranquil Cloud sect fought off the Purple Mansion sect's great armies thrice consecutively and barely managed to guard a piece of Holy Land. Now, they actually had to discard it. Although Xiao Jian and the rest's ideals were to return to the northern domain, they grew up in the southern domain after all. Suddenly hearing this news, they still felt somewhat acclimatized. Hall head Xiao, don't make a fuss over nothing. Listen to Yi Yuan is going to say till the end. Luo Qingfeng was much more composed as he voiced out to reproach Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan said with a smile, the Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Once there are divine traversing realm experts appearing, the Tranquil Cloud sect will be the first to bear the brunt. The Yinyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is only a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. It can't withstand the attacks of a divine traversing realm powerhouse. But, since that's the case, why didn't Yi Yuan you move north earlier? Why did you persist on holding fast to this land? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask. Those northern domain's major powers most likely still don't know the Purple Mansion sect's origin, and think that the southern domain's great change was just the endless world's internal affairs. The fierce Gale world has been blocking off the news the entire time. The goal also lied here. It's already late for the northern domain to prepare now. If the Purple Mansion sect rules the southern domain and lays down a solid foundation for the fierce Gale world's invasion, the northern domain will be caught even more unprepared. At that time, with the fierce Gale world using the southern domain as a springboard, the endless world most likely wouldn't even have the strength for a single battle. Furthermore, Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo and the rest of you all were still in the Purple Mansion sect's hands. How could we move north without careful consideration? Yi Yuan explained. It was hard to leave one's homeland. Moreover, Sky Maple and the rest still did not have a clear understanding of the fierce Gale world's might. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, they still said rather hesitatingly, didn't you send Mei Zhan to the northern domain? When they get the news, they should attack in retaliation right away, no? Our endless world is rich in resources. In terms of strength, we shouldn't lose to the fierce Gale world martial artists, right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, although the fierce-scale world is scarce in resources, the martial artist's combat strength is extremely powerful. Same rank martial artists. The endless world might not be their match. Yi Yuan picked out a few of the important information and knowledge from the fierce-scale world for Sky Maple Day all to listen, including the matter of the Grand Yen True sect sacrificing the entire sect's 6 sovereign-level powerhouses back then to lay down the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. After listening finish, the facial expressions of Sky Maple and the rest became grave. Moreover, the fierce-scale world's most thorny entity was still the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianin, after all. Actually, I don't hold much confidence in Elder Mei to be able to convince those Northern Domains heavyweights. That's why counting on them to pull the Purple Mansion sect up by the roots is simply impossible. The best situation right now is also just the 2 worlds' martial artists confronting each other with the endless forest in between. Yi Yuan said. Only then did Sky Maple and the rest realize the jeopardy of the situation. They exchanged glances and Sky Maple said, all right then. Yi Yuan will listen to you completely. Yi Yuan did not decline, saying with a nod, okay. I estimate that the realm passageway linking together is just a matter of this half a month too. We should make preparations early. Hallhead Xiao, these few days you should bring a batch of people and set off first to be the advance party for the sect's retreat. The Northern Domains territories are all places with owners. Some conflicts are bound to be unavoidable when we migrate the whole sect. Hallhead Xiao, after you go, don't pick those places rich in essence energy. The top priority is to find a place to settle down. Also, there's a need to send some people to find that batch of people from before. Towards Yi Yuan's tone that carried a slightly commanding style, the few people did not say much. Yi Yuan had this qualification now. Most importantly, they all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Jian nodded and said, okay, I'll go and pick a batch of disciples right away and set off these 2 days. Yi Yuan said to Luo Qingfeng, the other matters will have to trouble sect Master Luo. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, all right, I'll go and handle them right away. Everyone was just about to leave when a disciple came forward to report in a slightly excited manner. Grand Elder, Sect Master, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, newsbearers came from the Northern Domain. The eyes of Sky Maple and the rest all lit up as they said excitedly, oh? Who came? Quickly bring us to meet them. But Yi Yuan's gaze flickered and did not seem to be interested in this. To Yi Yuan, he never placed hopes on those Northern Domain sects. In the world of martial artists, relying on others was pointless. Only one's own strength being formidable could preserve oneself. But the Northern Domain reacting so swiftly had indeed exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Hang on. Sky Maple and the rest were just in a hurry to leave when they were halted by Yi Yuan. What is it, Yi Yuan? A messenger came from the Northern Domain. It probably isn't nice to neglect them, right? Luo Qingfeng said. But Yi Yuan did not answer, asking that disciple instead, did Elder Mei come back together with him? That disciple was stunned, shook his head and said, no, didn't see Elder Mei. A total of 3 people came, saying that they are the Northern Domain's myriad sword sect's disciples. Hearing this name, everybody's faces, including Tian Yu's, all changed. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be stunned. Grand Elder, this myriad sword sect. Sky Maple's expression was very ugly. But he still replied, back then, the ones who forced our Tranquil Cloud sect out of the Northern Domain was precisely the myriad sword sect. Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, if the messengers are from the myriad sword sect, Elder Mei he. It's all my fault, only thinking to notify the Northern Domain and didn't think that such a thing would happen. Mei Zhen and Yi Yuan went through thick and thin together along the way. If something really happened to Mei Zhen, Yi Yuan definitely would not let this myriad sword sect off. How can this be blamed on you? This matter only I, Qingfeng, and the 5 of them know. Mei Zhen himself didn't know either. Sigh. Hopefully it's just a coincidence. So many years have passed since the incident. Maybe this matter has already faded from the myriad sword sect's memories. After all, we don't pose any threat to them at all right now, Sky Maple said with a sigh. Go. Let's meet with these people, Yi Yuan said. The group came to the main hall, but the moment they entered, their expressions changed abruptly. Several tranquil cloud sect disciples were lying on the ground groaning endlessly. 3 youngsters sat on the highest 3 positions in the center of the main hall. The 3 of you. Insolence. Xiao Jian was a forthright person. How could he tolerate it when he saw this sort of situation? He directly wielded his sword and stabbed towards that youth in the center. But the youth on the right seat curled his mouth and said with a sneer, "Violet rain, cool breeze, is it? I know it too." As he said, he leaped up and actually executed the exact same move as Xiao Jian. "Careful, Xiao Jian." Luo Qingfeng was greatly alarmed and hurriedly yelled out. But it was already late. The 2 persons' attacks clashed together swiftly. That youth was a 7th level C transformation realm. Xiao Jian was already half-step Soul C realm at present. Yet, that youth's attack actually arrived first despite being executed later. The speed was even a little faster than Xiao Jian's. Clank! The sound of metal colliding echoed. Xiao Jian actually gave a muffled groan and was sent flying out. Sky Maple and the rest were greatly startled seeing the situation. Luo Qingfeng went up to catch Xiao Jian. Executed by Xiao Jian, a half-step Soul C realm, he actually sustained injuries in one move. Entirely not on the same level. This young man was too strong. "You, how do you know the Violet Rain Cool Breeze?" Luo Qingfeng asked gravely. Violet Rain Cool Breeze was an extremely powerful move in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art C transformation realm. This young man before him was actually even more skilled in it compared to Xiao Jian. This had to be said to be a kind of immense irony. The young man said with a faint smile when he heard that, "You're the Tranquil Cloud Sect Master, right? Introducing myself, I'm Myriad Sword Sect disciple, Li Junjie. These 2 are my seniors. The one sitting on the left is Gu Tianyu. The one in the seat of honor is our eldest senior brother, Qin Yan. As for why I know Violet Rain Cool Breeze, very simple, because what I cultivate in is also the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art." A faint smile hung on the corner of Li Junjie's mouth from start to end. Except, that smile had a somewhat mocking undertone no matter how one looked at it. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's foundation was the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art. But Li Junjie defeated Xiao Jian with the Tranquil Cloud Sect's cultivation martial technique. This was seriously a tremendous blow to the Tranquil Cloud Sect members. Indeed, hearing Li Junjie's words, Sky Maple and the rest's faces revealed sorrow. How did Li Junjie know the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art? This was not hard to guess. When the Tranquil Cloud Sect moved south in a haste back then, many cultivation methods and martial technique were all lost. Very clearly, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art was obtained by the Myriad Sword Sect. The Myriad Sword Sect's core cultivation method was not the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art, but this did not impede their disciples from cultivating this cultivation method. One had to know that the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art was a true blue tier 5 cultivation method. Could let martial artists train to peak divine traversing realm. The Myriad Sword Sect's own core cultivation method was merely like so as well. TSK. Back then, my Myriad Sword Sect did not exterminate your Tranquil Cloud Sect to the last person because of a variety of reasons. Originally, we thought that you all could progress a little coming to the southern domain. Who knew that you would deteriorate with each passing day? Gu Tianyu said with a pitying look. Yeah. Your own sect's cultivation method actually can't even beat me. That person just now seems to be your Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelon, right? To actually not even be this disciple's match. Sigh. Li Junjie said. Recalling back then, the Tranquil Cloud Sect commanded the wind and clouds in the northern domain. Who dared to provoke the sect? Now it actually declined to such a degree. Truly makes people feel regrettable, Gu Tianyu said. The 2 people chimed in one after the other. Hearing it sounded like pitying the Tranquil Cloud Sect, but actually it was simply picking a quarrel and completely thought nothing of the Tranquil Cloud Sect people. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's face was already thrown on the ground by these 2, trampled again and again. While Luo Qingfeng was composed, how could he still endure at this time? Luo Qingfeng took a step forward and said with an ill-intent look, "You 3 are so unbridled in my Tranquil Cloud Sect. Do you really take my Tranquil Cloud Sect to have nobody?" Li Junjie seemed to have been frightened. He said in shock, "Senior Apprentice Brother Gu, Turns out that the Tranquil Cloud sect actually still has a Soul Sea Realm expert. How incredible! Gu Tianyu said indifferently, "What do Soul Sea Realm experts count as? Just a first-level Soul Sea Realm. Our Myriad Sword sect has a large bunch with one grab. If he dares to make a move against us, the Myriad Sword sect will come to the southern domain to exterminate them right away. Furthermore, whether he is eldest senior brother's match or not, it's really hard to say," exclaimed Gu Tianyu. As Gu Tianyu said those words, his eyes looked over towards eldest senior brother, Qin Yan. Qin Yan did not say a word from beginning to end. But since this Li Junjie was already so strong, their eldest senior brother naturally would not be too weak. Qin Yan was only at the 9th level sea transformation realm. Such strength was simply clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of a Soul Sea Realm expert. Stepping into the Soul Sea Realm was truly stepping into the rankings of the middle three realms. It was completely not what Sea Transformation Realm martial artists could compare to. Any random Soul Sea Realm expert that came could freely crush 9th level Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Let alone that Luo Qingfeng's strength was even considerably stronger compared to ordinary Soul Sea realms. But Gu Tianyu said that Luo Qingfeng was not Qin Yan's match. These words were truly a little too presumptuous. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed, and he said with a cold smile, "Fine. Then today, I'll have a direct confrontation with this eldest senior brother of yours, and take a look at how a Sea Transformation realm surpasses a Soul Sea realm." At this time, a figure flashed, blocking in front of Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng was stunned, but saw Yi Yuan turn around. Yi Yuan said to him with a smile, "Is there a need to use a butcher's knife to kill chickens? These disciples, haven't gone up yet. How can we let Lord Sect Master take the stage personally? Our Tranquil Cloud sect is also a former Northern Domain's great sect no matter what. Where is the logic of bullying the weak with the strong? Better for me to square up against the Myriad Sword sect's 3 senior brothers then. It also counts as interacting a little with the present Northern Domain's great sections. Don't horse around, Yi Yuan. Quickly come back for me." Luo Qingfeng actually had a seldom-seen reproach of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled but did not have the intention of moving aside. He knew that Luo Qingfeng was worried about his safety. But how could he pay attention to 3 Sea Transformation realms? After Luo Qingfeng returned to the sect, he had not witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength yet, and simply could not imagine just what kind of realm Yi Yuan already reached right now. Ho-ho! Interesting, really interesting. To think that there's still such a character in the Tranquil Cloud sect currently. A first-level Sea Transformation realm also dares to come out and provoke our eldest senior brother. Really too fascinating. Lord Sect Master, what this junior brother here said was only a disciple versus another disciple can measure a sect's strength, Li Junjie said with an amused look. At this time, Luo Qingfeng no longer held any hopes of fluke in his heart. Not only did the Myriad Sword sect not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect, it even wanted to find fault through the incident this time. Of course, the present Tranquil Cloud sect was completely not in the Myriad Sword sect's sights. Otherwise, they would not just send a couple of disciples over. But the might of these 3 people before their eyes exceeded everyone's expectations. That Li Junjie clearly had the weakest strength among the 3 people and actually wounded Xiao Jian with 1 sword. Qin Yan's strength was really not easy to estimate. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with smilingly, "Senior apprentice brother Li is powerful. Younger brother admires it. In a while, you have to pull your punches. Haha, rest your heart. I'll definitely go easy," Li Junjie said with a big laugh. Li Junjie placed all of his attention on Luo Qingfeng earlier and really did not notice Yi Yuan. Now, such a young Sea Transformation realm jumped out abruptly. It really gave him a small shock. Such a young Sea Transformation realm like Yi Yuan, when placed in the Myriad Sword sect, was in existence like the feather of a phoenix and the horns of a Qilin too. To think that the Tranquil Cloud sect actually groomed such a prodigious character. However, this sort of thing like crushing geniuses was too satisfying, feeling as if it was an accomplishment. Li Junjie thought about this in his heart sinisterly. Hearing the ill intent in Li Junjie's words, Luo Qingfeng went forward and grabbed hold of Yi Yuan, saying in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, their strength is not a trivial matter. Most likely, among the Northern Domain's junior generation, they are considered extremely formidable existences. You'd better not flaunt your superiority. If there's a mishap. But Yi Yuan interrupted Luo Qingfeng's words with a smile and said, "How can that be? Senior apprentice brother Li even said that he will definitely pull his punches just now. Isn't that so, senior apprentice brother Li?" The latter half of the sentence was said to Li Junjie. Li Junjie said with a wide grin, of course, Lord Sect Master. Please rest assured." Luo Qingfeng shot a fierce glare at Li Junjie and said to Yi Yuan in a low voice, "Yi Yuan, you must act within the limits of your ability." Yi Yuan gave a noncommittal smile. He then turned around and said to Li Junjie, "Earlier, I saw that senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze seems to be very formidable. I learned that move too. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Li can give a pointer or two." In Li Junjie's eyes, Yi Yuan was like a very silly, very naive dumbass. Could it be that this boy really thought that he would show mercy and found him to spar moves with? But this was also very easy to explain. How could geniuses that has broken through to the sea transformation realm in their teenage years had any experiences? Merely flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. Seeing that Yi Yuan wanted to experience the Violet Rain Cool Breeze, Li Junjie was even more delighted in his heart. Li Junjie had outstanding talent in the cultivation method of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Although he had not fully comprehended any true intent at present, he was already not far from this step. That was why he could defeat Xiao Jian with one sword. Yi Yuan actually wanted to compete in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art with him. Yi Yuan was truly overestimating his own strength. "Ha! I'll guide you well," Li Junjie said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan cracked a smile and Songhua sword was displayed. At virtually the same instant, Yi Yuan and Li Junjie made a move. The same move, the same action. It was identical with the scene earlier. With this move, Li Junjie did not hold back. The Violet Rain Cool Breeze was even more powerful compared to the last time. His objective was to cripple Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression changed drastically, not good. This Li Junjie was actually still conserving strength. Luo Qifeng wanted to make a move to stop this fight. However, an exceedingly terrifying aura locked onto him. Luo Qingfeng was secretly alarmed. He discovered that Qin Yan had already arrived in front of him since who knew when. This young man actually gave him an exceedingly terrifying feeling. Was he really 9th level sea transformation realm? Compared to Li Junjie's move, Yi Yuan's Violet Rain Cool Breeze was freaking weak. It was like a little kid showing some gaudy display. "Yi Yuan, be careful," Luo Qingfeng yelled out. Yet Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all. He still displayed this Violet Rain Cool Breeze. Gu Tianyu watched this scene calm and composedly as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan, this genius, being ruined. They all knew that Yi Yuan was surely a genius that the Tranquil Cloud sect expended immeasurable energy to groom. Destroying Yi Yuan, it was equivalent to ruining the Tranquil Cloud sect's future. My guidance is here. You have to receive it well," Li Junjie said with a delighted smile, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. But at this time, Yi Yuan's Violet Rain Cool Breeze was already executed completely too, charging towards Li Junjie as well. The two moves intersected. Yi Yuan's move was weak like a tiny tree in a fierce gale, a small boat in the boundless seas. Bang! The two people's attacks finally collided together. Yet Yi Yuan did not perish in one blow as everyone imagined. On the contrary, that very instant he collided with Yi Yuan's attack, Li Junjie seemed to be hit by somebody with a huge hammer, flying out directly. Smash! Li Junjie just happened to be sent flying to where he sat originally, smashing the chair into smithereens. Gu Tianyu and Qin Yan both did not react to it and was actually dazed for some time. Of course, the stupefied ones were not just them. There were also Sky Maple, Luo Qingfeng, and the rest. How is that possible? Junior apprentice brother Li's Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is already close to the degree of major accomplishment. How could he possibly lost to this brat? Gu Tianyu said disbelievingly. Qin Yan did not speak, but his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became immensely grave. Senior apprentice brother Li's Violet Rain Cool Breeze is indeed formidable. Even flying out is actually so cool, letting Yi Yuan benefit a great deal. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Bang! At this time, Li Junjie crawled up swiftly, sending wood chips in front of him flying with a kick. He roared, "Stinking brat! I'll kill you!" Li Junjie already went completely berserk, wanting to kill Yi Yuan at all costs. Even in the myriad sword sect, there were also not many who could make Li Junjie so wretched looking. Now, he was actually beaten to this state by a tranquil cloud sect brat who was still wet behind his ears. This was something that he could not accept. The myriad sword sect had acquired the full set of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Li Junjie had immersed in this path for over 20 years and was also just a step away from comprehending sword intent. How could he possibly lose to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's people? If he lost to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelons, it was still alright. But Yi Yuan was just a Tranquil Cloud Sect's junior disciple. How could he possibly lose to somebody like this? The Myriad Sword Sect was one of the 3 strongest sects in the Northern Domain. Li Junjie's strength could also be ranked among the entire Endless World's junior generation. Now he actually lost to a small sect's disciple? Li Junjie's figure moved, but there was a blur before his eyes. Qin Yen blocked in front of him. "Senior brother, you move aside. I'm going to kill this punk." Li Junjie howled, but Qin Yen said coolly, "Forget it. You are not his match." When Qin Yan's words came out, Li Junjie and Gu Tianyu were both dazed, especially Li Junjie. He wondered if he heard wrongly and asked in incredulity, "As senior apprentice brother, what did you say?" Qin Yen turned around and said with a solemn expression, "This boy has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. You are not his match." "See, comprehended fully?" Li Junjie seemed to have a tub of cold water splash down, sobering up instantaneously. He looked at Qin Yen. The latter was nodding his head and said, "His Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent has already reached the state of returning to the origin. You can't possibly beat him. I really didn't think that after so many years passed, the Tranquil Cloud sect actually produced such a character." Finished talking, Qin Yen looked at Yi Yuan with an unkind expression and said, "Punk, ability to disguise as a pig to eat a tiger is pretty good." "Disguising as a pig to eat a tiger? Hoo-hoo. Is there a need to disguise as a pig to eat the tiger when dealing with you people?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Qin Yan's face fell slightly. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude, he was very displeased. As the Myriad Sword Sect's junior generation's #1 person, wherever Qin Yen walked, admiration and flattering voices would resound. Today, he was actually looked down upon by a kid. Qin Yen narrowed his eyes and said, "Boy, don't think that you can be cocky by comprehending true intent. You need to know that there is always somebody stronger. The 3 of you ran to the Tranquil Cloud sect to make a big show of your prowess and then injured my fellow sect members. Now you're saying that I'm cocky? Your logic simply differs from ordinary people," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Humph! What a sharp tongue. We are here on the sect's orders to investigate the Southern Domain's change. Your Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. We came here to rescue you all," Qin Yen said nonchalantly. Hearing Qin Yan's words, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a ridiculing smile. "Rescue? I think that your Myriad Sword sect wants to swallow the Tranquil Cloud sect, or are thinking of making us wag our tails to beg like a dog in front of you people to satisfy your ego a little." Qin Yen was stunned when he heard it. He suddenly grinned and said, "Then so what? Could it be that you all still have other choices?" This time, the expression on the faces of Sky Maple, Luo Qifeng, and the rest became odd. "You all most likely don't know it yet, right? The Purple Mansion sect was already sent packing with a face full of dust previously at our sect, losing 3 Soul Sea Realm experts in succession. Right now, I reckon that He Mingda is probably still weeping at home, right?" Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qingfeng's words stunned the trio. They had just arrived in the Southern Domain too. The information grasped was still when they had just left the sect. They totally did not know what happened recently in the Southern Domain. Now, once they heard the news, it indeed made them feel very surprised. But it was merely just surprised. Qin Yen did not feel that Luo Qingfeng could kill martial artists with high cultivation realms. "Haha! Killing a couple of first-level Soul Sea realms made all of you so happy?" That Purple Mansion sect probably saw that your strength was too weak, so they totally didn't send experts over, right? Gu Tianyu said with a chortle. Luo Qingfeng said with a disdainful look. First-level Soul Sea Realm? Haha. The Purple Mansion sect has already attacked the Tranquil Cloud sect 3 times. The first time, a first-level Soul Sea Realm died. The second time, 2 fourth-level Soul Sea Realms died. The third time, Himingda came personally and also returned in failure. Do you all think that we should be happy or not? 4th-level Soul Sea Realm? Even 2? Do you take us for rookies who don't know anything? Just the likes of you people can kill 2 4th-level Soul Sea Realms. Li Junjie said with a ridiculing smile. Ignorant. The Purple Mansion sect dispatched thousands of martial artists to come and attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Is there a need for me to deceive you on this matter? If you don't believe it, you can try out the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect-protecting Grand Array in person, Luo Qingfeng said with a cold smile. Luo Qifeng was very proud of the sect-protecting Grand Array right now. This kind of Grand Array that could instantly kill Soul Sea Realm experts was seriously satisfying. Beneath the divine traversing realm, it was virtually invincible. Sect-protecting Grand Array? You're talking about the Inyang Turbid Heaven Grand Array? Didn't you all lose this set of array formation back then? Qin Yen said with a frown. No comments about that. Humph. If not for the sake of the entire Endless World's safety, would we send people to the Northern Domain? So long as we defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death, the Purple Mansion sect can't breach inside all their lives, Luo Qingfeng said. You're saying that there is really another world trying to invade our endless world? Qin Yen said. The Purple Mansion sect is a chess piece left in the endless world by the Fierce Gale world. Now that the realm passageway has already opened up, Fierce Gale world martial artists will attack over here very soon. This matter concerns the grand matter of the entire endless world's life and death. You people actually still have thoughts of internal conflicts here. Truly don't know life from death, Yi Yuan said with a sneer. Based on the attitudes of Qin Yen and the others, they completely did not believe that there was this matter of another world invading. After all, several thousand years had already passed since the previous Great War. Even a sect like the Grand Yen True Sect was already buried in the annals of history. The Grand Yen True Sect was also to blame for being overly domineering back then, directly sealing the realm passageway, resulting in the Great War between two worlds not clashing on a massive scale. The Endless World martial artists did not suffer a pain which cut deep. Their impression of the other world was not so deep as well. But Yi Yuan believed that those major powers in the Northern Domain should have heard of this segment of history. Except Meijin most likely did not meet those people when he went over this time. A sea transformation realm martial artist might be powerful enough in the Southern Domain, but placed in the Northern Domain it was nothing. What a pack of nonsense. Why would there be another world invading for no reason? You said that the Purple Mansion sect were the other world's survivors. What proof is there? Qin Yen said. Yi Yuan had long known that Qin Yen would have such an inquiry. His hands briefly needed a seal. A silhouette suddenly appeared before everyone. Spatial Spirit Artifact. Seeing this scene, Qin Yen trio were all startled. Spatial Spirit Artifacts were beloved treasures that everyone would want to get their hands on. Even them, the Northern Domain's top disciples, did not have in their possessions. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually had a Spatial Spirit Artifact, their gaze involuntarily became scorching. Yi Yuan shot a glance and said, "Put away your ideas. Or else you might not be able to walk out of the Tranquil Cloud sect. This is the slave that I captured in the Fierce Gale world. His name is Lan Feng. Let him talk to you about the Fierce Gale world's matters." Yu Yuan already had sea transformation realm strength at present. Even when facing early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, he had sufficient self-preserving strength too. Hence, he did not mind exhibiting the Spatial Spirit Artifact in front of these people. But Yi Yuan's words astonished the trio tremendously. Qin Yen exclaimed in shock. You've been to the other world." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "Naturally, I've been there before. Lan Feng's divine soul is slightly different from the Endless World martial artists. You guys investigate it slightly and should be able to discover some inklings. Qin Yen probed and discovered that Lan Feng's divine soul was indeed slightly different from the endless world martial artists. This shock was tremendous. In his heart, he already believed Yi Yuan's words to a certain extent. Lan Feng, you pick out a few important things about the Purple Mansion sect and the Fierce Gale worlds passed for them to hear, Yi Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Lan Feng cupped his hands slightly and started talking. As time passed, the expressions on Qin Yen and the rest became increasingly grim. Turned out that things had already reached such a critical state. They were actually still harboring the mentality of watching the show coming over to the Tranquil Cloud sect this time. After Lan Feng finished talking, Qin Yen trio exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a never-before astonishment. Oh, right, Lan Feng did not say it just now. The Fierce Gale world is a middle-order small world. The Wind Emperor's strength is boundless realm, Yi Yuan said indifferently. The Qin Yen trio seemed to have something stuck in their throats and were not able to speak for a while. Be boundless realm? You're not joking, right? After a long time, Li Junjie finally recovered but was still filled with incredulity. Joking? Back then, the Grand Yen True sect was 10 times stronger than your Myriad Sword sect. However, the Grand Yen True sect hesitated at nothing to sacrifice the lives of 6 sovereign-level array masters to deploy the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Do you think that they had the need to treat their lives jokingly? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The present Endless Worlds situation was different. Back then, the Grand Yen True sect reigned supreme, overshadowing all of the sects. Although the Grand Yen True sect's sect master status was not on par with Zhao Tianin's, it was not far from the latter either. Even such strength could not resist the previous generation Wind Emperor. What did the Myriad Sword sect even count as? Hiss. The information that Yi Yuan uttered today, the shock it brought them was too intense. Meijin had not spoken more than a few words at the Myriad Sword sect and was detained. Those people did not take it seriously at all. Now, Yi Yuan spoke with definite evidence and even let Lan Feng out. It was not up to them to not believe. Like this? Isn't our endless world facing imminent danger? Gu Tianyu muttered. Her. Good that you know. But I still have something that I want to ask the three of you. Is my Tranquil Cloud sect's elder Meijin detained by your Myriad Sword sect? Yi Yuan asked with gleaming eyes. One sentence and it dragged the 3 people back to reality. Qin Yen said with a sneer. So what if yes? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said to Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie, good that it's yes. The 2 of you can head back already. This whatever eldest senior brother Qin Yen will stay in our Tranquil Cloud sect to be a hostage then. Whenever you people release Elder Mei back, he can return to the sect. The 3 people were stunned when they heard these words. Wasn't this punk overestimating his own strength too much? Detaining eldest senior brother? Haha. Really unafraid of the wind spraining your tongue if it blows hard. Do you think that you can keep eldest senior brother with the likes of that first-level Soul Sea Realm sect master? Li Junjie said with a cold laugh. Haha. You all have stayed too long in the southern domain and already became frogs in a well, right? Do you know how formidable eldest senior brother's strength is? Gu Tianyu seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and grinned from ear to ear. Even Qin Yen himself shook his head too and said with a smile, overconfident fool. But Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, I already said, disciple versus disciple. How could the likes of you all have the qualifications to let sect master take action personally? You aren't really thinking that by comprehending the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, you would be my match, right? Qin Yen stood with his hands behind his back, with a face full of contempt. So what if Yi Yuan comprehended true intent? He likewise comprehended true intent. Furthermore, he was even almost a full major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Such a great disparity in strength, and this brat was actually thinking of defeating him? Yi Yuan flashed a smile and said, give it a try then. Such a wildly arrogant boy. Don't lose your life by trying. Gu Tianyu said with a cold snort. But Qin Yen said with a smile. Interesting. I'll give you this opportunity. Haha. It's still eldest senior brother magnanimity that is big. I'm going to make a move. You receive it well. 9 swords return to 1. Half-moon slash. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, executing the 9 swords stances half-moon slash instantaneously. Following Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the Sea Transformation realm, his Azure Dipper floating zero sword became even stronger. Regardless whether was it the 9-sword stance or the 1,000 flowing petals, they all expended countless amounts of Yi Yuan's energy. The greater one's strength, the greater the might. Back then, Yi Yuan used this one move to place the powerful Zhao Cheng'an in a wretched plight. No matter how powerful this Qin Yan's strength was, it could not be stronger than Zhao Cheng'an's either. Once Yi Yuan's move was unleashed, the smile on Qin Yan's face was instantly replaced with solemnness. Not the Azure Dipper purple Yang sword art. When this brat was dealing with Li Junjie earlier, he was actually still holding back. 1,000-sword nebulous. Qin Yan immediately put away his belittling heart using an incomparably swift and fierce martial technique right away. This 1,000-sword nebulous move was an extremely powerful martial technique in the Myriad Sword sect. Coupled with the Myriad Sword sect's cultivation method, it was a top-notch sword move when placed in the Endless World too. The Sea Transformation realm Yi Yuan displaying the half-moon slash was much stronger than it was in the Fierce Gale world previously. The two attacks collided together instantly. Yet, the half-moon slash breached Qin Yan's 1,000-sword nebulous like crushing dried twigs. Qin Yan's face changed, and he immediately unleashed his movement technique and dodged this attack. What? Elder Senior Brother's 1,000-sword nebulous actually lost when dueling swords. Li Junjie nearly jumped up when he saw this scene. Eldest Senior Brother's 1,000-sword nebulous. Even the heavenly martial sects Guitaochuan and the profound ice sects in Yanhua can't possibly resolve it so effortlessly. Right? An immense shock was seen in Gu Tianyou's eyes. Qin Yan's expression at present was very nasty. He never could have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually formidable to this sort of degree. Just now, if not for the 1,000-sword nebulous offsetting a portion of the half-moon slash's power, whether or not he could evade was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan, it's you who forced me. I still can't completely control this move with my present realm. Once this move is unleashed, be responsible for your own life and death. Qin Yan's voice divulged an ice-cold intent. Qin Yan pointed his sword at Yi Yuan. The single sword actually miraculously transformed into countless ones. Myriad swords returned to origin. Go to hell. Qin Yan did not have the composure from before anymore. His face even carried some ferociousness at this moment. But at this time, Yi Yuan's Windfire Violent Blaze transforming dragon similarly finished casting too. The colossal dragon roared as it swept over towards Qin Yan. This massive dragon was incomparably powerful, instantly engulfing those sword figures clean. But it was not over yet. The massive dragon hastened over towards Qin Yan. With a rumble, Qin Yan's entire person was blasted flying out, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Eldest Senior Brother, Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie shouted. When they saw this scene, they were both greatly taken aback from shock and hurriedly went up to support Qin Yan. The pair exchanged a glance, both feeling that it was beyond comprehension. The undefeated eldest senior brother in their eyes was actually defeated in the hands of an unknown brat. Relax. He won't die. I still need him to be a hostage. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice came over. Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie were both startled in their hearts. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was like they had seen a ghost. This youth was seriously too scary. Why Yi Yuan's strength is actually formidable to this extent already. Even I'm probably not his match for certain either. Luo Qingfeng and Sky Maple exchanged glances at this time as well. The astonishment in their gazes was not the slightest bit less than the Myriad Sword sect disciples. Sky Maple was very relieved. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, I'd long foreseen that there would be this day. But I never could have imagined that this day would arrive so quickly. For my tranquil cloud sect to be able to obtain Yi Yuan, it's truly the heavens showing sympathy. Do you all really want to set yourselves against my Myriad Sword sect? Gu Qianyou's voice carried some quivering. The reason why they dared to come was that they felt that they had the strength to preserve themselves. But looking at it now, this sort of self-confidence was really a joke. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you all don't be mistaken. Elder Mei went to the northern domain to deliver news with good intentions but was detained by you people. This is you people forcing me. I don't wish to cross anybody for no reason. You. Do you really dare to imprison eldest senior brother for a puny little C transformation realm martial artist? Li Junjie felt rather incredulous. This Yi Yuan seemed hell-bent on opposing the myriad sword sect. This was simply something that could not be explained by reason. There was actually somebody who dared to fall out with the myriad sword sect. Qin Yan's significance to the myriad sword sect went without saying. If the tranquil cloud sect dared to touch a hair of Qin Yan's, an apocalyptic calamity was definitely unavoidable. Did this boy eat the wrong medicine? Seemed like he already harmed quite a few hairs. Yi Yuan said coldly, puny little C transformation realm? Aren't you just a C transformation realm too? Moreover, your eldest senior brother might be very important in your eyes, but in my eyes, he isn't worth a fart. Elder Mei's life is way more important than his. As he said, Yi Yuan's aura pressed on and actually made Li Junjie and Gu Tianyu feel chilly. In Yi Yuan's view, these few fellows clearly looked down on everybody snobbishly. Mei Zhen might not be considered much in front of them, but to Yi Yuan he was a very important senior. Yi Yuan experienced hardships before rescuing Mei Zhen from the fierce Gale world. He could not very well fall in the myriad sword sect. Madman! You're a madman! Li Junjie turned to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng and said, could it be that you all want to go crazy together with this boy? If you all dare to detain eldest senior brother today, you have to make the preparations of receiving the wrath of my myriad sword sect. At that time, your tranquil cloud sect will really not have fowls or dogs spared. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's expression both changed. This consequence, they really could not quite bear it. Although Mei Zhen was important but compared to the entire sect. However, Yi Yuan did not give them the opportunity to hesitate. He took a step forward and said with narrowed eyes, are you threatening me here? Li Junjie was taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura and actually took a step back instinctively. But he reacted very quickly and his face involuntarily reddened slightly. What's with me? I'm actually frightened? A dignified myriad sword sect's disciple would actually fear this punk? A wave of shame hit in Li Junjie's heart. However, he really had no confidence against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could even defeat Qin Yan. Defeating him was simply like lifting a finger. And no, I didn't mean that. Li Junjie was even somewhat stammering when talking. But Yi Yuan did not care. He took another step forward and said coldly, then what did you mean? And Li Junjie moved back again but just happened to trip over something, planting his bottom onto the ground. Humph! My tranquil cloud sect sent people to the northern domain to notify your three great sects with public interests in mind to warn you all to guard against the invasion of another world. Yet you held a grudge and detained Elder Mei. If I don't keep a hostage today, Elder Mei would surely find it hard to die with peace of mind. The two of you head back today. If Elder Mei receives a trace of injury, I'll definitely make Qin Yan's life worse than death. Yi Yuan said with a cold grunt. Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie were forced by Yi Yuan's aura and actually mumbled and did not dare to rebuke. The main hall fell into a dead silence. Nobody dared to make a sound. The Gu Tianyu pair stood there, unable to leave nor stay. It was very awkward. Meanwhile, Sky Maple and Luo Qifeng and the rest actually felt very liberating in their hearts. During these more than 1,000 years, they withdrew and stood in the southern domain's land, living very aggrievedly. Especially just now, Li Junjie actually used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to deal with Xiao Jian, making their dignity suffer tremendous devastation even more so. Back then, the Myriad Sword Sect virtually annihilated the Tranquil Cloud Sect. The Tranquil Cloud Sect also greatly damaged their vitality in that battle. That was why they were unable to recover from the setback ever since. Truthfully talking about it, the two sects' enmity could be said to be irreconcilable under the same sky. But the problem was that the Myriad Sword Sect was one of the strongest three sects in the entire endless world. The strength was too great. A tiny sect like the Tranquil Cloud Sect simply could not afford to provoke. They did not know how Yi Yuan had such tremendous gall to actually dare yank on the Myriad Sword Sect's whiskers. However, through that fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng already had a clear realization that Yi Yuan's true combat strength was most likely no longer beneath his. Furthermore, the entire Tranquil Cloud Sect was saved by Yi Yuan. Whatever Yi Yuan wanted to do now, they were willing to be the backup for Yi Yuan. Right then Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed and he said icily, since some friends have arrived, why not show yourselves? If it spreads out, others might think that my tranquil cloud sect doesn't know how to receive guests. The expressions of Luo Qingfeng and the rest changed. Somebody snuck into the main hall, and they were actually completely oblivious. A girl dressed in light blue gauze floated down from the roof, making people feel like the temperature in the entire Great Hall suddenly fell by a few degrees. The girl as cold as frost, but had a beauty that could topple down a nation, and with heavenly fragrance too. Standing there, she gave people a cold and detachment vibe which kept people 1,000 miles away. This was an ice mountain beauty in its true sense. Seeing this woman, Qin Yan Trio's faces changed. Yin Yanhua. When Yi Yuan saw this girl, he could not help being rather surprised. The Tranquil Cloud sect had the sect-protecting Grand Array defending. This woman could actually silently sneak into the main hall. Yin Yanhua gave Yi Yuan a graceful bow but did not open her mouth to speak. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, is your distinguished self still hoping for a fluke in your heart? Since you came, might as well get together. Wouldn't it be lively? Luo Qingfeng could not help being secretly alarmed. There was actually still somebody. Indeed, when Yi Yuan's voice faded, a young man dressed in long black robes flashed out from the corner. Guotaochuan, you all. When Qin Yan saw these two people, he wished that he could find a hole to crawl into. Guotaochuan took a few more glances at Yi Yuan, but his gaze finally fell on Qin Yan and said smilingly, Hu, the myriad sword sect's #1 disciple actually suffered a crushing defeat in the desolate land of the southern domain. I think sending this news back to the northern domain will create a considerable stir. But Qin Yan said with a cold smile, Guotaochuan, stop delighting in my misfortune here. If you have the capabilities, you go and size yourself up with that punk. Guotaochuan froze, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Yi Yuan. He chuckled and said, messing around for so long. You were actually defeated in the hands of this boy? Yin Yanhua and Guotaochuan had just reached the main hall not long and did not see Yi Yuan and Qin Yan's confrontation at all. Guotaochuan even thought that it was Luo Qingfeng who beat Qin Yan to heavy injuries and came out just in time to ridicule. Right then, the Yin Yanhua who did not talk the entire time had a seldom-seen dialogue. That young man isn't simple. Guotaochuan was stunned once again and finally sized up Yi Yuan properly. He originally thought that Yi Yuan could call out Yin Yanhua and himself because there was some array formation inside this main hall. Looking at it now, it did not seem to be that simple. This youth whose age was not past 16 seemed to be rather extraordinary. Qin Yan's strength, Guotaochuan was all too familiar. Even when encountering ordinary first-level Soul Sea realms, he might not be at a disadvantage. Guotaochuan previously even thought that this Tranquil Cloud sect's sect master was very strong. That was why Qin Yan was defeated. He did not think that it was actually because of this young man in front of him. This young man was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. Didn't this mean that he could cross a major realm to defeat his opponent? This shock was no trivial matter. Qin Yan was really injured by you? Guotaochuan asked with a blank look. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, so what if yes? So what if not? Cough, cough. If yes, I want to say, nicely done. Guotaochuan suddenly changed his tone. Even Yi Yuan did not quite come around hearing his words. When Qin Yan heard these words, he was so furious that he felt a sweetness in his throat. His injuries actually flared up again. He looked at Guotaochuan, wishing that he could eat him alive. This Qin Yan, I've long been displeased by him. It's just that sadly, I couldn't find the chance all along. Now, little brother actually accomplished this wish of mine. It really makes me feel even more cordial, Guotaochuan said with a broad grin. Everybody was stunned. As he spoke, Guotaochuan actually put his arm around Yi Yuan's shoulder. That appearance looked like brothers who had been acquainted for many years. Yi Yuan was still very vigilant at the start. Later, he discovered that this Guotaochuan did not have any ill intent towards him, and so he let him be. Guotaochuan pulled Yi Yuan along and talked a whole bunch. On the whole, they were more or less words which besmirched Qin Yan. Yi Yuan could not tell the truth from false either. Qin Yan listened by the side, his entire face was black like the bottom of a wok. But he was already fish on the chopping block right now, and simply dare not make any movements. This Yi Yuan was a nutcase. He actually dared to provoke the myriad sword sect. If he really offended him hard, there was no guarantee that he would not do anything. Oh, right. I seem to have heard that you guys want to keep Qin Yen behind to be a hostage? Yi Yuan gave Guotaochuan a glance and nodded. Haha, brother, you really have guts. The people that I, Guotaochuan, admire in this lifetime aren't many. You're one of them. Looking at Guotaochuan's manner, it rather looked like being admired by him was so laudable. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with him and retorted with a question, "Who the hell are you? Barging into my tranquil cloud sect's main hall without authorization. I'm afraid that it's a little inappropriate, right?" Guotaochuan was not embarrassed either. He said proudly, "I'm the heavenly martial sect's eldest disciple, Guotaochuan. This great beauty is the profound ice sect's well-renowned ice cloud fairy, Yin Yanhua." When Guotaochuan introduced Yin Yanhua, his eyes were filled with an ingratiating manner. That appearance was even somewhat fawning. But Yin Yanhua did not buy it at all. She still had an icy appearance, like she totally did not hear Guotaochuan's words at all. But hearing Guotaochuan's introduction, Yi Yuan came to a realization. As it turned out, the Northern Domain's three great sects' head disciples actually all converged in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Seemed like Mei Zhen's trip wasn't entirely without gains. At least, it made the three great sects send people over to investigate it. Yi Yuan took a look at the three people and said with a sigh, "You great sect disciples are really leisurely and carefree. Death is already knocking on the door, and you're still playing infighting. Looks like the endless world has been peaceful for too long. Everyone no longer has any gallantness anymore." These words made Guotaochuan stupefied. He asked curiously, "Little brother, what's the meaning of your words? Isn't it somewhat exaggerating just to raise the alarm?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the ice-cold Yin Yanhua also revealed a curious look, uncertain of the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. When Yi Yuan saw the duo's expressions, he knew that Mei Zhen's first stop was at the Myriad Sword Sect. Moreover, he was even detained, and simply did not have the time to notify the other two sects. He shot a fierce glare at Qin Yen and company and said in a cold voice, "Humph! The Myriad Sword Sect is really a bunch of fellows who are unable to accomplish anything but adept at ruining things." Ever since becoming aware that the fierce Gale world had a boundless realm powerhouse, Qin Yen Trio knew just how critical the endless world situation was. Being glared at by Yi Yuan at this time, they simply did not dare to retort. If because of detaining Mei Zhen resulted in the endless world's overall defeat, the Myriad Sword Sect would be the entire endless world's sinners. Seeing the expression of Qin Yen and the others, Guotaochuan and Yin Yanhua became even more suspicious. Was it possible that something big really happened in the Southern Domain? The Purple Mansion sect unifying the Southern Domain did not seem to be something serious either, right? Right away, Yi Yuan recounted the matter of the fierce Gale world invading briefly to the two. The two people's expression both became unbelievably solemn. They never would have thought that such a thing would actually happen to the endless world. But in front of the steel-like evidence, it was not up to them to not believe. They finally knew now why Yi Yuan scolded the Myriad Sword Sect for being unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things. "Little brother, if the matter is really as you say, then isn't the endless world in imminent danger?" At this time, Guotaochuan's face no longer had any debauched look. What replaced it was indescribable graveness. It's not to the extent of on the verge of destruction, because even if the realm passageway is linked together, it can't withstand boundless realm experts passing through either. If the Wind Emperor wishes to cross the realm passageway, he must have sovereign-level array masters reinforcing the realm passageway's barrier continuously all the way until it stabilizes fully. At least, in the short run, the fierce Gale world and the endless world are still in the situation of being evenly matched in strength. But if the endless world is still a pile of loose sand, then this world's destruction is just a matter of time, Yi Yuan said coolly. Guotaochuan revealed a look of realization. The logic that Yi Yuan said was very simple, which was for the endless world to resist the foreign enemy with a united spirit. But Guitaochuan, who resided in the northern domain, was deeply aware that this was simply something impossible. The northern domain's sects stood in great numbers. Apart from the three great sects, there were still many large and small sects of varying sizes. These sects' thoughts were all different. Without a person who could rally hundreds with a single call, there was simply no way of making them put their strength together. If each fought their own battles when the time came, the endless world would really not be far from complete destruction. Hiss. Fortunately, our heavenly martial sect and the profound ice sect obtained some information, sending the two of us to follow Qin Yen all the way here. Or else we would really not know that such an earth-shaking major event actually happened to the endless world. No can do. This matter is much too important. I have to return to inform Lord Sect Master straight away to make plans early. As he said, Guitaochuan turned around and wanted to leave. When he passed by Yin Yanhua, Guitaochuan suddenly switched to a smiling face and asked, "Ice Cloud Fairy, why not we head back together?" Yin Yanhua did not even spare him a glance, but took light steps and walked towards Yi Yuan. "I wonder what junior brother's name is?" Yin Yanhua asked. "Yi Yuan. So it's junior apprentice brother Yi." If it's in accordance with what junior apprentice brother Yi said, the northern domain has no tenable defensive position anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is already a lone island. Doesn't your Tranquil Cloud sect have plans to move north? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. This Ice Cloud Fairy was evidently someone with a nimble mind. He did not have the need to hide either, and said with a nod, "That's right. We're currently planning to move north." Yin Yanhua nodded her head slightly when she heard this. She said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi detained Qin Yen to be a hostage. The Myriad Sword sect definitely won't let things go. How about my profound ice sect provide for shelter for you guys? I wonder what junior apprentice brother Ye's thoughts are." When Yin Yanhua said this, Qin Yan's expression became even uglier. "Fairy Maiden, my Myriad Sword sect has good relations with the profound ice sect all along. How can you take such an action arbitrarily?" Qin Yen nearly spewed out another mouthful of old blood. At this time, Guitaochuan smacked his head and interjected too. He slung his arm around Yi Yuan again and said, "Ha ha! I hit it off with junior apprentice brother Yi on first sight. How about you come to our heavenly martial sect?" Hearing these words, Qin Yan's two eyes finally rolled back, and he fainted. Yin Yanhua and Guitaochuan invited Yi Yuan naturally because they took a fancy on his potential. Yi Yuan could defeat Qin Yen, sufficiently showing how great his strength was. With Yi Yuan's age, his accomplishments would surely be boundless in the future. Such a figure naturally had to be roped in early. Seeing Guitaochuan cutting in, Yin Yanhua's surrounding temperature fell several degrees once more. Guitaochuan's face changed and he said obsequiously, "Haha, kidding, just kidding. How can our heavenly martial sect have a place to house such a large sect?" Yin Yanhua could not be bothered with Guitaochuan. She said to Yi Yuan, "I wonder what junior apprentice brother Ye's opinion is like?" The few people present were all the distinguished leaders of the endless world's junior generation. They were all sharp-minded people, although those few standing by the sides were the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons. The one truly making the decisions was this young man before their eyes. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with Yin Yanhua with a faint smile, "Thank you very much for Ice Cloud Fairy's good intentions. But about the place to settle down, my Tranquil Cloud sect already has arrangements." A tinge of disappointment flickered across Yin Yanhua's eyes as she said with a sigh, "All right then. Since that's the case, Yanhua will take her leave." Finished talking, Yin Yanhua's figure moved, vanishing before everyone. Guitaochuan yelled out, "Ice Cloud Fairy, wait for me. Junior apprentice brother Yi, when you go to the northern domain, you have to come to my heavenly martial sect to take a look." "I'm leaving too." Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. This Guitaochuan was really a funny fellow. At this time, there were only the Myriad Sword sect's 3 people left in the main hall. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What? Could it be that you all are still planning on staying behind to have a meal?" Gu Tianyu looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the unconscious Qin Yen again. For a moment, he was actually at a loss on what to do. "Eldest senior brother he." Gu Tianyu gave a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Do you feel like I'm joking with you all?" Yi Yuan's tone became cold. "And no. Then not scramming yet?" Seeing that Yi Yuan inclining to fly off the handle, Gu Tianyu and Li Junjie went out of the main hall step by step. At this time, Luo Qifeng came in front of Yi Yuan and asked worriedly, "The Myriad Sword sect is one of the 3 strongest great sects in the northern domain. Just the divine traversing realm experts in their sect numbers quite a few. We captured their eldest disciple. They probably won't take things lying down, right?" Yi Yuan said with a frown, "I'm the one who sent Elder Mei over. I have to rescue him back." Sect Master, rest assured. The matter of the realm passageway linking together is also just in these few days. At that time, the Myriad Sword sect most likely won't have the energy to come and bother with us. A tiny little tranquil cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng had no alternatives. He could only say, "Fine then. It's up to you to do whatever you want. Grand Elder and I will always be standing behind you to support you." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Many thanks for Grand Elders and Sect Master's understanding. Sect Master, the time left to us isn't much already. We have to make the best use of our time to move north." Several days later, beneath the unknown mystic realm's eternal splendor palace. Rumble. With an enormous rumble, the 6 extreme seals' grand array fragmented inch by inch. The grand array that guarded the endless world for several thousand years finally collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the entire endless world felt an intense tremor. Everyone all felt like something major was about to happen. Himingda stood respectfully at one side. 5 figures took the lead to enter, crossing the realm passageway. Seeing these 5 people, Himingda bowed all the way down. "Fierce Gale World survivor Himingda, pay respects to 5 sovereigns." These 5 people were shocking all peak divine traversing realm existences. The one at the helm nodded slightly and said, "Arise. You did very well. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is very pleased with you. This is the reward that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, entrusted me to give you before setting off." This elderly person was actually the Shangguan family head who observed Yi Yuan and Zhao Qinggan's battle from a corner of the plaza back then. Shangguan Wenrui. Himingda was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, "Many thanks for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's bestowal. Although we have lied low in the endless world for thousands of years, we dare not forget the great duty that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, tasked us to do even for a moment. Having gone through thousands of years, it finally let us find a way to crack the 6 extreme seals' grand array." Shangguan Wenrui nodded and suddenly asked, "The endless world's southern domain is very important to us. It should have culminated under your Purple Mansion sect, right?" But Himingda's expression changed as he said, "Sovereign Shangguan, forgive my mistake. Originally, the southern domain was already in the bag. But a remarkably monstrous youth came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. He actually raised the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting Grand Array to quasi-tier 5 level. We." The air instantly chilled. Shangguan Wenrui was clearly very displeased by this news. Himingda stood by the side and did not dare to even exhale loudly. This one before his eyes was a peak divine traversing realm powerhouse. Huffing a breath could doom him eternally. That boy called Yi Yuan really screwed him over badly. You, an exalted 7th level Soul Sea realm martial artist, is actually powerless against a youngster? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, placed such high hopes on you. Is this how you repay him?" Shangguan Wenrui said coldly. Himingda sweat profusely and hurriedly explained, "Sovereign Shangguan, calm your anger. That young man is indeed too monstrous. Furthermore, I heard that he escaped back to the endless world from the Fierce Gale World." Shangguan Wenrui's expression changed, and he immediately thought of Yi Yuan. This endless world youth entered deep into the Fierce Gale World by himself, throwing the Fierce Gale World into an upheaval and even retreated in one piece. Speaking of which, it was really inconceivable. After Zhao Tianyun appeared in the plaza on that day, in order to avoid arousing suspicions, Shangguan Wenrui and Xue Hongfei left directly and did not see what happened later. Shangguan Wenrui looked into it afterward as well. But those who stayed at the plaza afterward were practically all dead. Only Ding Liang and Star Abyss's group of people were alive. But all of them did not dare to breathe a word to another soul about what happened on that day. but Shangguan Wanrui speculated that some earth-shaking major thing must have happened for Yi Yuan to be able to escape from Zhao Tiannin's hands. Otherwise, how could a crystal formation realm brat possibly escape from the hands of the boundless realm Wind Emperor? Shangguan Wanrui's complexion was slightly better, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Oh, there's still such a monstrous youth? What's his name called?" He Mingda said, quaking in fear. He's called Yi Yuan. Indeed, even though he guessed it long ago, Shangguan Wanrui still felt unbelievably shocked. This boy called Yi Yuan was covered in secrets all over. Looks like not just his personal strength was incomparably formidable, he had startling talent in the path of formations too. He Mingda sneaked a glance at Shangguan Wanrui's face. After seeing that he did not show an enraged expression, He Mingda gathered his courage and said, "On that day, I personally escorted the Tranquil Cloud sex hostages, wanting to force this punk out of the Grand Array. Who knew that he actually set up an extremely powerful illusionary array outside the gates and he rescued the people away instead? Furthermore, I heard him saying that his array formation actually came from the Grandian true sex inheritance. He even said, Shangguan Wanrui narrowed his eyes and said, "Speak." He even said, if the Grand Yen True Sex Sect Master had grasped that set of illusionary formation back then, even if His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, came personally, he would return with failure too. He Mingda mopped the cold sweat on his forehead. How could He Mingda know how great a wave Yi Yuan stirred up in the fierce-scale world? He was still desperately absolving his charges, hoping to gain Shangguan Wanrui's understanding. In truth, Shangguan Wanrui did not blame him long ago. But Shangguan Wanrui did not tell He Mingda either. The matter of Yi Yuan causing mayhem in the central capital was not very glorious after all. Shangguan Wanrui did not speak, seemingly contemplating something. After a long time, he finally said slowly, "You said that. That Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array." He Mingda hurriedly said yes. Subordinate also doesn't know how he, a C transformation realm brat, can deploy a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. But we really suffered considerably on this Grand Array. Shangguan Wanrui nodded slightly and was not very surprised by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. This period of time, have you been sending people to watch the Tranquil Cloud sect all along? Don't let them escape, Shangguan Wanrui said. Sovereign Shangguan, rest assured. Subordinate arranged countless informants around the vicinity of the Tranquil Cloud sect. If there's any bit of rustle of leaves in the wind, they will report promptly. He Mingda hurriedly said. Shangguan Wanrui said, since that's the case, send a divine traversing realm expert over and you can crack this Grand Array. As he said, Shangguan Wanrui turned around and said to a first-level divine traversing martial artist, "Yunrong, you make a trip with Sect Master He. If there's a possibility, bring that boy back for me to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms." That Yunrong bowed and said, "Yes, family head." He Mingda was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He had suffered a huge loss in Yi Yuan's hands. Now that there was a divine traversing realm expert backing him up, what was he still afraid of? Several days later, in front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates, Shangguan Yunrong stood in the air. Behind him stood He Mingda. "It's this Grand Array that you all couldn't crack even by mustering up the entire sect's strength?" Shangguan Yunrong said coolly. He Mingda sweated heavily and said, "Yes. Subordinate is incompetent. Yi Yuan, that boy, is incredibly sinister. He really isn't easy to deal with." Shangguan Yunrong nodded slightly but did not say anything. Yi Yuan's great name, he had naturally heard of it before as well. Ever since the great battle between Yi Yuan and Zhao Chenggan, Shangguan Lingyun seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock, cultivating day and night continuously. As Shangguan Lingyun's senior, Shangguan Yunrong naturally took it all into his eyes. This battle, Shangguan Lingyun took the initiative to request for it and was already on the way here. Presumably, hearing Yi Yuan this name once more, Shangguan Lingyun would be very excited. But he heard that Yi Yuan already broke through to the Sea Transformation realm. This made Shangguan Yunrong rather surprised. Yi Yuan had immensely powerful combat strength at the Crystal Formation realm. Now that he broke through to the Sea Transformation realm, even if Shangguan Lingyun bumped into Yi Yuan, he was most likely not his match either. With such an unsurpassable opponent, it was truly terrifying. Hence, the best method was to destroy this opponent. Shangguan Yunrong extended his hand and gestured. Horrifying essence energy instantly concentrated on his palm. When He Mingda behind him saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. This was the power of a divine traversing realm expert. Clearly it was not targeting him, yet it made his heart palpitate. Go! Shangguan Yunrong lightly spat out a word from his mouth. His attack instantly landed on the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. It was only to hear a loud bang. The Grand Array actually gave off a series of cracking sounds. Shangguan Yunrong had a calm and collected look the entire time. However, at this time, his face slightly revealed astonishment. Quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array is it? Indeed. Quite capable. This attack of his looked played down, but how could a divine traversing realm expert's attack be simple? This attack virtually employed 70% of Shangguan Yunrong's powers, and it actually did not breach the Grand Array in one blow. It could be seen how great this Grand Array's power was. Rumble. Shangguan Yunrong attacked again. This time, the Grand Array collapsed with a loud bang. When those Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, each and every one of them was flushed red with excitement. They had already waited far too long for this day. When the Grand Array broke, those Purple Mansion sect disciples were like pumped with blood, rushing over towards Spirit Blessing Mountain. He Mingda, who was standing behind Shangguan Yunrong, was similarly very eager. This time, he would definitely flay the skin and tear out the tendons of Yi Yu on that punk. Could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Shangguan Yunrong did not move. He was only responsible for breaking the formation. He naturally would not lower his dignity and charge ahead. Roughly an hour later, a Soul Sea realm powerhouse flew before the two people. His expression was very ugly. When He Mingda saw this scene, his heart involuntarily thumped. Could it be that something unforeseen happened again? Lord Yunrong, Sect Master, inside the Tranquil Cloud Sect is void of people. All of the records and medicinal pills are all gone. We already turned the Spirit Blessing Mountain inside out and didn't even see a ghost. What? How is that possible? He Mingda became agitated and nearly fell down. That Soul Sea Realm's expression was ugly as he said, "We already sent people to search all of the mountain peaks over. There are indeed not a soul inside. This, Lord Yunrong, I clearly arranged countless informants. Why didn't a single one of them see people leaving the Tranquil Cloud Sect?" He Mingda was shocked beyond words. Could this group of people fly to the skies and tunnel underground? Shangguan Yunrong did not look too surprised. When he heard this, he gave a chuckle instead and said, "Sect Master, he asked me, but who do I ask? All right, since this Tranquil Cloud Sect is already uninhabited, then let's head back home." As he said, Shangguan Yunrong directly turned around and flew away, leaving behind the He Mingda who had yet to recover. Regarding this result, although Shangguan Yunrong was surprised, he felt that it was within reason too. To be able to throw the central capital into upheaval and even startle the Wind Emperor, and he could even swagger back to the endless world. How could such a character be captured so easily? At this time, in Breaking Dawn City, tens of thousands of miles away from the Tranquil Cloud Sect, several young martial artists dressed in plain clothing slowly entered the city. Breaking Dawn City was a frontier town in the Tranquil Cloud 10-nation state of Yen, contiguous to the Endless Forest. Since ancient times, it was the gathering place for countless martial artists. Heh, once I think about those Purple Mansion sect fellows' faces, I get incredibly excited, said a young martial artist excitedly. Haha, this cicada casting off its shell of junior apprentice brother Yi was indeed executed beautifully. Those fierce Gale World fellows expended such a great price to charge into the Tranquil Cloud Sect. In the end, they didn't even get to gain a single hair. There's probably no need to mention how gloomy they are, said another young martial artist. Those fierce Gale World trash probably never even dreamed that junior apprentice brother Yi could actually construct a miniature transmission array, although it's only a short 100-mile distance, but to dodge those informers, it's more than sufficient. Those whistleblowers' eyes were polished until they shone. But they didn't know that we left the Tranquil Cloud Sect long ago. These few people were shockingly Yi Yuan and company who escaped from the Tranquil Cloud sect. This group of people included Tianyu, Mo Yuntian, Ti Wujiu, and the rest. Except, the outfits on them were very plain. People would mistaken them to be ordinary demonic beast hunters. Although the realm passageway did not link up, large numbers of low-level martial artists had already flooded in from the Fearscale world. The Purple Mansion sect already controlled virtually all of the secular world nations in the southern domain through these low-level martial artists. After the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples escaped out of the Tranquil Cloud sect through the miniature transmission array, under Yi Yuan's arrangements, they organized themselves into multiple groups. They disguised themselves as the bottommost level ordinary martial artists and scattered around, rushing to some frontier cities. And Yi Yuan's batch of people was the final batch. The transmission arrays connecting to and fro the southern domain and the northern domain were mostly built in these border cities. Of course, these transmission arrays were already controlled by the Purple Mansion sect now without exception. What the Tranquil Cloud sect could defend was just the sect gates. The mortal world kingdoms they already had no strength to attend to. After the realm passageway linked up, large numbers of low-level martial artists flooded in. This kind of a strategic point, it was naturally impossible for the Purple Mansion sect to let it go. Even the out-of-the-way Breaking Dawn city was no exception. Basically, these cities all had transformation realm experts holding the fort now, controlling the transmission arrays tightly. Right now, these frontier cities' characteristics were all the same. Easy to enter, hard to leave. Those who came in from the northern domain through the transmission array were totally ignored. But them wanting to return was extremely difficult. Every frontier town had high-level sea transformation realms holding the fort. Ordinary people simply could not cross. If not because Soul Sea Realm martial artists were too rare, the Purple Mansion sect would even send Soul Sea Realm martial artists to hold down the fort in these frontier towns. However, high-level sea transformation realms were already immensely powerful existences in the southern domain. Apart from those big sects' upper echelons, ordinary martial artists that could beat them were in the minority. Even one of the 8 great sects like the Tranquil Cloud sect only had extremely few people who could forcefully carve out a path to. Moreover, they could not guarantee that the high-level sea transformation realms would not destroy the transmission arrays. It was also the cicada shedding its shell move by Yi Yuan which surprised the Purple Mansion sect greatly. These border towns' garrison had yet to come around to it. Or else, them wanting to break through these obstacles would be extremely arduous. During these few days' time, the Tranquil Cloud sect had already split into a number of batches and sneaked into these border towns as well as scheduling to take action today together to forcefully break through. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng, these two people were Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Dealing with sea transformation realms was naturally a cinch. Breaking Dawn City had Yi Yuan holding the fort here. Dealing with a late-stage sea transformation realm was naturally not a big issue as well. Many people think that setting up transmission arrays is a colossal project. Actually, setting up a miniature transmission array that can only accommodate 3 to 5 people passing through, furthermore, just transmitting 100 miles away, isn't something difficult. But the usage of this sort of transmission arrays is very limited. Martial artists who move fast can reach before 2 hours. Hence, the uses of this kind of transmission array are exceptionally few and remarkably easy to overlook. This is also considered a shadow under the light, I guess, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Hehe. What a fine shadow under the light. Junior apprentice brother Yi. Not only is your strength outstanding, this boldness and breadth of spirit are even a cut above others. If there weren't you around, even if we had guarded the Tranquil Cloud sect, it would still be hard to escape death in the end. Tianyu said. Yeah. If not for this strategy of a cicada shedding its shell, the Purple Mansion sect would definitely react right away, informing the frontier towns to intercept us. Once they wreck the transmission array, it will also be hard to fly even with wings. Mo Yuntian said. Yi Yuan just smiled and changed the topic. He said, we'd best go to the transmission array area to take a look first. We arranged to make a move tonight with Sect Master they all. Figuring out the transmission array's surrounding situation first is better. Everyone nodded in agreement and headed in the direction of the transmission array together. Although Breaking Dawn City was remote, heaven was high in this place, and the Emperor far away. The state of Yan's control over here was very weak instead. Due to there being many demonic beast hunters going in and out of the endless forest here, the Breaking Dawn city was very prosperous. It was precisely under such a situation that the Breaking Dawn city's martial artist strength was quite formidable. Everywhere on the streets, Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could be seen. There were even a small number of early-stage Sea Transformation Realm martial artists. Hence, Yi Yuan and these people wandering around in the city would not draw many people's eyes. There were marketplaces everywhere here. Martial artists set up stalls spontaneously on the streets. Yi Yuan and the others passed through 2 streets. Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps in front of a stall. The stall owner was a Crystal Formation Realm old man looking rather plain with nothing attractive. "Old man, how is this herbal grass of yours sold?" Yi Yuan pointed to a stalk of grass on the stall and inquired. That old man was currently bored to death. Seeing that somebody came over to buy stuff, he shot a glance at Yi Yuan faintly and said, 50 pieces of middle-grade essence crystals. I don't take low-grade essence crystals. What? A stalk of quasi-tier 4 herb you're selling for 50 middle-grade essence crystals? Why don't you go and rob people? Tianyu nearly jumped up hearing that. That old man was disinclined to even spare Tianyu a glance as he said indifferently, up to you to buy or not. Get lost if you're not buying. Don't interfere with this old man's sleep. But Yi Yuan casually retrieved 50 middle-grade essence crystals and said, this is 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Your elderly self can do the counting. When that old man saw Yi Yuan fish out 50 middle-grade essence crystals without even blinking, his eyes involuntarily glinted and he immediately perked up. There were quite a few stall owners who saw this scene and could not help commenting respectively. Truly, fools are wealthy. This herb's origins are unknown and nobody can name it at all, let alone anybody who knows its usage. This boy isn't buying it back to feed pigs, right? Chi-hi, this old fellow already asked all the high-rank alchemists in the city. Nobody can recognize this herb at all. This boy is still so young. Don't tell me that he recognizes this herb's use? Might be some wealthy family's disciple from somewhere with too much money to burn. This kind of dummies, I've seen plenty. You looked at the badge on his chest. Still just an alchemy master. Wonder what is he buying this quasi-tier 4 herbal grass back for? These days, there are really all kinds of idiots. The name of the herb couldn't even be called out. Naturally, there was no one who knew what kind of medicinal pill it could be used to refine. Furthermore, this herb only had 1 stalk. Even if somebody wanted to use to experiment, it was not possible to experiment out anything either. This old fellow called Chi-hi already put up a stall here for a month. But this herb could not sell at all. A stalk of herbal grass that simply had no usage, no matter how cheaply he sold it, it was not possible to spend this wrongful money too. Earlier, seeing Yi Yuan inquire about this stalk of herbal grass, Chi-hi anyhow gave a price, 50 middle-grade essence crystals. It could already almost purchase a stalk of tier 4 medicinal herb. He totally did not think that Yi Yuan would buy. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his brows, pulling out 50 middle-grade essence crystals instead. Chi-hi sat up and could not help sizing up Yi Yuan. A while later, this old man suddenly gave a smile and said, I was muddled with sleep just now. This stalk of herbal grass should be 100 middle-grade essence crystals. When these words came out, those fellow apprentices around Yi Yuan were immediately filled with killing intent. This old man was completely setting price on the spot. How was this doing business? This was simply robbing money. In just a short while, the price doubled. Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, done? 100 pieces mean 100. This unknown tier 4 herbal grass was called dodder green grass. This kind of quasi-tier 4 medicinal herb was naturally not some rare object. But it was a rare thing in the endless world. In some medicinal theory records, including the Herbal Compendium, there were simply no records regarding the dodder green grass. Those so-called high-rank alchemists not recognizing it was also normal. The reason why Yi Yuan took a fancy on this dodder green grass was that this was one of the core ingredients for a quasi-tier 4 medicinal pill, the purple heart soul luring pill. This purple heart soul luring pill was precisely the upgraded version of the soul luring pill. It was used to break through to the soul sea realm. Except, this purple heart soul luring pill's medicinal effects was on an entirely different level from the soul luring pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not just use the garbage soul luring pill for his own breakthrough. Encountering the dotted green grass was just perfect at this time. He obviously had to put it in his bag. Furthermore, Yi Yuan more or less knew some things about the Endless World's alchemy world. The value of this dotted green grass was absolutely worth 100 middle-grade essence crystals. This thing was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to ordinary Tier 4 medicinal herbs. Furthermore, due to this dotted green grass being exceptionally scarce in the Endless World, an object was valued in proportion to its rarity. Yi Yuan did not feel that this price was too ridiculous. It was just that the way others saw it, Yi Yuan naturally became a sucker who was foolish but wealthy. When Qi Hai saw the 100 middle-grade essence crystals, his eyes immediately lit up and his entire person became alert, becoming like a different person from that previously lethargic appearance. One had to know that 100 middle-grade essence crystals was roughly equivalent to the price of a Tier 4 medicinal herb already. Yet, how could Tier 4 medicinal herbs be so easy to acquire? A quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herb selling at the price of a Tier 4 medicinal herb. Where should one go to find this kind of bargain? Hey, young man, I see that you have such cultivation at a young age. Definitely a prodigious talent with discerning eyes like burning torches. This herbal grass of mine was snatched from the mouth of a Tier 4 demonic beast. I nearly died in its belly. Fortunately, this old man, I ran fast. So 100 middle-grade essence crystals really isn't considered expensive, Qi Hai said in all smiles. But when everyone saw Qi Hai's manner, they had a contemptuous look. This fellow was only crystal formation realm cultivation. How could he possibly snatch such a herbal grass from the hands of a Tier 4 demonic beast? Even a fool also knew that this was bluffing that youngster. However, wasn't that young man a fool? Indeed, Yi Yuan actually nodded his head and said, "Hoo, elderly person, I believe you." A series of snickers sounded all around. But Yi Yuan thought otherwise in his heart. But towards these ignorant people he obviously would not go and explain anything either. Yi Yuan knew that the dotted green grass indeed had a kind of companion beast whose strength was comparable to middle-stage sea transformation human martial artists. This old man Qi Hai being able to return alive was already very fortunate. People become shrewd as they get older. Even though this old man only had crystal formation realm strength, he might have some special life-preserving means. Therefore, 100 middle-grade essence crystals was indeed not considered expensive. Since that's the case, then let's close the deal? Qi Hai was afraid that Yi Yuan would renege and hastily said, "Haha, done." The two people concluded it. Yi Yuan was just about to collect that dotted green grass when all of a sudden, a discordant voice sounded out. "This medicinal herb, I want it. 150 middle-grade essence crystals." A young man suddenly cut in rudely and directly raised 50 middle-grade essence crystals. Seeing this young man, the other stall owners all sensibly shut their mouths, feeling like he was like a plague. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed when he saw the situation. This punk was clearly making things difficult for him. "Elderly person, I offer 200. Yi Yuan said coolly. Competing in essence crystals, Yi Yuan really did not fear anyone. Previously, in the unknown mystic realm, Yi Yuan extorted a large sum of essence crystals from the Heavenly Sky sect. Later on, in the Fierce Gale world, the Shao family also gifted a large sum of essence crystals in order to thank Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan basically did not touch them. This punk was competing in wealth with him? He was going to freaking regret it. 250. The youth spoke again. At this, the people watching the show by the side could not hold back and unwittingly burst into laughter abruptly. Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard that. Was this punk a joker here to amuse everyone? Seeing everyone snickering, the youth failed to react to it for some time. A fourth-level sea transformation guard behind him hurriedly moved closer and whispered a few words beside his ear. The youth came to realize the truth abruptly, and he could not help flushing with shame. He shot a vicious glare at the surroundings and said angrily, "Laughing at what? Do you believe I'll smash all of your stalls if you keep laughing? Make my father take in your stalls and make you all unable to have a foothold in Breaking Dawn City." Those stall owners seemed to really submit to this and immediately put away their smiles. That youth smiled proudly seeing the situation and shot Yi Yuan a glance like he was demonstrating his power. Yi Yuan guessed that this young man's identity was special too. But he himself was born a silk pants. Could it be that he was still afraid of a silk pants loafing around? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Elderly person, we can't afford to offer 250. We'll offer 300. Haha. I offer 500. This medicinal herb is rich in essence energy. I think it's pretty good. Going back and eating it should increase a fair amount of essence energy," said the young man haughtily. Yi Yuan was speechless. This punk actually wanted to eat the dodder green grass raw. Truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts. The majority of medicinal herb could actually be eaten raw, but extremely few people would do that, because it was just too wasteful. Furthermore, according to the attribute differences in essence energy that martial artists cultivate, some medicinal herbs could even clash with the cultivation method trained in, getting half the results with twice the effort and even affecting cultivation. This punk was full of shit. He was purely finding trouble. Yi Yuan obviously did not know that this youth just liked to find things to do when he was idle. Speaking of which, it was slightly similar to Yi Yuan's predecessor. This young man was called Jin Peng, and he was the Breaking Dawn City's city lord's, Jin Feng's, son. This Breaking Dawn City's city lord was at the 7th level C transformation cultivation. This was already rather impressive in a mortal world's country. It was even more powerful than some great sex elders. In truth, although this Breaking Dawn City belonged to the state of Yin in name, actually it was simply a country within a country. Jin Feng always listened to orders but did not serve. If there wasn't the Tranquil Cloud sect, this Leviathan pressuring here, this Jin Feng even had the possibility of crowning himself as king. This Jin Peng relied on his old man's power and frequently engaged in lawlessness, harming martial artists. In the course of time, he became notorious. And his old man, Jin Feng, also indeed had a card to play. These martial artists who set up stalls had to go through the city lord manor's consent and get a piece of plaque before they were permitted to operate. This plaque was very low quality. Moreover, the effective period was only a month. But it needed to collect fees of 50 low-grade essence crystals to 50 middle-grade essence crystals according to the differences in the stall owner's realm. How could the martial artists that come here to set up stalls number less than 100,000? Just the costs of purchasing the plaque was a rather terrifying figure. But Jin Feng's strength was extremely formidable. These stall owners could only endure the fate of being exploited. Hearing this Jin Peng's offer, Yi Yuan's brows unwittingly furrowed. This punk increased the price without even thinking about it. He was intentionally causing trouble. Doing it this way, regardless of how much he called out, he would probably keep on increasing too. Could it be that he had to resort to force? Young Master Jin, this medicinal herb, I've already sold it to him. No matter how high the price you offer, I won't sell it either. What everyone did not expect was that Chi Hai, this old fellow, actually opened his mouth to speak at this time.